Welcome, friends and fans, Milo begins. I hate the word fan. It's almost as bad as follower. He raises a sheet of paper with the lyrics. We're gonna start this night out the right way, he says. The way Henderson would want it, in song. The screaming. I think my ears are broken. Love laughs at Milo's bad jokes, and Monica whispers that Twitter is blowing up and Love is going to dump me after the show. She's lost interest in me. She became an actress. Or maybe she was always an actress, like Amy was. Maybe I got stupid the second I got aspirations. I cringe to think of the movies I wrote, the way I jumped into business with 40. Gosh, all of it. The house lights flicker, the show's about to start, and Love licks her little lips, the ones that never shared intimacy with me. I clench my program. In that book, A General Theory of Love, the good relationships are defined by two chairs, side by side. Love and I are facing each other, and yet she is not looking at me. Instead, she's leaning into Milo. Her shoulders are relaxed, and she was probably dying for this moment. She's got her movie. She's got her director. She doesn't need me now. Milo elbows her to look at something in his phone, and she laughs at it, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm too far away. We need to talk. No, we don't, Love. You want to ice me out and make me sit on the other freaking side of the room while you look in Milo's phone and let him put his hand on your thigh? Fine, have it your way. Love takes Milo's hand as she sings along to Coming Up Easy, and I bury my face in my hands. Monica asks what's wrong. Nosebleed, I say. Yikes, she says. I told 40 his Coke is not as good as he thinks it is. Calvin says you guys have a pretty good hookup here. I'm too depressed to discuss Dez's talent as a drug supplier, and I tell Monica I have to go, and she says, cool. And the villagers are irritated as I squeeze by. It's tight as an airplane, and I feel like I'm invading their space. And when I get outside onto the street, I send Love a text message. I got a nosebleed. I'm going to go to the pantry and get a coffee. I miss you. I don't know what happened. iMessage relays that the message has been read, but Love doesn't write back. Silence received. That's it. The end. I don't know what I did wrong, but I know what she did wrong. It all goes to hell when they want to be actresses. I yank the door to La Poubelle. It's cool and dark and fairly empty. Everyone is worshipping Henderson or waiting for the after-party at Bird's in honor of his old stomping ground. But at the bar, there is one girl in a Band-Aid dress nursing a glass of vodka and trying to flirt with the disinterested bartender. I've never wanted intimate physical connection so bad in my life. Delilah, I call out. She turns. She smiles. Well, look what the cat dragged in. She pats the empty seat beside her. I order a vodka double. No mixers. No time for that. Delilah introduces me to the new bartender as her old friend, Joe. And this means that Delilah still wants me. I refresh the Google search on Dr. Nikki when she goes to the bathroom. A feminist blogger has picked up the story. She's calling for change.org to remove his petition and go, feminists, go! They are all horrified at the idea that this murderer who was in a position to help people is trying to use a patient as a scapegoat. They think it is misogynistic to speak ill of Guinevere Beck, who was a thriving and intelligent woman, a writer, an MFA candidate, a happy, well-adjusted New York woman. They want Dr. Nikki to shut up. They want his wife to seek counseling. They want the police department to accept that desperate men like Dr. Nikki do things like invent patients named Danny Fox. Thank you, feminists, and gosh, you, Love. And hello, Delilah, sidling up to the bar, patting my leg, telling me I look good, tan, smacking her lips together, unabashedly hungry. I felt a strong desire. I smile. You look good too. If all my suffering has a purpose, and I don't yet know that it does, then the purpose can be boiled down to this: they came together in passion. Afterwards, she said I was weird for wanting it on the loading dock in back of the pantry. It's dirty. It smells like trash. It's a grocery store parking lot. Ugh. But I knew what she liked, and she gave me what I wanted. I missed that. I needed that. Love is not all you need. Gosh, love. Gosh, love. Don't mess with Delilah and I are walking back to my place, and she's grateful to be with me. And I like this better, the way she clings. As we fall in step together, it becomes possible that this could be my life, that it could be one of those classic love, gosh, that word, stories where the right girl was upstairs all along. In this quarter-mile trek, Delilah holds on tight to my hand and describes an argument she had at Oak's Gourmet with a guy who was rude to her about asking for ketchup. She is funny, all worked up, and this could be us together. We reach my building, her building, our building. There is a brand new door at Hollywood Lawns. Yeah, Delilah says, someone got really messed up and fell into the door. Home trash home, and I unlock the door, and Delilah takes charge and throws me against the wall of mailboxes. She touched me intimately underneath my pants. She licks my neck. Now, she says, I want us to connect deeply now. I unlock the door to my apartment, and she tears off my shirt, and I shred her Band-Aid dress. Passion peaked, came together intimately, deeply connected, rage mixed with desire, and I wonder what set her off, and at the same time, I don't care. It works. She wants me, and I want her, and I need to release the tension.
I pulled on Delilah's hair, and she scratched my back. This was Hollywood passion. You can't get mad in Malibu, not really. Delilah showed intense desire, and she is not a cheater like Love. Love who gets to act in a freaking movie without trying to act. Love who gets to star in a freaking movie without suffering through auditions, without waitressing or striving or watching the Oscars on a futon, burning with desire to be there, spending night after night at the UCB, trying to learn, to hone a craft. Gosh, Love. I like Delilah, and I try to be a gentleman. I stay in bed with her when it's over. I feign interest. So how was your summer? I ask. My summer was my summer, she shrugs. Not really any such thing as summer in LA, you know. Only difference is some of the parties are at beach houses. But what a pain, going out to the beach. Ugh, East Coast water is so much better, right? Gosh, yes, I say. Delilah may think she didn't have a summer, but she is wrong. She did. There is something more settled about her. Something changed inside of her, and she doesn't seem as tormented. She's like the kitten that got neutered. She's calm. She isn't as sick with aspirations now that she's moonlighting for this pseudo-entertainment tonight show. We lie in my bed, gazing at the ceiling that used to get on my nerves, the bubbling, lowly barricade that once seemed so literal, a roadblock to a higher life. It all doesn't seem as bad as I thought. I forgot how nice it is to be contained. I know the boundaries here. I know what's mine. I don't have to feel like I'm eating someone else's Frosted Flakes, and I don't have to say thank you all the time. I'm hungry, I say. Want to order a pizza? Delilah asks. No. I wanted to share intimacy. I did this, and she reacted the way I wanted her to react. She called out my name and reached a peak. She sounded like she's crying and laughing at once. She sounded like an animal, like she found the afikoman. I am good enough for Delilah. She treats me like her Milo, telling me how great I am, how much she missed me. She does not mention her mother, and she does not try to parlay this romp into future meetings like some desperate ne'er-do-well at a blackjack table trying to make it all back. She has learned a thing or two, and I could do anything to her in this bed. She gave me her full attention, her fingernails, her vigor.
Afterward, we order in chicken and French fries, and we watch Hannah and her sisters. I pay for the chicken, and I hold the remote, and we don't need a screening room. We don't need an ocean out the window. We just need my 42-inch TV, my futon. Delilah scratches my chest. What's it like? What's what like? The Quinn Mansion, she says. I've only seen pictures on Curbed LA. Is there really a bowling alley? It was the wrong question. I close the box of chicken. She's supposed to be basking. She's supposed to be fantasizing about our future. She is not supposed to be reporting. And I don't like the way she sits, on her side, elevated, like she's doing yoga, like she's Molly Ringwald in the Breakfast Club, so blasé. She wants to know about love, and I deflect. I tell her that it's complicated, but over, and she wants to know where we met and when. I tell her I don't want to talk about it, and she says she needs it in order to move on, have a fresh start. She says she has been seeing someone this summer too, and she will tell me anything I want to know about that. And now I remember everything wrong with Delilah, with Franklin Village, and I check my phone. Still nothing from Love, but Monica wrote to say Love got wasted. They all passed out at Milo's house. She says Love is mad at me. I remind Monica that I told Love I was sick. I am waiting for a response from Monica when Delilah starts in again on Love, like a fat kid trying to get another cookie. Please, she says, I'm a big girl, and this is not about feelings. I just like to know these things. Tell me where you met her. Where does someone like Love Quinn hang out? She came into the shop, I lie. Monica texts, passing out, everything will be fine. Love is out cold. 40 is high as gosh, and Milo is... Her phone must have died, because that's it. Delilah prods me. What? I ask. The bookstore? She says. You're trying to tell me that Love Quinn came into that bookstore? Yeah, I say, defensive. She reads. She pulls her hair back and looks away. What's wrong? I ask. Nothing, she says. It's just that I think you actually met her at Soho House. I have nothing to hide. I did, I say. I don't know why I'm being weird. I feel weird talking about her to you. She says I don't have to feel weird, and she tells me about the guy she's been seeing, and she can't tell me his name, but he's an actor, and he's someone I would have heard of, and he has something you can't buy with all of Love's money. Her words, not mine. He's famous, she says, like legit famous. And it's good, but sometimes he freaks out and pulls stunts like he did tonight and stands me up. You were waiting for him at La Pour? She nods. And this is why she changed. She didn't evolve. She didn't grow. She didn't forsake her aspirations for a healthier outlook on life. She got some famous, intimate attention, and some famous person called her back. Between us, we have no money, no fame, no power, no butler, no boxes of Frosted Flakes that just appear without having to go to the grocery store, no elevated lawns under starry skies. Between us, we just have negativity. We both got dumped, treated badly. I tell her I'm exhausted, and she asks if she can stay. We both check our phones, and we're both still losers. I don't need to be on this futon alone, so I tell her it's fine. We don't spoon. We're both too wounded, and I fall asleep wondering if there will be more angry, intimate encounters in the morning. When I wake up at 5 a.m., I'm still a loser, and there is no message from Love. I sigh, but as long as I am here, I could go for another intimate moment. I roll over. I'm ready to go, and I reach for Delilah. But she's not here. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and head toward the bathroom, and there she is, in a bra and panties, like some drug-addled victim of human trafficking, hunkered down in my bathroom. And in her hand is a reusable pantry bag, my reusable pantry bag, the one I brought to Henderson's. Delilah, I say. My heart gets loud in my throat. What in the world is she doing? She whips her head around. Joe, she says, her eyes wide, I was looking for toilet paper. There's a roll on the counter. I step toward her. She cowers. She hunches forward as if she's praying. Is there? She asks, nervous, insincere. There is, I say. I don't see how you could have missed it. Oh, you know, she says. Guys, a lot of the time you don't have toilet paper. I don't like the high pitch of her voice, and she turns around and scoots backward, as if she can cover the pantry bag, as if she can backflip into my tub and escape through the drain. She went through my things. She is a self-destructive fiasco of a person. She couldn't just stay in the bed with me. She couldn't be content to be intimate with me and cheat on her not-a-boyfriend. Nope. Like an addict who loads the syringe even after she knows the batch is bad, that it killed a bunch of people, Delilah got out of my bed and went into my closet, where she doesn't belong. She is an addict. And you can't go to rehab for what has stricken her, a star-chasing disorder, where she risks her own life and security and happiness to find out what Love Quinn's home looks like. What are you looking for? I ask again. I taunt the cat. I poke the tiger. Nothing, she says. It's okay. You said you were looking for toilet paper, I remind her. Dumb girl. Can't keep her own story straight. Did you find any toilet paper in there? She stands up. I think I should go. I think you should stay. She stands in front of the pantry bag, as if her legs are cover. Find anything good in there? I ask. Joe, she says, I am not like that. I was just looking for toilet paper. Delilah, I say.
I don't think you're telling the truth. It's always the same with these difficult people, bad people when they're caught. They try to sell you. In Delilah's case, she actually tells me that she knows people who could make a documentary about all this. Like Serial, she pitches. But, Joe, this could be very interesting. I don't think so, I say. Let's just talk about it, she says. Get in the tub, she whimpers. Please, no, I'm sorry, I'll go, I point. Get in the very tub. She cries, and I had a feeling this would get loud, and she yammers again. I know people, she says. No, I remind her, you exploit people. I knock her back into the tub, and she falls. I use some of the tape from the bag to seal her mouth shut and tie her arms together. I close the bathroom door and block the doorknob with a chair. I turn on some music, Journey's greatest hits, to drown out her muffled cries, and I tear the Kandinsky off the wall. She doesn't know art. She doesn't know anything but celebrities, and she is an empty person, a mean person. She will never be happy. She won't stop shooting for the stars, chasing them, trying to pull them down to her futon, to her chicken bones. I am not going to kill her just because she knows I killed Henderson, because she's crying about it in my bathroom, as if this is the path to freedom? No. I'm also going to kill her because there is no happy ending for a star-chasing girl like Delilah, a girl who actively refuses to embrace her talents, celebrate her insides, lead with her brain. After this famous guy, whoever he is, finishes with her, she'll go tramping for someone else until one day she realizes she's too old to be taken seriously by these awful individuals. And then she'll either spend her savings on surgery, or pop pills, or move away and try to sell her secrets to a publisher. Oh, the sadness of the Angelina with a bank account dwindling, a forehead creasing, a self-esteem level deflating. I wish Delilah were a little more like me. I wish she were more confident. I wish she never stopped believing in herself, like her tattoo. But she did. She thought she needed someone famous in order to feel worthy. She could have settled down with Des or Calvin or me or any of the guys she met, but she wanted fame more than love. She will never be happy, and really, I'm doing her a favor. She will never find what she's looking for. I pull an orange Rachel Ray knife out of the butcher's block. L.A. kills women. It's a shame that Delilah moved here. She should have gone back to New York. You don't belong here unless you're tough, beautiful, or talented. What I am doing is a kindness, a mercy killing. I am putting her out of her misery. I open the bathroom door, and she's cowering in the tub, on her knees.
Sad cat. Poor kitten. Her face is a wad of chewed-up gum. All the joy is gone. Somewhere along the way, she broke her own heart, and without a heart, you can't get better. I know, I say, I know how sad you are. I know how sick you are, but it's over. Steve Perry's unmistakable voice crescendos, and Delilah hyperventilates. She cries, and how badly she needed this. How much more of this there would be for her were she to stay on this long and lonely road ahead. The girl who paid someone to inscribe words on her thigh, words that she could not live by, words she did not understand. The key is not just to continue believing, after all, but the key to life is to believe in something that matters, something big and beautiful, something more profound than fame, money. I grab her extensions and smash her head into the tub, and that's it. No more tears. Blood trickles down her forehead. I was right. She isn't beautiful. She was pretty, and I don't feel sorry for her. It's like they say about everything in this world. You can't feel sorry for yourself. A lot of girls, they would have loved to be so pretty. It's a good thing I brought that giant duffel bag to LA. I don't know how else I'd get her out of here. But first I have to get dressed and find my keys and run all the way up to Tuxedo Terrace and get my car. I throw on sweatpants and a worn-out old t-shirt I wore when I worked at the bookstore. It's cold, my lungs hurt, and when I get to my car, it's all fogged in, and I don't have time for this. This is LA. There shouldn't ever be any problems with the weather. My teeth chatter as I defrost the windshield, and Henderson is a bad luck charm, even dead. When I reach Hollywood Lawns, I put on my hazards and put the car in park. I jog up the steps, back inside, and get my giant empty duffel bag out of the closet and unzip it, and the zipper is loud, stuck, no. I yank, no. I know for a fact that I don't have any trash bags big enough to hold her, and I pull again, and I cut my finger, but the zipper behaves. I lift Delilah out of the tub and set her inside the bag. She looks like she's being swallowed by a giant black flower, and I pull the zipper over her feet, covering her legs, past her journey tattoo. I zip more, obscuring her cheap panties and her cheaper bra, and her too short neck, and her too big mouth, and her closed eyes, and her rounded forehead, and her hair. She never needed extensions. I try to lift the bag, but I'm going to have to drag it, and fast. This is a crowded neighborhood, and everyone wants to be skinny. Soon there will be exercisers. I carry the bag out to my Prius, and Wolf is really right. You can't go home again. Not if you live in an apartment building. I haven't been in the Donzi alone. A few weeks ago, we were at this bar in the marina, and I ran down to the dock to get Love's sweater, and I remember standing on the boat thinking about how different it is being alone than it is being with other people. I wanted to take the boat out and push it. I wanted to drive it to Japan. I had this moment. The cover band inside was doing Toto, that Africa song, and I was so really happy. It was enough to choose Love inside on the dance floor over the great sea, the unknown. And then there's also the fact that I don't have a really license. Love's family can get out of anything, I know this. But Love has warned me not to take the boat out on my own. It's infinitely easier to deal with boat cops if 40 or I are there, she said. And if we're not, it's harder. I am on my way back to shore after burying Delilah at sea, watching the weighted-down bag make its way to the center of the Pacific, far from the world she couldn't quite fit into. I will always think of her kindly, her unfulfilled potential, how she extended her arm for that blender that was just out of reach. She embodied the danger of aspirations, and I will always wish she hadn't turned into a menacing fame monster. I feel bad for her parents. I feel terrible for all the guys who genuinely offered their hearts. Mostly, I feel terrible for her. I picture Harvey showing someone Delilah's apartment full of her things, and I sit. This one hurt. It did. L.A. consumes people. Able-bodied, intelligent people like Henderson and Delilah move here and turn into monsters, and it didn't have to be this way. They both could have been a little kinder. I don't feel so bad anymore. My body count in LA, 1 star and 1 star chaser. I slide into the marina at the 30-degree angle. I don't turn too early or too late. I learned so much this summer. I am a boater, a writer. The Donzi is in the slip. And then I hear someone calling my name. Love. She is wrapped up in her hooded robe thobe. I am in last night's clothes, and it's a good thing I'm already parked, because now my adrenaline is going and my body is shaking. She is not smiling, and I have no idea how long she's been here, if she saw me go out to sea with my bag and return with nothing. What in the world are you doing? She demands. You bail on me and go out on my really boat? The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I just went for a ride, I say. Alone? She asks.
And, gosh, my eyes scan the floor for blood. But I'm good. No mug of piss here. Nothing to see, folks. Obviously, I answer. Do you see anyone else here? I can tell by her demeanor that the answer is no. She does not see anyone now. She did not see anyone when there was someone to see. She doesn't know what I did, that I cheated, that I shared intimacy with Delilah, that I put her out to sea. More secrets, more bad things, but I am safe. I'm kind of surprised to see you, I say, and turn the tables. What in the world is that supposed to mean? She says. I don't know, I say. I wrote to you. I didn't hear back. Yeah, she says. I didn't write back to you because I don't write back to people who treat me poorly. I'm not a doormat, Joe. Me neither, I snap. Did you have fun with your little friend Milo? You mean my director? She asks. Because that's what he is, Joe, my director. He's not my boyfriend, and he's not the enemy. And we're in business together. Business that matters to me, gosh darn it. Business you walked out on. Business that is mine. She trembles, and I know. She didn't become intimate with him, and she didn't dump me. And gosh, I overreacted. I messed up. The Donzi shimmies, and what I wouldn't give to be on land. Instead, I'm on this boat, this vessel that belongs to her family. She gets to be the steady one, on the dock, entitled, land ho, and gosh. Love folds her arms. Just throw me the reel line, she says, my teacher, my boss. I toss it to her, and she ties a knot fast. So smooth, such a rich girl. I climb off the boat, clumsy as anything. She stomps along the dock and onto the beach, and I follow her onto the sand. Me, the follower. Love, I say, let me just say I'm sorry. I know I have no excuse. Joe, when something good happens to me and you criticize it, I'm sorry, I proclaim. I reach for her. She backs away. I say it again. I'm sorry, love. It's not enough, she says. You were such a jerk, Joe. The second we got the green light, you turned into one of those jerk guys who doesn't like it when his girlfriend gets attention. She continues to blast me. She says I let her down. I should have been a man, and I should have congratulated her, and I should have meant it. I should have expressed interest in the script, and I should have been upfront about my obvious jealousy issues. I should have called her instead of texting her, because that was a difficult move, and I should have hung around the neighborhood and waited for her after the show. All the things I should have done, and we can't go back in time. I know, she says, but do you get it? Do you get that it's not going to be like this? Yes, I say, and I've never loved her as much as I do right now, and I want the chance to be the good guy, the best guy, the talking guy. I want to clean myself and scrub my skin and start over. I love her too much to let this be the end. Love, I say, I am so sorry. You have to understand. You are right. I acted like a really jerk. She looks at me. I beg her with my eyes and my hands, and I am as strong as she is. I apologize again and again, and something transforms inside of her.
and my hands and my eyes did the work that I was unable to do with my dirty mouth. Love nods. "Okay," she says, "we're okay." And somehow we are hugging and we kiss. Just one kiss, a makeup kiss, a no sex yet kiss, and then we flop into lounge chairs. The fight is over, and she tells me about Seth Rogen's weed and her costume fitting, and that she has news. "More news?" I ask. "Forty and Monica broke up," she says. "This was almost a record for him, though. I mean, girls are like shoes for him, you know?" "I'm sorry," I say. She shrugs. "I know this will sound dumb, but I really thought it was gonna stick. Because of the stupid friends thing?" "It's not stupid," I say. "It's sweet. You want the best for him." She nods and checks her watch. "We should go get packed. The jet leaves at noon." I look at her. "We have to pack?" She rolls her eyes. "Joe, come on. What do you mean? You think you're not going? You didn't invite me." "Didn't invite you?" she balks. "We've been seeing each other the whole summer, and we practically live together. I don't have to invite you. You should know you're invited." "Well, Monica said that 40 invited her." She rolls her eyes. "So, we have our own way of talking and our own thing. Why don't you get that, Joe?" "I don't know. And Love says it's going to be intense in Palm Springs. We won't last unless I communicate. So I try." "Okay. I guess I also wasn't sure because of Milo." She sighs, and now she explains her dynamic with Milo. They are best friends, to an extent. She uses the phrase third twin, and she says it's hard to talk about because it's friendship steeped in guilt. "I'm closer with him than I am with 40, she whispers. "I mean, do you know how wrong that is? You can't help who you love. Milo and I both want the best for 40, so when you see us together or whatever, I mean, no guy I ever dated liked it. I get it. It sucks, but we're just friends." Love is essentially asking me to tolerate her bond with another man, a good-looking fellow she's known for longer than she's known me. It's impossible, like snow in Malibu. Absurd. But what can I do? She takes my hand. "I wish we could stay here all day," she says. I wanted to be intimate with her in the sand, but she says we have to pack. She stretches and pulls her robe tighter, and I know her well enough to know that she is closing a door on this fight, that the war between us was transitional. Love blows a kiss to the sea. "Goodbye, ocean," she says. I stay for a moment longer, staring at Delilah's giant blue grave. It would be impossible to find my bag in there, and the permanence of decisions made at sea is bigger than all of us. The wind whips, waves crash, and I head inside. Summer is over. Boots and Puppies is already on IMDb. Best friends and former lovers, Harmony and Oren, are both engaged to other people. They spend 48 hours together trying to learn from the past, live for the present, and decide on their future. But Boots and Puppies isn't a movie. It's a really you to me and Love. A 95-page torture chamber of increasingly intimate scenes between Oren, Milo, and Harmony, Love. Spoiler alert, Harmony and Oren, the only characters in the whole really movie, finally decide to get married when Harmony realizes that she needs to let go of the white puppy she rescued, who keeps chewing on all her boots. Really you, Milo? On the jet to Palm Springs, Love asks what I think of the script. I deflect. I ask her when Milo finished writing it. "This summer," she answers. "He hit it out of the park, right?" I contain my rage. I will not let him win. Not when I've just gone to war for my relationship. "Love," I say, pointing to the script, "you're not even a little offended by this?" "Joe," she says, definitive, as if she'd been preparing for this, "if you're going to tell me that you think you're a puppy, then I'm going to tell you that you need a shrink. I am not Harmony any more than you are a puppy. Milo is not Oren. This is a story, a made-up story. I know I'm not a puppy. You are not a puppy." She sighs. "And anyway, Milo started this script ages ago. He's been rewriting it for a while. You know, Jake Gyllenhaal was going to play Oren up until the very last second. That's how good the script is." I do not remind Love that he finished it after meeting me, and I do not call gosh on Jake Gyllenhaal. We land, and I try to focus on the positive. Our fight is behind us, and I've been wanting to go to Palm Springs. The desolate road from the airport snakes through a desert where the houses are giant UFOs from the 60s, spread apart, like dice rolled onto a craps table. We're shooting here and living here, I ask. Yup, she says. How gorgeous is this house? Striking, I say, and I mean it in a bad way.
The house is mid-century, ice-cold, plastic and pink and orange and white, like a ceramic bowl of sherbet left in the middle of the desert during an atomic meltdown, empty as 40's mind. We park, and she knows I am disappointed, and she pushes me. Sorry, I say, I just thought we were going to Palm Springs. We are, she says, her voice fresh with indignant attitude that only comes from being cast as a lead and studying a screenplay in a jet. Milo is amazing, getting us this house, right? I am sick of hearing that Milo is amazing. He isn't, and this house sucks. We're several miles from the hotels and the stores and the stuff I read about in Less Than Zero, the stuff I wanted to see. My head started pounding the second we walked into this cold house, and we're only 3 hours into the day. I get the chills. It's so hot outside, and it's so cold inside. There is no ocean, no relief, no shabby chic sectional, no sand on the floor of the kitchen, no crunch, no texture, no depth. But we had to shoot here because Milo is desperate to get footage of something he calls indoor Coachella. Coachella is a festival fashion show where people dress up like hippies and pretend that Passion Pit is as good as the Rolling Stones. So the idea of taking that mess and shoving it inside a casino is loathsome to me. Barry Stein nixes it right away. He says Coachella is too big of an insurance risk, and Milo pleads with him. I just need a night there, he says. I'll go in guerrilla style, Barry. I just want those jagged lights, the feel of it. We need that flashback. And it's not Coachella for real. Yeah, Barry says, it's more of a gosh show. No is no. Milo sulkily moves on, and we shoot all day, every day. Milo karate chops the air at the end of every take, as if he never saw a Ben Stiller movie, as if he doesn't know that chopping the air is a jerk thing to do. I wish Ben Stiller were here. I wish anyone with a brain would come and take over. While we shoot, I have to sit in Video Village, another misnomer. Video Village is not a village. It's just a bunch of folding chairs shoved together in front of the monitors. I have no purpose. When we move locations and relocate the village, I'm not even allowed to move my chair because I'm not union. It's day 4, and Harmony and Oren are fighting because Harmony's puppy ate Oren's boots, and then making up because they hate fighting, and Love kisses Milo again and again. I hate set. There's too much clapping, and gosh with nicknames. They call the second-to-last shot the Abbey, and the last shot the Martini, and the level of self-importance is unbearable. When my scripts get the green light, I won't spend all my days on set. And when Milo begs to visit, I'll say yes, and then I'll forget to give his name to security. Cut, Milo yells after they finish kissing for the 30th time. He grabs Love's hands. That felt good. Did that feel good? That felt great, she says. She bounces, and I die. It's the little things that make you want to kill someone. The way Milo drinks Diet Dr. Pepper and ties his Jufro in a bun and lifts his shirt to show off his stomach and wipes his glasses down even though they're not dirty.
Yes, Milo got glasses, and seafoam green topsiders, and a navy blue polo-style shirt with a popped collar, and didn't I already kill this guy when he was shilling home soda and intimately involved with Guinevere back? Milo calls action again and kisses love. My muscles tighten. All I can do is eat and wait, eat and watch, and this is day 4 of 28 days, and they're improvising the dialogue, bite me, because he just wants to be with her intimately. I want to be anywhere but here, and I ask 40 about nearby restaurants. He slaps my back. This is a shoot, old sport. We don't go anywhere until we get this baby in the can. I lower my voice. Well, what about those other movies? He whispers. Bad news is fast. Good news takes a while. Hurry up and wait. It's your job. You're the boyfriend. And that's what people call me. Can Love's boyfriend bring her a Diet Coke? Can Love's boyfriend find Love's charger? It's bad, and it gets worse on day 7 when the hairstylist asks if Love's boyfriend can grab the pickles. Milo laughs. Love's boyfriend is kind of awkward, he says. Let's just call him Loverboy. The director gets what the director wants, so now my name is Loverboy. 40 says I have to lighten up. Love thinks it's cute. Milo shows us a picture of the restoration hardware table, home of the big, intimate scene on page 27. The table represents real love, he says, what Oren and Harmony have, the way they forget it around new people, plastic people, but then they connect deeply on this table, and man, there's nothing like it. I love it, Love says. He avoids my eyes and licks his lips as he leafs through his script. Milo is definitely trying to take her away, and I will kill that table. Instead, I go to craft service. Why can't they just call it the food, for the 4th time in 2 hours? I dunk a slice of cornbread into the chili, and I hear someone, "Is Loverboy at Crafty again?" And that's when I decide. I am going to get ripped here. Hot, jacked. I toss my cornbread in the trash and tell Love that I'm going for a run. She reacts. A run? That's new. Yep, I say. I gotta start taking better care of myself. It's day 17, and the title of the movie should have been That Time When Milo Tried to Win Back Love. Our intimacy dwindles because of the long shooting days, and because we don't have a lock on our bedroom door. Love spends more time with Milo running lines in his room, which does lock. Every time she goes in there, I go for a run, and every time Milo speaks to me, he says things like, "How are you surviving?" And, "You know, if you're bored, we're good. You can go back to LA." He doesn't say this gosh in front of Love, and I want to kill him, but I can't. He's the director and Love's 3rd twin, and people will notice if he just disappears. So I try not to dwell. Nobody will download this movie except friends and families. And anyway, they may be making a movie, but I'm making a body. I downloaded an app that tracks every morsel that enters my body and every step I take. I do sit-ups and pull-ups, and I sprint, and I am becoming the hottest man alive, while most of the people around me are getting bloated, soft. I arrive in Video Village after my 2nd workout on day 23, and Love notices my arm. "Hello, biceps," she says. Wow. Milo says one of these days he wants to hit the gym with me. I tell him, anytime. "You'll get rid of that paunch in no time," I assure him. "Or you can go on a run with me." Love walks away to makeup, and Milo smiles. "Loverboy," he says. "I wanted to thank you. I didn't want to make a big deal in front of Love, but guy to guy, if I were in your shoes, with the new scene, the rewrite, I would have gotten it if you said no. So thanks." I don't know about this new scene, and he knows it, and he winks. He ambles away to check on that restoration hardware table, and I ask a production assistant for the edition. She avoids eye contact and gives it to me. I read. Int kitchen, mid-afternoon, lazy, lovely time. We are tight on Harmony eating strawberries, watching Oren. She says she's hungry. She licks her fingers. Oren says to eat a berry. Harmony says she doesn't want a berry. 3, 2, 1. Boom. They share intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. Milo knew better than to be around while I read, and all I can think is, int my brain, right now. Really? You? Really movie? Really Milo? There are 2 days until Love is intimate with Milo, but that's not true, because Love is not intimate with Milo, because I am going to do whatever it takes to get that mother really mouse out of my mother really house. I lay the groundwork for my extermination. It is the most painful, derivative thing I've ever said, for so many reasons. Because of my ex, because I'm not a follower, because I really hate concerts and Urban Outfitters and porta potties. But it has to be said.
If I want to kill the mouse, I have to lure him away from the house. We are on set. It's the day before the intimate scene. This is it. So, Milo, I begin. And here it comes, my anti-truth. How cool would it be to get out of here and go to indoor Coachella and see Beck tonight? Yeah, he says, but we have a big day tomorrow. But still, I lean in. If you could intercut some of that pop and the color and the sound with that intimate element, I'm just saying, that would be dope. Milo nods. He says. Yeah. I go jogging every night, I remind him. You've been saying you want to go with me. Milo tugs on his bun. Not a word to Love, he says. So, it's on. A plan is made. I'm relaxed just knowing that he's going to be dead soon. Granted, it sucks that I have to go to indoor Coachella, but at least that festival of fanny packs and MDMA will be good for something. People die at festivals all the time. And Milo's been wanting to go to this freaking festival since day one. I'm the innocent one who just tagged along to make sure he'd be okay. And I'm not heartless. I spend the day trying to save the poor kid's life. I try to kill the intimate scene. At lunch, Love and I go upstairs to our bedroom, and I try to make her see things my way. I hold her hands. I tell her that this is turning into a cult. Milo even looks like Charles Manson with those stupid beads he's wearing now. Joe, she says, you need to process your own emotions. I can't do that for you. I'm not processing my emotions, I say. I'm trying to stop you from doing something stupid. She cups my face in her hands. My job is to make things work, she says. My job is not to tear them down. We're talking about an intimate act, I remind her, not world peace. She smiles. You're jealous because we don't do that. Harmony and Oren are different. I'm not Harmony, Joe, and it's not my vision. It's Milo's vision. Everyone has been brainwashed by this jerk. Still, I try non-violent measures of extermination. I continue my anti-intimate scene mission after lunch, but everyone wants the intimate scene. 40 says it's bold. 40 says people are still talking about Brown Bunny because of the intimate scene. But 40 is wrong. Nobody is talking about Brown Bunny. Milo says we need it. He says it elevates the material and ensures that the movie won't get lost. Barry Stein shows up on the set. It's amazing the way that intimate act changes everything. And that's when I know there is no getting out of it. Barry Stein says the intimate scene will get them into festivals. It will make Milo an auteur. The only people on my side are Love's parents on Skype. I don't understand the movies anymore, Dottie says. Doesn't this make it a porno? Ray sighs. You don't see anything like this in Fast and Furious.
Love pleads, "That's because those movies aren't about anything real, Dad." In the end, Ray and Dottie send their love to Love, and they're not going to stop her, and they trust her and Milo, and they think she looks beautiful. They shared intimacy, in a traditional way. It stinks of obligation. Then Love is sleeping, and I text Milo, "You ready?" He says he needs 20 minutes, so I go downstairs and pour a bowl of Frosted Flakes. I go outside and look at the stars as I eat my cereal. I can't bear the thought of the car ride with Milo, all smug, so I fantasize about what happens when he's dead. Someone will step up to the plate, and that someone will be me. In my version of Boots and Puppies, Love will wake up and look for Milo. I refuse to buy into this Harmony and Orin nonsense. She will realize he left her. Some Peter Gabriel song will play, and she'll walk into the kitchen and grab her phone. "Yeah," she'll say, "I have this big old table I have to get rid of. Can you guys help me out?" I hear someone open the door and come outside, and I turn around, but it's not Milo. "Love?" I say. She motions for me to be quiet. She's wearing a transparent nightie I've never seen. She isn't wearing any shoes, any undergarments. She grabs my hand, this way. She leads me onto the set, into the kitchen. "Love, what the hell is this?" I hiss. She whips her head around. "I'm Harmony," she says. "You're Orin, right?" Ah, yes," I say. Love gestures for me to sit on the table. I do. I'm Orin. What do you think? And she planned for me. She left a bowl of strawberries on the table. She holds my eyes. She picks up a berry. She bites. "I'm still hungry," I warn her. "This is a hot set." "I know," she says. "We're not supposed to touch anything." "I know," she says, "but I can't help it anymore." My phone is buzzing, and this isn't supposed to happen. I'm supposed to kill Milo, and he's texting, and he probably woke Love up accidentally making a mess around. And I don't like this. Love's barely spoken to me all month, and she knows how I feel about the intimate scene, and she thinks she can just manipulate her way out of anything. And no, Love, I say, what is this? I'm just having fun. "No," I say, "what is going on with you and Milo? And don't say nothing." Love puts her hands on mine. "Well," she says. She bites her lip. Her hands are shaking. "The truth is, my hands are shaking." She presses. "Milo and I were intimate at Chateau that morning, that day that you and I met. It is worse than I thought and better than I thought. It is a lesson in instincts. I knew he was my enemy from day one. I knew it. He showed up at Chateau that night, and he wanted me gone. And he must have felt blindsided. One minute he's intimate with Love, the next everyone is gushing over the professor. Did you shower after? Did I shower? That first day, I say, when we met? At Soho House? Of course, she says. Did you bring me to Chateau to get rid of him? No, she says. Then, yes, she looks down. Is that terrible? But I also really liked you. I mean, that was early. Love says I'm right about everything. Milo is trying to get her back, and she has been uncomfortable, but she isn't mad at him. He's one of my best friends, she says. I mean, we always go back to each other, and I beat myself up. Why don't I love him like that? He is not a bad guy, Joe. I have led him on. I feel awful. Love hugs me, and she is lightly dressed underneath her nightie. She puts her hands on my shoulders and moves me to the restoration hardware table. She unbuttons my pants. She adjusts them. She kneels like she's supposed to, in Boots and Puppies, and my desire grew intensely. They shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. As the moment peaked, I open my eyes for just 1 second, and Milo is there at the edge of the set, staring. I wonder how much he overheard. Everything, I hope. I close my eyes again, and I hear a car start. Milo is going to indoor Coachella alone, and maybe I don't have to kill him. Everything is different now. I'm not jealous. I'm logical. The mouse left the house on his own, and we won't have any problems again. I reached my peak. The next day, we wake up in a new world. We kiss, and Love emails Milo to say she won't do the intimate scene. She admits it. I win. Milo does too. He's alive, and he says Beck was great, and that he respects Love's decision as an actress. Love goes down to set, and when I get out of the shower, I have a new text from 40. Old sport. Tell Love you gotta go to town, books or something. Big news. Ask for the Deuce Suite at the desk. Ritz. Pronto. I drive over there, and I've never seen so much cocaine in my life. There are mountains of it on every surface of this ornate suite. And I worry about the police invading, but 40 says to relax. The suite is enormous, and it seems that rich people go to Palm Springs to be in big, empty rooms with shiny lamps. Everything is black and white and electric green. Green pillows abound, like the one R.I.P. Beck used to rest against in her shoebox apartment, window open. It's that kind of layout where you're inside and outside at once. We have our own private patio. What am I doing here? I ask.
What's up? Having a drink. 40 says, and he hands me a flute of champagne, and he's wearing pink and yellow jams and an open hooded bathrobe. Did you want to talk about the scripts? I ask. His agent was supposed to be sending them out, but there hasn't been any news, any action. 40 motions for me to sit by two lightly dressed companions. Go on, he says. Nobody's telling on anybody. Instead, I sit in a wicker chair with electric green pillows. I'm fine, thanks. 40 laughs. He wants to talk casually about boots and puppies. He thinks it could get into Sundance, but he doesn't see it getting a theatrical release. He thinks Barry Stein isn't what he used to be, and he thinks Milo should have hired an actor instead of taking the part. Was Jake Gyllenhaal really interested? I ask, because it feels like this is an honest zone, a sacred space, the opposite of a set where the movie is God. Really? No, he says. That's just Milo indulging in self-flattery. Jake isn't into that kind of nonsense. I don't even think he read it. Wow, I say. Does Love know? 40 shakes his head. It's a boatload of difficulty getting a movie made, especially one like B&P. You gotta believe your own nonsense, you know? It's like when you go to Promises, and it's the last day, and you've been there for 3 weeks, and they're like, do you feel ready to go? And you say yes, because you were there. You really did it. You tried. What are you gonna say? No, gimme an 8-ball? He laughs and watches a companion dance to no music. When did you go to Promises? I ask, but 40 doesn't answer. He puts out his cigarette. These are things I don't want to know. Hey, I say, what did you want to talk to me about? He hoovers more cocaine. What did I want to... What? Why am I here? The million-dollar question, he effuses. Why are we here? Why? Personally, I think Satan sent me here to really mess things up, the way God sent Love to love things up. 40, I say, maybe you want some weed. He points at the companions. He tells me again about things he got them to do, and he might be lying about all of it. I decide I will not feel sorry for myself as 40 raves on about his wild stories. Everyone has something. Some people have a difficult child, and some people have a sick child, and some people have a limp, and some people have an impossible mother, and there is nobody on earth who has nothing. I have a mug of my DNA in a house in Rhode Island, and this is what Love has. A brother, a nightmare, a coked-up maniac who is now jumping on his bed like a 10-year-old, telling me about a birthday party he and Love had as kids. 40 jumps off the bed and falls into the credenza and bangs his head. He's too impaired to feel it, and he's on his feet again. So are you psyched or are you psyched? 40, I say, I think you better sit down. No, he says, I think you better sit down.
I am sitting. Gosh, yes, you better sit, he rails. He claps, and darn you, Barry Stein. He does more coke. You know, he's just gonna look really stupid. 40, I say. I think maybe you've had enough. He wipes his nose. Megan, freaking Ellison. I put down my champagne. What are you talking about? Are you deaf? He shouts. Megan freaking Ellison. So darn you, Barry Stein. My heart beats. Megan Ellison. She made her and American Hustle. The companion who was dancing is now sitting on 40's lap, feeding him a taco. 40, I say, are you telling me that Megan Ellison is interested in the third twin? No, he says. I am telling you that Megan Ellison is interested in the third twin and the mess. Both of them. Boom. 40 found out this morning. His agent had a meeting with Megan Ellison, and Megan Ellison can eat Barry Stein for breakfast. The agent says the offer will be coming any day now, and 40 and I clink glasses of champagne, and his companions flop on the bed and watch Wendy Williams, and make out periodically. And this is not my kind of party, but at least 40 knows himself. He jumps in the middle of them, and they both roll toward him. Now listen here, old sport, he says. Just remember it's only interest, and we don't want to jinx it. We agree to wait until the news is official before we tell anyone, but I don't know how 40's gonna do it. He's bouncing on the bed again, shouting, "Remember this moment, old sport. It's going to happen. It is. And the second this is out there, your life isn't yours anymore. This is out there, and you're the guy, the man. Everyone is gonna want a piece of you. Everyone is gonna love you. So take this for you, man, you know? This is your success, and this is the magic hour, the golden time before the time. Just be in it. You earned it. Don't spread it, and don't pull on it, and don't push it, and don't share it, and don't examine it. This is it. If the big one hits right now, you die a writer. You die discovered. Live like that. Live right now. It's true, cokeheads can be annoying, but they also have this knack for knocking you the hell out of your head. 40 is right. This is my success, and I put up with boots and puppies, and I spent all those days at Intelligentsia and Taco Bell, and I did earn it. I jump onto the other bed, and I don't remember the last time I jumped on a bed. 40 howls and turns on the Boogie Nights soundtrack, and I jump and pounce and bounce, and the companions laugh, and I did it. I captured the flag. I moved to Los Angeles. I found love. I fell in love. And now this, the hardest thing to do in this world, one of the hardest things, and I'm about to do it. I'm going to make it in Hollywood. Love texts. Have you heard from 40? He disappeared. Sorry. Welcome to my world. She writes again a second later. I love you. I take a screen grab. I'll have this image stitched onto a pillow, dozens of pillows, written into the sky, engraved into the walls of our home. It's impossible for me to distinguish the love high from the Hollywood high, and there might even be a contact high from being in this cocaine den, but I don't need to separate one from the other. I am happy. I am here. All the fear inside of me, the Candace, Benji, Peach, Beck, Henderson, Delilah of it all, has been sublimated by the joy of love, the third twin, the mess. I call love. I assure her that 40 is safe, because he's with me. Love is relieved. 40 and the companions decide to go for a swim in the giant pool, and 40 shows off, doing the crawl and the butterfly and the breaststroke. He could be out there teaching kids to swim with his twin sister, but then some people prefer companions over poor children. The whites of his eyes are red. I don't know if it's chlorine or cocaine. You're a good friend, he says. You know, I think if I grew up without all this pressure and all this excess, I think I'd be more like you. I start to tell him he's a good friend, but before I finish the sentence, he's submerged. It's the last day of Boots and Puppies, and I sit on this set a changed man. Love is a ball of feelings, overjoyed, sentimental, excited. Her movie is ending and she doesn't know it yet, but mine will begin soon. We get to have a life like this, on sets, always creating, then wrapping, then toasting. I catch 40's eye and wink, but he motions for me to stop. He's back. He's hungover. He's not sure if we have a deal. He hasn't heard from his agent all day. I tell him to relax. Let today be about Boots and Puppies. You're a good man, he says. You see the big picture. Always, I say. It's the only picture. I am good on a set, and I have come to love it here, chatting, working out in the desert. I am the only crew member who will leave this location in better physical shape than I was when I arrived. I love my chair with my name on it, and I love our squeaky bed. I love the way a set makes you live in the moment. Now I am excited when Milo calls action, and I feel like I moved forward in life every time he calls cut. I will miss it here. I love the kitchen table where Love and I shared a significant moment. I love Love. I love our movie family, even if I don't know all their names.
Pacing and deliberate pace. Slow down slightly during internal thoughts or emotionally charged scenes. Example, describing Aaron or the new house, to increase drama. People on a set all seem interchangeable, with dry hair and tan pants. But I love that too. I love it when it's time for the martini shot and you get to clap and the day is over and you did it. I love the time before that too, the sweet building exuberance of the Abbey named in honor of First AD, Abby Singer. You learn things on a set. History, the almost of it all, 2 more to go. If we all die right now, we have a movie in the can. Love's parents saw some dailies, and they're so thrilled with Love's work that they're insisting on flying us all to their place in Cabo for a wrap party. Most movies like this wrap out at a dive bar with $2 beers, but because of Love, we're going to La Graceria for 2 nights. Love says I will love La Graceria, and she says Cabo is gentle heaven on earth. I laugh, and she smacks me. Watch it, jerk. Love, I say, grabbing a water bottle from Kraft. Come on, when you hear Mexico, you think gentle? Milo laughs. Lovey, Mexico is pretty much the murder capital of the world. It's funny, now that Milo accepts his fate, that he's not going to be with Love, he's infinitely more bearable, likable even. I relate to him, with his difficult parents and his creative impulses. Yeah, I say, Milo is right. I mean, they behead people in Mexico. Just then, a PA approaches. Hey, Milo, he says, we have a visitor. Love and I turn our heads. And indeed, we do have a visitor. I drop my water bottle. The visitor is Officer Robin Fincher. I am not jaywalking, and this is not Officer Robin Fincher's territory. He has no right to be here in uniform, standing on my set, looking at my girlfriend. I pick up my water bottle and stay on the ground a moment too long and curse under my breath. Milo shakes his hand. Officer, he says, did you need to see our permits? Fincher laughs. I just need 1 or 2 lines and a close-up. Poor Milo can't tell whether or not the person is serious, but this is serious for me. What is he doing here? Wish, Milo says, but it's a 2-person cast. Hopefully we'll be back up this way for a sequel though, yeah? Fincher swallows. I was kidding, he says, and he narrows his small blue eyes at me. I popped by as part of a courtesy. We're just cruising through the area, addressing a theft situation, he says. A couple places nearby have been robbed, and we see you're rigged up pretty good here. We just wanted to make sure you lock down tight tonight. Milo shakes his hand. A horror movie within a movie, right? I touch Love's arm and tell her I have to go to the bathroom, but what I really have to do is figure out why the heck Fincher is here. I sneak out of the house through a side door and run around to the front where I see Fincher's car. He has headshots in the front seat, but before I can explore further, I hear footsteps and turn around. Fincher lowers his sunglasses, and I wish I had a pair. Officer, I say, sweat beading the back of my neck. I'm a little confused.
Did you get a California license yet? No, I say. I've been here. So you haven't been back to your apartment? He says. Because neither has your neighbor, Delilah. Darn. Which neighbor? He takes off his sunglasses and wipes them down with a handkerchief. You know, your friend Delilah. She has a California state ID, lives in the same building as you. Well, not that you're official yet. She's missing? I play dumb. He nods. You know anything about that? I barely know her, I insist. He punches me in the stomach, and he is not allowed to do that, and I buckle. I am in the dirt. My gut is nothing but muscles, and I have no fat there, no padding to soften the blow. The person spits, and his loogie lands next to my face. Get up, he says. I went easy on you just now. I haven't been punched since Nanny Rachel, and I don't like the feeling, the way my muscles are all individual things again, with singular nerve endings. He kicks my knee. I said, get really up. I stand. I will not give in, I will not reveal anything, and his steely little eyes can't possibly hold anything important. You're a jerk, he says, and it's a generic word, jerk. I don't know what you think, I say, but I didn't do anything. Except kill Delilah, he says, and we have a problem. I can't allow those words to come out of that mouth where someone might hear them. You did that. So you know, that matters to me, an officer of the law. I imagine it matters to your little friend in there, and I am sure that it matters to Delilah's parents, Jim and Regina, by the way. You ever think about that, Goldberg? He steps closer. If he hits me again, I will kill him. I turn my head. Jim and Regina, he seethes. Jim and Regina, Mom and Dad. They love their baby. I turn my head and I meet his eyes head on. I barely know Delilah, I say, and I'm sure her parents will do everything they can to find her. You barely know her? He asks, squinting at me. She's a neighbor, I say. He raises a fist and he comes at me, and I cower and he backs off. He laughs. According to your neighbor Des, you actually knew Delilah pretty well. That drug dealer jerk. I will not be unnerved. If you mean that I slept with her, yes, I say, but I didn't know her very well. Phone records, Joe, he says. Do you forget that I'm an officer of the law and that I have access to the missing persons database? Do you think her parents don't go out there and see to it that the LAPD talk to each and every individual who communicated with their daughter? The state of California cares about its residents. This isn't Bed-Stuy. We give a gosh here. We care. He pronounces it incorrectly, Bed-Stuy, and I hate this kind of Californian, the type who doesn't know anything about the East Coast, the type who thinks Rhode Island is adjacent to Maine. I knew her a little bit, I say again, but I didn't even know she was missing. I was surprised to learn that you're an opiate man, he says, assessing me. You with the early morning jaywalking. You seem jacked up now. If I were to guess, I would have said coke, speed, maybe juice, but then no. You'd be a hell of a lot bigger if you were juicing. This is taking too long, and Love is going to wonder where I am. What do you want? He sighs. I want to know how to work the headphones you gave me, he says. Do you have the instructions? No, I say, and now I'm sweating. But it's not possible that the police linked me to Henderson through those headphones. Every jerk in Los Angeles has Beats headphones. That's too bad, he says. Do you know how to adjust them? See, my head's bigger than yours. You have a tiny head. I bet you hear that a lot. I don't know how to adjust them. I give him nothing. You don't know how to work your own headphones? He asks. Don't you think that's kind of funny, Bed-Stuy? I mean, they're pretty worn in. You've had them for a while. You don't know how to work them? I should get back in there, I say, edging away. He smiles. No, you shouldn't, he says. You're not on the IMDb page. You're not doing anything in there but hanging out. The only way I even knew you were on set is because your buddy Calvin showed me your girlfriend's Instagram page. Frickin' social media. And he is jealous. And he drove all the way here from LA, working himself up. This is probably illegal, but it doesn't matter. The police protect their own. So, he says, I'm asking everyone in the lawns, particularly those who were close with Delilah. You haven't heard from her? No, I say, it's the truth. You haven't reached out to her? No, I say, it's the truth. When's the last time you bumped into her? And it is with great joy that I tell him more truth. The night of the Henderson Memorial, I was at the UCB, I say. I had a fight with my girlfriend. I left the UCB. I went to La Capoule. I saw Delilah at the bar. I sat down with her. She was waiting for her boyfriend to get there. She wouldn't tell me his name. She said he's famous. She made it sound like he lives in the neighborhood. He didn't show up. She was inebriated. I helped her get home. He is deflated, like a fat kid who just got told the Oreos are all gone. And I bet he was a fat kid.
I bet he got picked on. But what they don't want to tell you about bullying is that sometimes the kid deserves it. He tries again. You helped her get home. We live in the same building, I remind him. I love it when the facts are on my freaking side. He, however, does not. He walks up to me and gets in my face. I don't like your attitude, Bed-Stuy. And I don't like the fact that you've failed to apply for legal residency in this great state. I will, I say. I promise. I don't think a promise from a piece of mess New Yorker means anything. Are we done here? No, he says, and he should have said yes. But you can go back inside. I turn and walk up the driveway toward the house. My stomach is pounding, and he had no right to hit me. He had no right to accuse me of anything either. He has no evidence. All he has is hate, and he will pay for that. I feel his eyes burning into the back of my head, stronger and more cancer-causing than the sun above. I'll have to get rid of him. There's no other option. You just can't have a fair shot at life if there's a cop out there who wants you behind bars. Inside, nobody asks where I was. Everyone's too excited about the big Cabo announcement. Love's dad needs my social security number so that he can expedite a passport. The movie wrapped, and I missed the last shot. A lot happens while you're being wrongfully interrogated. Champagne flows and music comes on, and I say that I'm going to take a nap. Love understands. You've been running so much, I'm worried you don't get enough rest lately. She hugs me, and I flinch. Sorry, went overboard with sit-ups, I cover. You don't need sit-ups, she says. You're perfect. She kisses me, and I go upstairs. Unfortunately, Love should freaking worry about me. The movie is done, but my nightmare is just beginning. I close the bedroom door. I pace. I have to kill Fincher. But this is America. If you kill a cop, you die. That's how it is. I try to be calm. Be positive. We are going to Cabo, so there's that. Mexico's the kind of place where people just go around cutting heads off, and, gosh, so I have that in my favor. Knowledge is power. I need the lay of the land. I Google La Groceria. If I know Love's mother, she would have invited some sort of upscale website or magazine in to shoot her home, same way she did with the Isles. Sure enough, I find an article about La Groceria, and already I feel more centered, more focused. The way the sniper finds his target in the crosshairs. I find the address of La Groceria and take a fast course on the development where Love's family makes another home, the famous residents who live nearby, and the houses up for sale. And boom, Axl Rose lives in the development. Axl Rose is the type who would have a secure home. He has nut job fans, and he's been around.
His home has been on the market for years. And his schedule is good news, too. He hasn't been to Mexico in a while. As in, not going anytime soon. As in, the house belongs to real estate agents. It gets better. Axel's home is a perpetual project. Unfinished renovations, a pool that's not done, landscaping indecision, a cobbled cornucopia of yellowing lawns and half-formed cupolas. Real estate websites supply me with pictures of this house that showcase an ongoing conflict about whether to tear it down or continue with the nouveau riche terracotta thing. Another point of contention, according to the comments section of a high-end real estate blog, the home recording studio. Home recording studio is real estate jargon for a soundproof freaking cage. And some anonymous commenter likens this airtight box to a panic room. And this is good news. I could use this. I could put Fincher there. But first, I have to get him there. So now I have to convince Robin Fincher to come to Mexico. But you can't seduce anyone without knowing what they're into. Because of the headshots in his car, I start at IMDb, where he has a comically long bio in comparison to his few credits. He moved to LA to be an actor, downgraded his dreams, and worked as a stuntman, a stand-in, a crew guy, and then finally he gave up and joined the LAPD. But Robin Fincher also has a website, and it is immediately clear that he did not become an officer of the law to protect and serve. Robin Fincher became an officer of the law to get back at Hollywood for kicking him to the curb. He crossed his IMDb LAPD streams in 2011 when he started moonlighting as a celebrity bodyguard. He brags that he can protect you and hang out with you all at once. And yes, that phrase is trademarked. The most recent picture is of him and Terry Hatcher. I lean back in my chair. He claimed he's on a mission to find Delilah, California, that he cares about our girls. Well, we'll see about that. I search for projects currently shooting in Mexico, and there's nothing but a remake of Romancing the Stone. No, I need to appeal to his obvious desire to be friends with these beautiful freaking people. I create a new email account. meganisafox@gmail.com. She's the perfect bait. She has a family to protect, like Terry Hatcher. She's hot. I learned from the Sony hack that people in this business don't bother to spell check, so here we go. Dear Officer Fincher, this is out of the blue, but my friend Terry Hatcher was raving about you, going Bed Bath & Beyond to help her. I'm going to Cabo and would love some extra protection. Not sure if you do this. Feel a little silly like the singer in Taken, but you sound like the best there is. We are going tomorrow. Can you possibly be there? Of course, we will reimburse you for all travels. Hope you're available. Fingers crossed. XX Megan Fox. If I got an email from someone claiming to be Megan Fox, I would assume it was spam. I would think someone was messing with me. Fincher is a cop. He's not a moron. But maybe he is. Because look at his really response, almost immediate. Dear Ms. Fox, wow, I am a huge fan. I am so honored to help you. Yes, I am the best. Terry is the best too. I'm glad she knows I'm using personal resources to keep track of her stalker. There are so many sickos out there. I am honored to serve and protect. I am attaching my headshot and resume so you know what I look like. No objection if you want to pass it on to your agent either. I'm in SAG-AFTRA. See you tomorrow. Wow is right. LA is a mirage. Robin Fincher is a police officer. The man carries a weapon. And we all know the stereotype of the bad cop. Racist, violent, and we know the good cop. The one who pays for the poor mom's groceries and winds up in a viral news video. But what about this cop? What about this Angelino? The one who pushes his headshots on Megan Really Fox. The one who isn't even savvy enough to maybe wait until getting to Mexico to start promoting his no-talent self. We need some sort of awareness program about aspirations, the way they degrade the brains of Los Angeles. I am honored to serve and protect. No, Robin, the word is to. No, Robin, you don't serve or protect anyone. And if you did, you'd be hunkered down over a cloudy cup of coffee, reviewing every step that Delilah ever took. Obviously, this person is never going to find her. And while this is good news for me, it's also devastating for the population of the city he loves so much. We Angelinos are not served. We are not protected. The city can't afford to look after everyone, and the county is just too spread out. I would kill Fincher, even if he weren't hell-bent on putting me behind bars. I will kill him because he failed us all when he chose Megan Really Fox over the young dead girl, the one whose whereabouts will remain unknown forever. It's 9 a.m., but the other passengers on the Love Boat 4 are already drunk. The Quinns own 4 boats in Cabo, and this is the one they use for fishing for marlin, which is what we're doing supposedly. It's a guys go fishing while girls get manna-petties on the catboat arrangement.
We have enough food and beer and tequila to feed 50 people, but it's just me and 40 and Milo and a couple of guys from production whom I didn't know all month, don't want to know now. I'm sitting in a plastic bucket seat, holding a fishing rod, and Captain Dave is telling me what Love and 40 were like when they were kids. Captain Dave is a salt and pepper guy who looks older than 46. He doesn't have kids of his own. Some people are born to be uncles, and Captain Dave is that kind of people. He's also a recovering alcoholic who's obsessed with what everyone else is drinking at all times. Life is hard for some people. But, you know, he says, segueing from a story about the first time they jumped off the boat holding hands, it's really hard to talk about Love and 40 without talking about Milo. I mean, he was always there too, and you should have seen his hair back then, he laughs. Huge. I gotta see pictures, I say, and being agreeable is hard work, but I need Captain Dave to be on my side. I'm going to need his help this weekend. And lucky for me, he's likable enough. We got pictures on all the boats, he says. I just don't know where exactly on this one. There are more on the yacht. He twists the cap off another O'Doul's. He sips. But, yep, that's why I called Milo the third twin. I look at him. Did you say you called Milo the third twin? He answers through a burp. Yop. You need another drink? I shake my head, and he continues to yammer on about Love and 40 and Milo always together, and I stare at the water. I thought 40 came up with that phrase. And Captain Dave finishes his fake beer. He stands, stretches. All right, he says. I think it's about time we chum up. Aye, aye, Cap, I say, as if I know what that means. I offer to help Captain Dave with the barrel he's messing with, but, as always, he says he's all set. He peels off the top of the barrel, and now I smell death and decay, and I cover my mouth, and he laughs. Boys first, chum, he says. Don't worry, you don't get used to it. Then he whistles, and his assistant first mate Kelly, a fat guy from Georgia, rings a bell and blasts Jimmy Buffett. Apparently, it's time to go fishing, and Captain Dave scoops Chum into the water. All I can think about is Fincher and how I can drive this boat out here and drop him into the water, just like I did with Delilah, the girl he's supposed to be looking for. Done and done. 40 is plastered, and he barely makes it to his chair, and Captain Dave stuffs his fingers in his mouth and whistles.
Nope, he says. Give it a sober 10 and then come back. 40 whines, but Captain Dave isn't having it. My boat, my rules, he says. 40 goes back down while First Mate Kelly helps Milo and me set up our rods. We dangle them in the water, and Milo hums along to Buffett and tells me about Johanna, the makeup artist from Boots and Puppies. They slept together last night, and she's young and hot, and I guess he deserves to rub it in my face a little. 40 returns and asks for a rod, and Dave says no, and 40 lunges for the chum bucket and nearly falls in. Captain Dave screams. "Wheelhouse," he commands. "Now." 40 obeys, and Milo laughs, and I shake my head. "That captain is something," I say. "What do you mean?" Milo asks. And it's funny to me that I was going to kill him a few days ago. I mean, he's on a mad power trip. "Well," Milo says, "he's Cap. He can be." "Yeah, but it's 40's boat." Milo turns his reel. "No," he says, "the captain controls everything. It doesn't even matter if Ray is here. Boat owners say it's better because when you're messing with Mother Nature, you want someone who respects that above all else." "Huh," I say, "boat people." I pretend to care if a marlin nips at my line while I think about Fincher. He arrives later today. My plan is simple. Get the keys from Captain Dave when we dock. Meet Fincher at Axl Rose's house. Knock him out. Get Fincher onto this motor vessel and drive out here. Then go to the office with Love and eat fish tacos and drink margaritas and dance. Milo gets a bite. He has to hand the rod over to Kelly to reel it in because he's too weak to do it on his own. But then, when Kelly reels in the fish, he hurriedly hands off the rod to Milo so that Milo can pose, as if he alone caught the fish. Captain Dave comes back and says we should probably head back to shore because they've been having issues with pirates. And that's when the girls' boat comes up on us, and all the girls are dressed up like pirates, firing with squirt guns, drunk, squealing. Captain Dave drops anchor and laughs. Love cannonballs into the water. "Come on," she says, "it's beautiful." It is, but none of these people understand that I'm not on vacation. I've got to get on the burner phone I bought before we left and call all the realtors who have attempted to sell Axl Rose's house in the past 2 weeks. There are 12 of them, and one of them has to know where the house key is. I beg off, and while everyone else swims, I go down into the cabin and go over my spiel. I'll introduce myself as Nick Ledger, a legendary bi-coastal realtor to the stars. I've seen him on gosh-awful reality shows, and I do his voice pretty well, thick Bronx, like he smoked 1,000 cigarettes. I'll tell them that I'm down in this sand pit for 2 very bays, and I get to Axl's house and there's no really key because you people are so sunstroked you forget how this works. I've watched a lot of shows about real estate. I know the way they name drop and talk to each other and swear at each other. I know they all have different phones for different purposes. I practice the key phrases. Very famous, significant money, times 10 client, and I know who I'm talking about, is here. She's more private than your wife's personal item collection, and she is more irritable than your wife when you are intimate with her, and I am standing here without the key to the one really pagoda that might be good enough for her, given her unique requirements. I call the first realtor, a woman who looks provocative and stupid, like she would be intimate with Nick Ledger, but she tells me to go away. I call a guy with big ears who looks like he was bullied most of his life. He can't remember who has the listing, and he wants to know if I'm shooting. I call another woman, older, probably went into this business after she saw American Beauty on cable. She has a New York accent too, Long Island. She says, "Honey, the key is not easily accessible. Good luck getting there." She hangs up on me. I growl. Nick Ledger is a jerk and a bridge burner, and I should have impersonated someone dopey and happy, but they don't have people like that in high-end real estate, at least not on TV. This isn't working, so I go into the real estate directory and look for brokers without pictures, the real mess-ups, who can't even get it together and show their faces. There is a guy named William Popova, and this is harder, calling someone when you haven't prejudged them based on their proclivity for neckties or earrings. He drops the phone before he answers, stupid phone, and his voice is abrupt. Who is this? It's Nick Really Ledger, I say. From the TV show, he asks. Yes. Rockstar Realtor? Excuse me, are you giving me trouble about a project that benefits my really business? Nah, he says. I know you is all. Well, listen, I got your number from that piece Sanja. I don't know a Sanja, but I imagine realtors in Cabo know Sanjas. Sanja, he says. Okay. I'm here 24 really hours, and my team drove the car off the cliff, and they don't have a key to Axel's, and I need a key to Axel's. For the show? Really you, and answer the question. He puts me on hold a minute, then returns to the call, out of breath. I can get you a key and leave it in the outdoor shower, but you can't be intimate with me here and tell anyone at Caldwell. I'm trying to make things right with them. Deal, I say. Just make sure you leave the really gate open too. I tell him goodbye and go above deck and tear off my shirt. Rockstar Realtor.
I put my phones into my seat pocket and cannonball off the boat like Love did. Under the water, I open my eyes and look around the Sea of Cortez for Delilah. But that's ridiculous. I left her in the Pacific. The water was beautiful, but the situation is irritating. I still don't have Captain Dave's key. He keeps them looped to his belt. They may as well be attached to his person. He's that guy, and it would just be nice to have the keys in hand. I don't know how I will get the keys, but I will get them. It just means I need to get to know Captain, really Dave, a little bit more than I would have liked. And it's not the end of the world, but I'm sick of small talk. We're back at Love's Mexican mansion for disco naps, and Love is trying to convince me to stay with her instead of going for a run. You don't need to, she says. You look great. Thanks, I tell her, antsy. But it's more that it feels good, you know? I'm used to it now. Maybe I'll go with you, she says, and flops onto her back. She's in the center of our round, heavenly bed. She's drunk and beautiful, and this house also feels drunk and beautiful, cavernous and curvy like the pantry, with random dramatic chunks of coral suspended on the walls. I check the time on my phone. I have an hour until Fincher arrives. I shower, I get into my running clothes, no shirt in Mexico, and I go downstairs, and Kathy, the housekeeper, startles me. Are you going for a run? She asks. Yeah, I say. Evian or Fiji? She asks. I smile. How about both? And then they can be like hand weights. She brings me 2 bottles, and I thank her, and she nods. Hey, I say, if I wanted to take a boat out. And the woman who was so eager to hydrate me is a different person. Nobody drives the boats except Captain Dave or one of the first mates, she says. She softens. But you let him know where you want to go, and you got it. Gosh. But I nod and take Captain Dave's number. I've been able to convince people to do what I want before, and outside the uphill battle continues, literally. It's hotter now, and I have to run uphill to get to Axl Rose's really house, and I am losing my breath, and this is not like the flat, forgiving terrain of Palm Springs. I'm not even there yet, and already both waters are gone. I stop in front of a giant, ugly house, hands on knees to catch my breath. There is concrete everywhere, jackhammers, unfinished business. I always loved all this mess when I was a kid. Dump trucks, concrete pourers, but now it irritates me. You can't tell if they're renovating or starting from scratch, and sometimes rich white people remind me of teenagers who can't stop picking at their scabs. I wipe my mouth and keep going. My thighs are on fire and my eyelids twitch, but I make it and the gate is open. Thank you, William Popova. Axl Rose's house is a Spanglish mausoleum, and no wonder it's been on the market for several years. It looks like there were battles here, and maybe an explosion.
There is this really stupid cactus in the middle of the front patio. I imagine some difficult interior decorator digging a shallow hole at the last second, as if the cactus were going to make the buyers fail to see the incomplete landscaping, the frozen-in-time fiasco of it all. I walk around to the side, and sure enough, I find a little hideaway with an outdoor shower. There's an overflowing ashtray and bottle of shampoo and a leather satchel, and realtors are people too. You can feel the frustration, the many salesmen who smoked and showered and shared intimacy and whined about this odd, really house. I jog around to the front of the house and unlock the door, and it's like that moment when the lights go down in the theater. It's starting. It is. The house has marble floors and high ceilings, but it's not inspired like La Graceria, and you can tell they're trying to stage it to appeal to Mr. and Mrs. Middle America, which seems counterintuitive, as Mr. and Mrs. Middle America generally can't afford a mansion in Cabo. I go into the kitchen and help myself to bottled water from the fridge. Then I reach into my fanny pack and begin preparations. First, I email Fincher. "Hey Robin, can't wait to see you. Left the gate open for you. We're with the babies downstairs. So cute. When you get in, come down and join us. XXO, Meg." I don't know if she goes by Meg, but Robin will like the familiarity. And now for the real fun. I use the fishing line I grabbed on the boat today to set a tripwire at the stairs, affixing them on either side with Bliss Poetic waxing wax strips. Love won't notice they're gone. Then I go back to the kitchen, take out 2 more generic water bottles, and crush several Percocets into them. I stick them in an empty ice bucket along with 3 expired Kind bars, then take the spiral staircase down into the basement, and here it is, the panic room, home recording studio, a soundproof box with 2 leather chairs in it. There's a second key on the chain William Popova left me, and it fits in the lock on the door. And yes, it locks from the outside, because sometimes you need to lock Les Pauls and Grammys and recording mess up. I bring the bucket inside and set it on the floor. I pick up a microphone and tap it. I turn on the biggest red button and I tap it again. Finally, I wheel one of the leather chairs just outside the studio and I wait for Fincher. And sure enough, he does not disappoint. 15 minutes later, I hear him drop his bag by the front door. "Hola," he screams. The front door slams shut. He calls out again. "Hola." Jerk. I wait with my back against the wall next to the bottom step. "Hello?" he asks, and he is a terrible actor. Anyone who reads acting manuals knows that good actors take direction, and he didn't. I hear a rustle, and I picture him delving into his phone and rereading the email where I specifically ordered him to report to the lower level of the house. And I am right. "Ah," he says. And now he crosses the marble foyer and looks for the basement door. I can smell him. Hairspray and suntan lotion. He whistles. "Knock, knock," he says. "Anybody home?" I disguise my voice and call out, "Down here." It's one of those fundamental things about being a human. The sound and the sight of someone falling down the stairs is inherently funny, especially when it's a jerk like Fincher. He lies in a heap on the floor, knocked out, and I can't help but laugh as I drag him into the soundproof studio and lock the door. I stare at him for a moment, and my laughter stops as I notice how vulnerable he looks. His shirt has pineapples and palm trees on it, he's wearing board shorts and sandals, and I'm pretty sure he dyed his hair. He has chicken legs. He needs to do more leg presses. Well, he needed to. It's too late now. I call Captain Dave. "Yo," he says. "This is the captain." "Hey, Captain Dave," I say, all cheery and respectful. "It's Joe Goldberg, Love's boyfriend." "Hey, Greenie," he says. "What can I do you for?" "Well," I say, "I've got a little situation. This buddy of mine showed up and he's wasted. He passed out. Love's not a big fan. Anyway, I was thinking he could crash on the boat tonight." "Ah," he says in a grave tone. "Sorry, but no can do." I fake a laugh. "I didn't ask if he could drive the boat," I say. "I just need to get the keys, get Brian up there." "I understand what you're asking for, Skipper, but the answer is still no." I can tell that he's in a bar. I hate alcoholics like that, the ones who want to be near liquor. And I know his kind. I bet he goes to this really bar every day just to prove that he's sober. Dave, I say, I'm asking you to work with me here. My buddy is out cold. You know, he lost his room key. He can't even remember the name of his hotel. I'm sure Love would let him stay at La Graceria, he says. Love hates him, I say, so that's really not an option. Well, then I guess you're going to have to get your buddy a hotel room, he says. Calf can get you a list of your best options. Captain Dave, I plead, we're just talking about one night. He sighs. I remember when my ex-wife fell off the wagon.
She said, Dave, I only had one drink. He sighs again. Rules are rules, Joe. Good luck. He hangs up on me, and the line is dead. Gosh, really? A slave with his odoles and his restraint and his desire to impart the rules on me? Same way he gave it all up to God, as if he doesn't sit here every day, all day, just wanting a beer, just a taste. I thought money was power. Isn't that how this God-forsaken world is supposed to work? Captain Dave does what I say because love chose me? I pace. I don't have the money to get my own boat, and I can't very well leave Fincher in a really house. I learned my lesson. You clean up. You get rid of the body. You don't leave a mug of piss, let alone a cop's corpse. But what the gosh to do? Gosh, Dave. He was supposed to say yes, sir, and Kath was supposed to be wrong, and I was supposed to call a cab, request a wheelchair, get to the marina, grab the keys from Dave. I can't believe I didn't make a backup plan. I have a 200-pound failed character actor in a soundproof box, and right now he's pissing himself in his sleep. Love texts. Hello? I twisted my ankle on the run home. That's my story anyway. I took Tylenol, which is why I'm not drinking, and I'm limping, and I'm not myself. Love insists that I come to the office with everyone even though I'm a mess. She won't take no for an answer, and the office is surreal, a bar on the beach, in the sand. We sit at a long table. A tsunami could take us at any moment, and Love tells me to relax. This is Mexico, she says. You can get beheaded, or kidnapped, or shot, or mugged, or swept away by a riptide, but come on, Joe, a tsunami. She laughs. I don't think so, though I appreciate your imagination. That's my dark little girl. And I look out at the Pacific that took Delilah so completely, so willingly. She helps me even when she doesn't know it. Mexico is the murder capital of the world, the land of shallow graves and dead bodies. Really, Ocean, really, Captain Dave, I don't need a boat. All I need is a shovel. Love got drunk at the office. I left her in bed along with a note that my ankle was feeling better, so I went for a walk to stretch it out. She'll never know that I left at 4:42 a.m., or that I stopped off at that big house, the one where they're doing the most construction. None of the workers were there yet, and I roamed around the lot, checking out the nails and planks of wood, the slabs of marble, the cement mixers. I went around back and saw that they're building an infinity pool. And it wasn't the worst idea, Fincher resting in infinity. But now that I'm at Axel's house, I know I have to do better. This is rock and roll. This is time frozen, and so many people out there have so many keys. Fincher has to stay here. I can't be dragging him all over the neighborhood. I mean, yes, it's Mexico, but Mexico is like LA. There are so many different parts of it. This isn't the area where you can casually behead people and drop them off in a neighboring pool. I have to be discreet. I'll be sweating today because of that difficult person. For now, though, it's time for him to learn a lesson.
I'm rummaging through his duffel bag. The contents alone are reason enough to kill him. He brought headshots and 5-pound weights and condoms and Jimmy Buffett t-shirts, tags on jerk, and banana hammocks. Didn't he get the memo that this was work? But that's not even the bad part. The bad part is that Robin Fincher keeps an old-fashioned secretarial Rolodex of celebrity encounters. I'm serious. He bought this thing at Staples, and I can just picture him in line on his day off. This Rolodex is jammed with home addresses of famous people. When I get back to LA, I can now visit Cruise, Tom, if I want, or my latest alter ego, Fox, Megan. And again I say, that's not even the bad part. Turn over an index card, and gosh gets real. Fincher clearly started this project 10 years ago when he joined the force. Some of his references are dated. Pattinson, Robert, told him that I loved Water for Elephants and that he and Reese seem like they're meant for each other. He seemed like the real deal, salt of the earth, more British than you expect him to be. Tell agent to send him reel. Yes, Fincher has dutifully cataloged his celebrity encounters, all of which happened while he was supposed to be protecting and serving. He has a simple routine. He pulls over celebrities to talk to them and kiss. Very. Sometimes his notes are self-interested. Piven, Jay. Pulled over for jaywalking. Friendly, funny. They say he's a jerk, but he was cool to me. Seemed genuine. Says to call his manager next week. Says he has a feeling about me. Says I need new headshots. Sometimes they're downright sad. Aniston. Said thank you for letting her know about robberies in neighborhood. Told me to stay hydrated. Sweet. And sometimes they're downright disturbing, like when he told Adams, Amy, that someone ran over the neighbor up the street's dog. So you get the idea. Robin Fincher, who alleges to be so protective of California, is in fact a level 10 celebrity stalker. I turn on the microphone. Hey, I say, wake up. I can be loud when I need to be. And Fincher rolls over and sits up and blinks. When he sees me, he bolts for the glass. He bounces off it, then, undeterred, body slams it again and again. I put my feet up and ignore him and continue to work my way through his Rolodex. The idiot is so busy trying to shatter unbreakable glass that he doesn't even seem to realize that I've found his secret stash. When he finally exhausts himself and kneels on the floor panting, I turn on the mic again. Sit up, I say. Well, first, pick up the microphone, then sit. He takes the microphone, and he hasn't learned anything yet. He starts by ranting at me that he's a cop, as if I didn't know this, that he's an American, as if I'm not, that he's going to see to it that I wind up behind bars, as if he's in a position to do this. Listen to me, I say. It's not too late to make things right. His nostrils flare. Where's Meg? Wow, I don't respond to that. It's too very pathetic. I pick up a card from his Rolodex. I'm going to ask you a question. She's supposed to be here, he says, not listening. Fincher, I interrupt. I'm Megan Fox. He storms the glass again, and I have to let him work it out. Kick, punch, kick. He settles down, screams. When I think that's it for now, I continue. As I was saying, you can make things right by telling the truth. It's pretty simple. I just want you to explain some of your choices. When he ticketed me for jaywalking, Robin Fincher repeatedly reminded me that I had made a choice to jaywalk. And he's right, I did. But now I know that he made a lot of bad choices himself. I spin his Rolodex and land on Heigl, Catherine. I take her card and turn it over, and I see that he approached her at Little Dom's, a restaurant in Los Feliz. He told her that she had some fans getting aggressive out front, and that she would be wiser to go out the back. He says she was pretty, grateful, took a selfie with me, said she'll follow me on Instagram.
I pick up the mic. So, does Katherine Heigl follow you on Instagram? Put that down. Fincher stares at the Rolodex. His eyes are a ride in a theme park. 2 beady little balls to hell. That's police business. Really? I ask. Because unless there's a special division dedicated exclusively to stopping imaginary celebrity crimes, I'd say this feels more like personal stuff to me. You have no right to look at that. I laugh. He doesn't. I have eyes on a lot of people. That's not my only file. I'm sure, I say. Anyway, did she follow you on Instagram? She was very nice. He sidesteps. Listen, you difficult person, this is a big mistake. Robin, I say, do you know you could go to jail for this? Put it down. What is really wrong with you? I ask. Why would you ever bring this on a plane? That's none of your business. It is now, I say. As a concerned citizen, I have every right to look out for my fellow countrymen. This is a breach. Tell me what you want, he pleads. Just put it down and tell me what you want. What do I want? Anything, he says. This is crazy. You gotta let me out of here. That's not happening. And he should realize that. And I ignore him. And I spin through his Rolodex. And thank God that I am me. That I didn't get sick like this. That I don't covet imaginary friends and pry into places where I don't belong. What a dreadful existence to be the man in possession of this Rolodex. Fincher, I say, you do realize that these things are supposed to have the names and numbers of people who know you too? Really? I shake my head. They always get like that when you reach the truth. The way a fish nips at the bait after circling. Robin is breaking, biting. He is boiling down to his really self. This is his mug of urine, his mistake, and his is infinitely worse than mine. His mug of piss may not contain his DNA, but it reveals so much more. His demented ego, his emotional core. He's no different from a 13-year-old girl writing a letter to Justin Timberlake, thinking he might write back. Fincher's Rolodex is a gosh hope chest. Robin, I say, was Eddie Murphy making a big mistake when he didn't think it was funny that you pulled him over for having a banana in his tailpipe? Robin turns red. Stop it. I shake my head. I just think Beverly Hills Cop was a long time ago, and he's probably a busy guy, you know? He probably had somewhere he had to be. Do you think it was a great choice as an aspiring actor? Did you think he would find you funny? Stop it, he says. He pumps his fists, and you can tell he's used to carrying a weapon. You know you're supposed to be looking for Delilah, I remind him. You just swore to me that you were going to find her. But you, difficult person, you took off to Cabo 3 days later. And we both know you only tracked me down because I was on a set. I laugh. You actually had me scared a little. Your whole bad cop demeanor and the way you were sniffing around about me, threatening me, stealing my headphones? As if you didn't steal them first, he says, eyes blazing. Of course I did, I reveal. And he smirks, as if he figured something out, as if he won. But what you don't realize is that I stole them from Henderson when I killed him. Fincher starts to turn purple. You difficult person, I sigh. Says the man who travels with a Rolodex of celebrities' addresses. Do you know what would happen if this got into the wrong hands? I mean, not that you'll be around to deal with the consequences. He's on his feet now, and he throws the ice bucket at the glass. He throws one water bottle, then the other. He falls to his knees, and he's not crying because I'm going to kill him.
Oh, sure, you assume that because he's locked in a cage and about to die. But Robin Fincher is crying because all he ever wanted was for this Rolodex to be his, truly. He wanted to be buddies with these people. He wanted Katherine Heigl to follow him on Instagram. He even noted with an asterisk on the back, "Friends call her Katie." And he's crying because none of that is going to happen. He will never be friends with Katie Heigl. And in spite of all the red carpet events he crashed with his uniform, you should see this picture of him at an Oblivion event where he's with Tom Cruise, and the security guards in back look like they're gonna really kill him. Well, the point is, Fincher met a lot of people, but that was it. You can't have a conversation with an autograph, and you can't go out to lunch with a group selfie. And no matter how grateful Julia Roberts is that you alerted her to some problems with the elevator in the chateau, bullshit, bullshit. She is only going to close the door and lock it because she doesn't really know you, Robin Fincher. Now he wants me to leave him alone. But we're not done yet. Oh, come on, I say. This Rolodex is thick. I mean, we haven't even gotten to Efren, Zach. Stop it, he says. I mean it. No, I say. We're gonna get to the bottom of some of these choices. Same way I acknowledged my bad choice when I crossed the street. Yes, I have authority issues. I concede that. I should have waited for the walk signal, Robin. I can be a punk. I am a little freak in New York that way. And you were right, and I accepted my responsibility. He cries, "Please let me go, please, please." I flip over, Crawford, Cindy. He punches the glass. "Stop it." "Wow," I say. "You really think she was flirting with you?" Because I don't know, Robin. I'm gonna guess that she was trying to get out of a ticket. Stop it. That's what is so great about your stories, I tell him. You don't even understand who you are, Robin. You're a police officer. I disagree. An officer of the law. I disagree. These people are just like me, I say, and I point to his Rolodex. All of us were just trying to get out of a ticket. Don't you get that? He spits. I point to him. You cop, I say. I point at myself. Me, citizen. I do it again, repeating that Tom Cruise is like me, a citizen, and that Jennifer Aniston is like me, a citizen. He screams and shakes like a monkey, and I won't let up. No, no, I say. You chose to be a cop, and you don't get to be a cop/actor, because you can't be a cop and an actor, and deep down you know this, or you would have gone for it, Robin. You would have taken your classes and waited tables and dedicated your life to your dream. But no, you knew he didn't have it. And this is life, you really jerk. You don't get to be anything/anything. You don't, he whimpers. That Chinese guy, the one from The Hangover, he was a doctor before he got into the business. I look at this sad man, comparing himself to a brilliant comedic actor. The pure absence of self-awareness is enough to kill me. Fincher, I say. Ken Jeong is talented. You're not. I disagree. That's why Ken Jeong tried to break into the business the old-fashioned way, the honest way, I explain. He quit being a doctor to become an actor. You're a cop. These people in here, they all have talent. You don't. He looks like he might start crying again. But it's wrong of him to use his badge to harass celebrities, and it's downright disgusting of him to ditch his legitimate police work to go down to Cabo and meet Megan Fox. I don't feel bad for this jerk. You get a job, you do the job. No/. The end. He pounds the glass, and his words bleed together, merging into a whiny plea. Let me really out of here. This is wrong. You are sick, and I want out. I want out now. I can't do that, I say. You're a bad cop. You know where all these famous people are, but you didn't try to find Delilah. He stares at me. "You sick jerk," he rails. "You won't get away with this." "Of course I will," I say. "If you were a better cop, you'd realize that by now." He kicks, and he is trapped, and he is still correcting his really shirt when it gets stuck, still self-conscious about his appearance, still convinced that his appearance matters. Freakin' Angelinos. I need a laugh, a break. I kick back and scroll through his Rolodex, and I flip over Efren, Zach. I smile. He hits the glass. "Okay, Robin," I begin. "Robin, not officer. I want to know, when you pulled Zac Efron over because his left rear tire looked flat, did you seriously choose to do that because you thought you guys look enough alike that you could play his father in a movie?" He does not nod this time. He does not yell obscenities. And maybe I should have started with a different celebrity, maybe unknown, Rihanna, driving without a seatbelt, or Nicholson, Jack, flickering headlight. Then I might have gotten to hear the details behind Robin Fincher's life of celebrity stalking. But there's so much I'll never know, because Robin Fincher is so angry at me, the person holding the Rolodex with all the celebrities he wanted so badly to know, so angry at himself that he becomes a bull. He becomes a zombie. You can see what brains he had evaporate as his eyes shine. His skin is raw, red. He runs headlong into the glass, like a football player whose brain is already gone. He spatters against the walls and falls back, dead. It turns out that I have a talent for landscape design.
Someday, when love and I have a place together, I'll oversee the yard. Sure, we'll have workers doing a lot of it, and maybe even a professional designer, but I'll have the final say. I am good at this, at knowing what belongs where. I never would have known this if I had stayed in New York. You don't really get to go to the park and relocate a tree. You don't get to take nature into your hands when you live in concrete. But I did great today. I took that freaking cactus that didn't belong out front and I brought it in the back to the Zen garden. I dug a hole. I went deep. I sweated. I liked it. I miss work. And digging a hole for Fincher doesn't make me feel the way digging a hole for Beck did. He never broke my heart. He was just a bad cop. I finish and return inside to the cool air in the Panic Studio. I drag Fincher's body outside and toss him into this hole, and I am sweating so much now. I bury him, his Rolodex too, both of them so deep, deeper than Beck. And then the fun part. I plant the cactus above Fincher and his Rolodex. The cactus belongs here, it works here, and unifies the space, establishes it somehow, more green, less brown. It's the right size for this garden, and there are other cactuses nearby, so it doesn't look so lonely and idiotic anymore. It doesn't stand out the way it did in front. I drink water and look around this yard and at this cactus, with fat pads and its proud, confident stance. I like it. I swear the thing is even smiling at me. I think it knows that I brought it home. I give it one last look and turn to go. I have so much to do. I have to clean up the mess Fincher made when he killed himself. I have to get back to love and act like a guy who went for a run. And I will do all this, and I will do it soon. But I think it's important to give yourself time and space to celebrate the work you do. I think that's why people in LA fall apart, why they get so needy, so desperate for validation, for their cars, for their body parts, for their talents. They forgot that the sweetest thing in life is to be alone, as you were born, as you will die, soaking in the sun, knowing that you put the cactus in the right place, that you don't need someone to come along and compliment your work, that someone who did that would, in fact, just be getting in the way. I am at peace here. Fincher is too. The rest of Cabo passes in a blur of tequila and boat rides and waiting for news from 40's agent. And soon we are back in the States, but I am still in foreign territory, Love's home. I've never been, but it's like I've lived here all my life. It's new and old in all the right places, with customized red appliances and lush, gargantuan part leather, part fur sofas. It's just where you want to be when you fly back to America after burying a dead cop. Unlike my apartment, which is so dated and tarnished. It sucks to know that Des sold me out, but then a friendly neighborhood drug dealer is, at the end of the day, a drug dealer, out for himself. I can't even hate him for it. I'm just happy to be in Love's home instead of mine. I could sit here for hours, just looking at her same old Instagram photos. Love in an elevator. I just called to say I love you. She smiles. I like this one because of the old-school curly blue phone cord. Yeah, I say, old school. She says, no more pictures. She's tired of her face. I obey her wish and toss my phone on another part of this voluminous sectional. Oh, to breathe, to know that I did it. I got rid of Fincher. Love leaps off the couch. Come on, she says. I want you to see everywhere. And I do want to see everywhere. I want to sit everywhere. This is a dream house with neon signs like the ones in the pantry. Love has a playroom with board games and a PlayStation and a karaoke machine and a stage, instruments flung about. The neon sign here says, sex is better when you're in love. And she says every room has a sign. The kitchen is made with love, and the dining room is let love rule. And her bedroom door is closed, and the neon above the frame reads, and in the end. Then she opens the door, and her bedroom is the perfect hybrid of our intimate, squeaky cell in Palm Springs and the too big luxury of Cabo, and the oceanfront seasonal breeze of Malibu. Love flops onto her bed, and I look at the art above it, John Lennon's lyrics in neon, the ones he famously misquotes from Paul McCartney. It is a miracle that she is not a vapid nitwit, and this is the rest of my life, under the covers, where we could be in a shitty rat-infested walk-up in Murray Hill or anywhere. It doesn't matter. We found love, and then, out of nowhere, the lights go out. Home invasion, earthquake, end of world. But then music blasts, and Love grabs my hands. Surprise! It's my song, my pitch-perfect pool mashup. And she remembered when I mentioned this way back when we first met, in her Tesla, that first ride. When you are in love, you listen. Strobe lights come up, and Love starts running, opening a sliding door onto the patio and running into the pool. I follow her, joining her in the water. Splash. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Our songs were on a loop, our life was on a loop, and suddenly, my favorite word in the English language, we. Love has plans for us. We're going to go to Chateau. She is dying for those truffle fries. And we are going to watch Pitch Perfect. She hasn't seen it in a while. And we are going to go to my apartment and get my things, assuming it's not too much too fast. I kiss her. God, no. Then there is a loud sound in the house, the pop of a bottle of Veuve. 40. Love calls out to him, and he doesn't answer. And then he comes running, fat feet padding, and he cannonballs into our pool. And he doesn't belong here. Love squeals. He emerges from the water. 40, this isn't really the best time, I say, looking at my girlfriend, who elegantly swims to the stairs and reaches for her bikini and covers herself with the ease of a Bond girl. I can do no such thing. My shorts are far away, on a really chase. 40 flops like a sea lion, and Love looks at me, and I shrug. He swims to the other side of the pool and picks up a waterproof remote control. And now a projection screen begins to open on the far wall. I look at Love. We watch movies here, she says.
40 fumbles with the remote. I think he's on a fair amount of cocaine. His fingers jitter. But he is able to find his destination, deadline.com. And there, on the front page, on the giant screen, a headline. 40 sells 2. Megan Ellison's Annapurna to produce 2 original scripts by debut screenwriter 40 Quinn. I rub water out of my eyes and force myself to stay calm. It's just a headline, a mistake, that's all. We'll call the paper or the website or whatever it is, and they'll change the headline, put my name in it. I motion for the remote, and he tosses it to me. I refresh the page, because maybe 40 already took care of that. Maybe he thinks they already fixed things, got my name in there. The remote is slow. The world is fast, loud. Love and 40 scream and splash each other, and I can't be in this really pool waiting right now. And my stomach is whirling, and I get out of the pool, and I streak across the Spanish tile floor and grab my shorts and get into them. I get my phone and I drip on it, and I have to protect it. I shiver. I turn away from Love and 40 and I go to Deadline, but it's the same gosh. And then the article itself loads, and it gets worse. The article reports that both scripts are written by 40 Quinn, and there is no mention of brilliant newcomer Joe Goldberg anywhere. I read the first paragraph over and over, as if my name might be buried in there in some sort of cryptogram Da Vinci Code nonsense. But no. I scroll down and scan the screen for the words Joe and Goldberg. But again, no. I am breathing fast, like I'm running, like I'm completely overwhelmed. He stole my scripts. Joe? It's Love, my girlfriend, the one whose twin brother betrayed me. He betrayed me. I clutch the phone.
I turn back around. Love is on the deck, squeezing her hair. 40 is still in the pool, treading water. I want a harpoon. I want to end him. Love clears her throat. At some point in the last 35 seconds, she put on a hooded bathrobe and picked up her iPad. "Go on, sister girl," 40 says. He sucks Vove out of the bottle. "Let me hear it. Come on, lovey." And I quote, she begins, "Megan Ellison tells Deadline that she has discovered a major talent in Quinn and plans to fast-track the third twin and the mess." Love squeals. "The bidding war, which lasted all summer." Love bulks. She stares at 40. He laughs. "You always think the worst of me," he says. "Every time you disappeared, I assumed you were holed up at the Ritz," she says. 40 laughs. "Well, not every time, but sometimes women can prove to be very inspirational." Love reads to us about the hot property and summarizes the comments. "People are saying that Barry Stein is a fool. He's washed up. He could have had these scripts early on, but he has no eye for talent anymore. Not that anyone would ever choose to team up with Stein over Megan Ellison. Megan Ellison is the best, and they're saying 40 Quinn is the best. And apparently there's a murder scene in the desert that will make you see the world in a whole new way. And 40 Quinn has been pitching for years, and it's one of those situations where talent and hard work and perseverance pay off. And you can't make it in Hollywood without all three. And I am rubbing my eyes again, and they sting." Love strokes my head. "Are you okay?" "The chlorine hit me hard," I say. "It's a saltwater pool," she says. She kisses my head. "Maybe you should go inside and wash up." All I want is to get away from 40, but I know what I have to do first. I have to put on a really show. I have to stand up and walk over to the pool, and I have to extend a hand to him. I have to shake his very wrinkled hand. "Congrats, my man." "Thanks, old sport," he says, and tears off his sunglasses. "The best news is, this is only the beginning." I think he winks.
I don't know, maybe that's his resting face, and I never noticed it. I blame my aspirations, the ones I fed every time I sat down at Intelligentsia to write. Really idiot I am. I am so much better than this. I should have spent my summer writing a book. And 40 lowers his voice. Megan says we have a big future together. Huge. The pronouns are discombobulated. We, as in he and Megan. I am not in the we, even though their we could not exist without me. Me, Megan. My skin crawls. That's awesome, I manage. You did it, he nods. Slow. Yes, he says. Love squeals. You guys, it's on Variety now. The news is everywhere, and I am nowhere. And Love doesn't know it, but she is celebrating my demise. I go inside, but I don't go to one of the 7 bathrooms to wash up. No, I go to 40's knapsack where I find his iPad and pull up his Gmail. I read the emails, so many emails, between 40 and his agent, this dumb jerk who thinks 40 grew into his voice. I don't know what you did this summer, but whatever it is, it worked. Well done, 40. Here's to 40 more. And there are more emails. Here's one from Barry Stein. He wants to know when 40 became so really funny, yet also so very original. Are people saying Tarantino? This feels like Tarantino. And that compliment is mine. I wrote these scripts. And here's one. Someone at CAA. Someone who wants to know how he came up with this cage. Trapping that girl in the cage after that beachy weekend? To go from the beach to the cage. Really amazing, funny, twisted. Gosh, Mr. Man, you are God. Holy gosh. Also, can we get back to the third twin? Because how does your brain go there and here? Outside, you can see that 40 has drunk his own Kool-Aid and crossed over to the dark side. He believes it, all of it. He brainwashed himself with compliments and coke, hookers and agents. And he didn't even come up with the really title, Captain Dave did. Outside, Love gets all hoppy and bouncy when Love is a Battlefield begins to play, and she is correct. This is war. I go upstairs and step into Love's giant shower. I have to believe in myself. I will fix this. I try to have my own celebration. People said those things about me, even if they think they were saying those things about 40. But then I think of the way my neck ached, the way I wrote at Intelligentsia and suffered through those other people around me, the difficult people with MacBook attitudes and loud voices. So I just had a meeting about directing that McDonald's commercial, and I'm thinking I might just do it. And it was me, slaving, rushing like a madman to my P.O. box to keep up my cover, the book-selling business that 40 suggested as a way to allay suspicions of my being a gold digger. The door opens. It's Love. "Hey," she says, "got room for me?" I nod. And all this time, I was concerned about the wrong man. I wasted my time worrying about Milo when I should have been keeping eyes on 40. Milo was never a threat. He loves Love, and she doesn't love him back. And most of the time in life, I'm starting to realize love is not the problem. It's the people like 40, like Amy, like Beck, the people who are loveless. And it's possible to know this right away. 40 labeled me old sport because he didn't want me to have a name. It is possible to know people. They show you who they are. You just have to be looking. Love says if I still want to be a writer, 40 could give me pointers, and I love her too much to tell her the truth. They were in the womb together. They remember the 80s together. They were born together, and they will take it to the grave together. Just the same, I step out of the shower. I text 40. We need to talk. 40 never wrote back, not just to me. He didn't write back to Love or his mother or his father or Milo. He fell off the face of the really earth, which is odd behavior for someone who just scored a 2-picture deal. His absence is a wrecking ball, and Love is a tired, brittle, worried mess. And this is what I cannot allow. I can't let him do this to her, to us. He can steal all my scripts, fine, but he can't torture Love. She knew right away what he was up to. 4 days ago, 8 hours after I texted him, she made a declaration. "I'm calling it," she said. "He's not sick. He didn't break his phone. He's on a bender." Love's parents came over, worried, pacing. "Are we sure he isn't in Malibu? What about that loft downtown he bought a while back?" Dottie is such a mother. She didn't want to think it was a bender. "I'm sure he's off celebrating," she insisted. "Don't jump to the worst conclusion." "Celebrating with who?" Love asked. "Mom, I won't jump to conclusions, but please don't go into denial already." Ray told Love not to get so worked up. "He's 35 years old," he said. "He's not a baby." They left, and I tried to make Love feel better, but it was impossible. "I hate the way they go into denial," she said. "He's my twin, and I know when something's wrong. He goes on benders." Love texted his dealer, Slim, but the text bounced back. She threw her phone down. "Really, 40, she snapped. "Of course his really drug dealer has a new really number. That's what they do. They're drug dealers." That was 4 days ago, and 40 is officially on a bender. He hasn't answered calls or texts or emails, and he is an even bigger jerk than I realized. "I miss him so much, I feel crazy," she says when we wake up. "I literally feel like I'm going crazy." "Me too," I say, but she blows up at me. She's in a terrible mood, worse every day, and whatever I say is wrong. And she doesn't know that he really messed me over, and I have to sit in this house and pretend to care about him, pretend that I'm not sitting here in shock. There's a knock on the door. Babies? It's Love's mom. Again. Because this is how it is now. They show up in the morning, and they're here puttering around all day, all night. "Are you decent?" "Yes," Love shouts. Dottie comes into the room and flops onto the bed.
Did I not love him enough? You know, your daddy and I found out about his big deal from the trades. Every day we go over the events. I have to listen to the same really conversation, with Love assuring her mother that she did most certainly love them enough. I've grown too familiar with Love's mother's habits, the way she nervously twists her rings around her fingers, the way she brings a different purse every day, even though all we do is sit in the house and speculate. I picture her at home, in Bel Air, moving all her pills and credit cards and blotting papers and lipsticks from one purse into another. Ray calls from downstairs. "I got eggs!" Yesterday it was, "I got French toasties," and the day before that it was, "I got huevos rancheros." And Love gets out of bed without looking at me. She slips into her robe and helps her mother off the bed, and they walk away, telling each other how wonderful they are, how great a daughter Love is, how loving a mother Dottie is. Downstairs, Ray tells me to have a seat, and now it begins again, his questions about my business. Ray loves me. Ray wants to invest in me. Ray believes in books. Once upon a time, before 40 got a 2-picture deal and disappeared, Dottie loved me too, but now she resents me. She doesn't like Ray treating me with such love and acceptance. She doesn't eat her eggs. Ray sighs. "What's the matter now?" "Sometimes you don't sound like someone whose son is missing," she says. "Sometimes you sound downright chipper." "Pardon me for not being surprised," he says. "I missed the memo where we were told to act as if there's anything surprising about this mess." "You shut it," she says. She looks at me, at her husband. "Have some respect for your son."
Ray slams the refrigerator door shut, and 40 has destroyed them. They were so happy before, and the only thing that makes them stop fighting is Love, who starts crying and banging her fists and begging them to stop. "I can't take this. You can't do this now. You just can't." And now her mother is soothing her, and her father has them both in a bear hug, and they promise her it's going to be okay. "We'll get through this as a family, Love Bug," he says. "We always do." I learned that 40's favorite game as a child was hide and seek. He never stopped playing. When things go well for him, he self-destructs. He hides. The day he got into grad school at UCLA, he went to a racetrack and drove his car into the wall. It was an accident, but at the same time, we all know what's possible when we get into a really sports car. 2 days before Love's wedding, a happy time for all, 40 took off to go skiing via helicopter. He fell, of course, and no one could locate him for days. Love's wedding had to be postponed. 40 was found in the woods, and he claimed he was too disoriented to use his phone. One of the guys on the rescue squad lost a finger trying to find him. After breakfast, Love and I go outside so she can water her plants. "Love," I say, "maybe we should get out of the house, go to a movie or something." "A movie?" She lashes out at me, brandishing her hose. "How can I go to a movie when my brother is missing?" "Because he always turns up. You don't get it because you're not close with your family," she says. "I don't mean that in a bad way, but just please don't say things like, 'How about we go to a movie?' I need to be here. I can't be in a movie theater and get a call that he's—" And she's crying again, and I swear she's crying because she feels guilty, because she wishes he would die and leave her alone already. He is tedious, and he lacks imagination, and he stole from me, and he is a vampire, sucking the life out of his sister. I hold her. "Joe," Love says, "here we go again." "Yeah? When he showed up and we found out about his deal, you didn't look happy." "Love, we were in the really pool. We were literally in the really pool." She tosses her hose. "No," she says, "it's not about that. You looked mad." "I wasn't mad," I say, and I want so badly to tell her I wrote those scripts. But if I tell her now, while 40 is gone, she will bury me. She sprays her cactuses as if they need water. "No," she says, "you were definitely mad." I have no choice here. "Okay," I say, "you're right. You just told me how you're done with the business and you don't want to act, and he walks in and he sold his movies, and I was like, well, there goes that. Now you're going to want to be in his movies. Because I can't think for myself? No," I say, "because you're twins, because you work together, because of course he'd want his sister to be in his movies." "But I literally just told you I was done with that," she says. "I literally told you I never want to act again. Just tell me why you weren't happy for him, why you went off and skulked into the house. I mean, there's something going on." "I love your brother," I lie. "Then why didn't you hug him and be like, yes?" She drops the hose. She paces. "Never mind," she says. "This happens every time I go out with someone. At first you act like you love my brother, and it's cool, and you want to be friends. But then the minute he, I don't know, needs something from you, you turn your back on him." "He didn't need anything from me," I say. "He got a really deal." "He needed you to be happy for him," she sniffles. "He needed you to love him. I mean, why couldn't you have just hugged him and been there for him? Why did you have to run away? So now it's my fault that 40 ran away, and Love's father is calling us in for another feeding. I try to talk to Love, but she says now isn't the time. She isn't the same girl she was 4 days ago, and if this keeps up, she won't love me anymore. She is a snowman melting, a phone dying, a plant wilting. I go inside and eat my guac and talk about books with her parents, and I am feeling low. Her parents decide to go to a movie. Huh, and I don't say, "See, I told you so." They go, and we're alone, and we sit on her giant sectional, and once again, whatever I say is wrong. If I tell her it's going to be okay, she says I have no way of knowing that. If I tell her I love her, she says she can't deal with me right now. If I ask her what I can do, she tells me there's nothing anyone can do. If I try to make her laugh, she says she doesn't want to laugh. If I get upset, she says she can't deal with one more person losing their composure. Her parents come back. "Any word?" Ray asks. "No," Love says. Dottie tells us that it finally hit Ray. They didn't make it to a movie theater. They just went to 40's condo above Sunset. They think he's dead. They can feel it. I try to be positive because that's what they say to do in these situations, but it doesn't work. I try to cheer up Ray and watch Fast Five with him, and Love says I'm abandoning her. I leave Ray and the movie and follow her, and she snaps at me. "Well, now you're abandoning him." I can't cure Love when she's sick like this, sitting in the dark with her headphones on, blocking out the world, watching things as she was when we met, and I understand now that she was sad that day too. She had just had sex with Milo, she was hating herself, blaming herself for leading him on. And right now, 40 is the one who ran away, and he did that, but she is blaming herself, as if his mess-ups are her fault. There is a codependency between twins that can't be broken. And then I get a text. It's 40. The first thing I do is look around to make sure Love and Ray and Dottie are all far away from me. And they are. I unlock my phone. I read, "Feel like grabbing some grub, old sport?" Unbelievable. His family is on a vigil, and he doesn't offer any explanation. Does he not care about them? Does he not remember when he stole intellectual property from me? I write back, "Where and when?" He writes back, "Now and the 101. I put my hands on Love's shoulders. She takes her headphones off and looks up at me. I'm going to go find 40. I can't just sit here and do nothing. She reaches out to me. "How?" she asks. "What do you even mean?" "I mean, I'll find him," I say. "I'll drive around. I'll go to his haunts." "Joe," she says, brightening.
"You're amazing." "Thank you. You don't need to say that," I say, and I kiss her hand. "You're the amazing one, and the least I can do is get in the car and try and bring him home." Love nods. "I'm so sorry. I know I'm being a royal, really difficult person. I don't know how to control it, and I hate myself for not having figured out how to control it yet. 35 really years." I kiss the top of her perfect head. "Life is long," I tell her. "You're going to be fine. I'm going to find him and sober him up, whatever it takes. I'm going to be with him. And then we're going to come back here, and he's going to be with us, and I'm going to take care of you." "I love you. Be safe," she calls as I leave the house. The person she should worry about is her brother. He's hit my last nerve, and if he isn't calling to apologize for stealing my scripts, really me over, and torturing his family, then he is going to be roadkill on the real kill. I drive fast, and when I get to the 101 diner from Swingers, 40's already in a booth, red-faced and high, feet up, dirty toes in old huaraches, and he's flirting with a waitress and nursing a beer. My least favorite song in the world comes on, the song that was playing in LAX when I arrived, that stupid, really tom-tom club song. And as I walk to 40's table, the song feels like an omen. Just the same, I am a fair person. I give 40 the benefit of the doubt. Surely he's been squirreled away, racked with guilt over what he's done to his family, to me. Surely this is the scene in his sad life when he comes to Jesus, when he begs for forgiveness. 40, I say as I sit down in the booth, we're all having a nervous breakdown looking for you.
What the? Whoa, he says. I sense a little hostility. Yeah, I say. Call your sister. You look a little piquant, old sport. Only jerks say piquant, and I know that this is not the moment where he sees the light, where he becomes a human and cops to his horrible behavior. He called me here because he's full of cocaine, and he hums along to the frothy, bratty pop as he peruses the menu. I order a blackened chicken sandwich, and he orders a BBBB bacon, bacon, and bacon sandwich, and puts down his menu. Joe, he begins, I have to say that I'm hurt. I'm sorry to hear that, I say, but do me a favor. Before we get into anything, call your sister. He shakes his head. I know you think I screwed you over somehow, but you need to remember that I've been working on these scripts for years. Let's not get into that now, I say. I just want your family to know you're okay. Well, I'm not okay, he snaps. You couldn't even congratulate me properly. I get the news of my life and you turn into a jealous little difficult person. 40, we had a deal. I stop, I take a deep breath. This is not why I came here. It doesn't matter. What matters is, call your sister. But he's exasperated. A deal? Do you know how many people have pitched in on these projects over the years? That's what this business is. We read each other's gosh. There was no deal. A deal is what I have with Megan. Every time he says Megan, my aspirations flare. I won't let them do me in and distract me. I'm here for one reason. He either gets to call his family and have one more shot at life, or he gets to abuse his family and suffer the consequences. The music is too loud, and he goes off on how the scripts are his. He paints a picture wherein I am the shady one, the one who didn't even want to tell Love that we were talking about maybe doing something together. You know, I'm actually kind of impressed. Separation of church and state, he winks. My dad would have told my mom in a really heartbeat. But you didn't let your desires get in the way of your brain. He smacks my shoulder. Whoa, I say. I want to bash his face in and set him straight. I count to 3. Love has nothing to do with the deal we made. And I should have told Love. I regret not telling her. I want a time machine. Secrets erode trust, and that's how I got into this mess. Had I told Love about 40's proposal, she would have lifted her little hand to her chest and said, Ooh, Joe, I'm not sure that's such a good idea. But you can't go back in time. I know this from the mug of really piss. Old sport, can you really just believe it? 40 says. How cool is it, right? Megan, really Ellison. I still can't believe it. But at the same time, I can. You know how that is? How unlike the lottery it is, meaning that there's nothing random about the good fortune. You do the work. Eventually, you get paid. Then you enjoy the rewards. He twiddles his thumbs and looks at me so directly, like a bear facing a human in a backyard in New Hampshire. You maybe want to call your sister? I ask him. I never use my phone during a meal, he says. 40 whistles at the waitress and asks her for a bottle of their worst champagne, and she laughs as if he's so funny, and comes back to us with 2 small bottles of white wine. What are we toasting? She asks. My career, he says. I'm blowing up. She says the drinks are on her, and she winks. I would appreciate her, 40 says, and I generally don't do that. I slam the table. 40. He looks at me and moans. Old sport, I did not invite you here to be lame, he says. Now you should be thanking me. You did some beautiful tweaks on my work. You're well on your way to a great career. I didn't tweak anything, I snarl. He slumps, like I'm so boring, like I'm stupid. When Harry Met Sally, Jaws. Do you know what these movies have in common? Gosh off, I snap. I know where he's going. I'll tell you what they have in common, he says, and he tells me what I already know. The famous lines about orgasms and big boats were improvised. But do the actors get credit? Hell no. Do they get co-writing accolades? Gosh, no. Are they earning royalties on that gold? Hell no. That's different, and you know it. He shakes his head. You just don't get it, he says. You waltz into this town and you think it owes you something, because what? Because you are intimate with my sister and you have a flair for dialogue? The waitress brings beers. These are for you guys to keep up the celebration. 40 grins. You are a doll, porcelain doll. She smiles. No, she says, I'm slightly more flexible. She leaves and his eyes are gone. Wouldn't it be aces if the waitresses in here were on rollerblades? He squirts ketchup on a napkin for seemingly no reason. You should work that into something. Roller skates are killer on film. Boogie Nights meets, I don't know, you know? The waitress returns with a shake. On the house, she says. The chef read about you in the Hollywood Reporter. Hollywood, where the rich don't have to pay for anything. And 40 thanks her and lowers his chin and nods. He pulls his straw out of the case and sips his shake. I drink my milkshake, he says. Like, you think I'm drinking your milkshake? But see, the chef knows, the waitress knows. They know what's up. Gosh, you, I snap. He shakes his head and tells me I need to watch out for my ego. He says I didn't kiss Barry Stein's rear the right way. He preaches about my lack of respect. I don't know what it is to pitch and hear the word no, and go back and try again. 15 years I've been at this, he says. For 15 years I have been developing my brand, getting my name out there, generating buzz. 15 years of driving to studios and telling my stories to executives and producers who have told me they love me and they love it and they want it. And then a week, 2 weeks later, nothing. He's fuming now. Give a miserable person an ice cream cone and the miserable person will nosh, digest, and go back to being miserable. I just can't wait to see the look on Milo's face. Right? You should really call Love, I say. She's literally worried sick. He's brittle, pissed. She's fine, he says. They're all fine. The food comes. He's happy again. He plows into his bacon sandwich, and I don't touch mine. He's failed his test, and I tried. I really did.
But this codependent twin saga existed before I got here. 40 really, with love forgiving him no matter what. My job is to end it. I see that. I will do that for love, as an apology for the mess I made, the way I enabled this selfish louse. I can't decide how I'm going to kill him, but I do know that when rich people die, the cops actually care. The first thing they try to figure out is the motivation. I can't risk those emails we exchanged biting me back. 40, I say. You should delete all of our emails, about the scripts, just in case someone were to hack into your account. You want to make sure that there's nothing. Well, you know what I mean. He laughs and chokes and sips beer. See? Only someone fresh off the boat would say something like that, he says. You can go to a lawyer right now. Have fun. Good luck paying the retainer. Oh, and good luck finding anyone who wants to work with a guy who lawyers up like a really baby when his girlfriend's brother gets a sweet deal. He burps. You can be litigious, or you can be creative, but you can't be litigious and creative. Nobody wants to get in the sandbox with the guy who sues people. I tell him I'm just looking out for him. I know a reporter who tries to hack into Gosh all the time, I explain. You don't want a paper trail. He nods. I do see your point, he says. Now he's in his phone, swiping. The waitress comes back with a platter of sweet potato fries just because. 40 is sobering up. That was good advice, he says. But it's also a bummer. This is the kind of gosh you learn from a lawyer, not a writer.
We could get something going together, but then I'm not bringing a litigious jerk anywhere. I don't like litigious jerks. You need to tell me that you're not going to be a litigious jerk." At the counter, a different waitress flirts with an aspiring writer who's probably been trying to get intimate with her and finish his screenplay for months. He asks for a side of guac, and she tells him that it's $2 extra. That's how it works here. The guy who deserves free guac doesn't get free guac. 40 wipes his mouth and pushes his plate away. "You know," he says, and now he reaches for the big guns. "My sister loves me very, very much." "I know that, 40, I say. "I do." He runs his hands through his greasy hair. "You got love," he says. "Don't be a pig. Stop looking for money. It doesn't make you happy. All the money and all the fame, it's nothing without love." I remind him of his family hunkered down at Love's house. His eyes are empty. He is the boy named 40, the hapless, hopeless brother of Love. "Yeah," he says, "there's nothing Ray and Dot love more than a party, even a search party. My fam, very aye, there's something, right?" He's an outsider, and he knows it, and he'll never stop punishing them. When I tell him they love him, I sound like I'm lying. Lies sound like lies, and it's impossible to know which came first, the selfish, repugnant nature of this man, or the missteps of his nurturers. What I do know? If he stays around, he will destroy everything between me and Love. His family is right. He is self-destructive. But he is also outwardly destructive. Killing him will be the greatest risk of my life. I could lose Love, but it will, of course, yield the greatest reward. I will have Love without 40. I pick up the check. I pay cash. I've learned. Outside, 40 picks at his teeth with a toothpick. "Well, I'm off to Vegas to produce another script." His car pulls up, big and black. 40, I say. "I know you're not going to write." He laughs. "Oh, right, haha. But it's good, good practice for the talk shows, and gosh," he says, "really jerk." "Hey," I say, "what do you want me to tell your family?" That vacant stare again. He knows they love Love more than they love him. I'm sure that's true in most families, and some kids shrug it off. But other kids like 40, I bet he made this same face at every birthday party when Love got just a few more presents than he did, and when her mom hugged her and just held on for a teensy bit longer. 40 did not get enough love. A lot of people don't. But the thing is, he's twinned with someone who got so much love that she is Love. And that's got to be hard. He shrugs. "Let my mom stress out and starve for a few more days," he says. "She's been starting to pork up, old sport. We don't want that, right?" My sympathy evaporates. "So you don't want me to tell them you're okay?" "They need to back off," he says. "I'm not in really high school." Reverse Psychology 101, and his eyes pop. "You know what I do want, though," he begins. "Old sport, you should come to Vegas. We can produce a new script. Hangover meets Hangover. The hangover can't meet the hangover because the hangover is the hangover." And I tell him no. Maybe next time. Definitely next time. He shrugs. I see a bag of drugs in his car. Literally, a bag of drugs. He raises his hand for a high five, and the next time I touch him, it will be different. I will be strangling him.
7,000 hours later, I am getting close to Vegas, and the lights of the city twinkle in the distance the way they did in Swingers. I made it, and it wasn't easy. When I told Love that I had a hunch that 40 was in Vegas, she was befuddled. "Joe," she said, "I'm his twin. We have that psychic twin thing, and I think I would be the one to know if he was in Vegas." "I know what you mean," I reasoned. I folded my shirts into one of Love's black suitcases. "But I think when you're upset like this, it has to affect your radar." She sat on the bed. "Should I go with you?" I kissed the top of her head. "No," I said. "I got this." "You really want that Boyfriend of the Year trophy, don't you?" she asked. So, passion peaked, and we came together intimately. Then I went to Hollywood Boulevard to pick up some items for my Captain America costume. Not the superhero, the generic Vegas bro. I got a Colts jersey and a baseball cap. I let the guy at the store choose. I was feeling lucky. I was going to Vegas. And now I'm almost here. I see it in the distance, getting closer. My breath caught. It's Vegas. It really is. It's brighter than it is in the movies, and it's uglier as I get closer. Every sign a threat. Last casino for 20 miles, and last gas, and I pull over. I put on my Dodgers hat. I tear the tag off my Colts jersey and pull it on. Mr. Average America. I get back on the road. On the strip, at a stoplight, I see a woman pull her pants down, squat, and defecate. Tourists abound. People smoke cigarettes and push their babies in carriages, and it's hot, and I want to stare at all of it. The sheer volume of lights, the width of the sidewalks, the throngs of people, young and old, fat and American. I allow myself a few minutes to dork out and blast Elvis, and the fountains at the Bellagio are grander in real life. I tell Love I made it, and she tells me to start at Caesars. "This isn't a twin thing," she says. "It's a 40 thing. He says they have the best tables." Love was wrong. 40 is not at Caesars, and everything here is so grandiose. The floor of the casino is a sprawling wide pasture, and the slot machines are immovable cows blocking my view. There are pods of blackjack tables, people everywhere, blasting music, machines making noise. I have a burner phone. I could call him, but I don't want to call him until I have eyes on him. Love calls again. "So my dad got word from our host at the Bellagio," she says. "Apparently he's over there." "Okay," I say. "I'm going there now." I walk fast. The air is dry, and random dudes high-five me, Colts, and I listen to my pool mashup, and I move on, weaving my way through cocktail waitresses in skimpy sequined get-ups, couples fighting, a woman on the phone with her bank cash advance, a toddler crying, a mother telling him to hold on, baby, mommy's almost done, as if gambling is a job. It's disorienting the way every area is identical, tables and slots, tables and slots. I reach a clearing, and I see a hangover slot machine, and he's not there. And I walk toward another mess of tables, white leather chairs, more of a palace than Caesar's, and that's why 40 is here, sitting in a white chair at a blackjack table. His hair is a wreck. He's wearing 2 pairs of really wayfarers, 1 pair on his head, 1 on his face. His collared shirt is wrinkled, and his feet are grimy, and he's got them propped up on 2 chairs, like he owns the joint. He's playing 3 hands, smoking 2 cigarettes. Chips fall out of his pocket, and he doesn't bend over to retrieve them. I want to bash his head into the table, but the ceilings are high, and the cameras are everywhere. I sit down at a slot machine, Texas tea. I put in $10. I text Love. I've looked, and I haven't seen him, but I'll keep looking. She writes back, "My dad says thank you. You are the best." I write back, well, find him. I played 2 cents a round on Texas Tea, and 40 plays $1,000 a hand on his 3 hands. He's losing. He is loud. Even several feet away, I can hear him. He sits with a hooker, and he periodically touches her neck and shoulder. A Chinese lady stares at him disapprovingly. 40 notices her gaze. "I'm sorry if I offend you, honey, but this is Vegas, and I'll enjoy myself as I please." The Chinese woman gets up and walks away, and I can't believe this city is so crowded. 40 loses a hand. "Is that 'cause I annoyed the China woman?" he asks. "Because if that's the case, then you're gonna have to call the pit boss." He smashes the table with his drink. Gosh, this. 40 walks 5 feet and sits down at another table. And it all happens again. A girl in a short skirt sits down next to him. A new old Asian woman tries to sit down too. 40 grabs the seat. "Does it look like I want company, lady?" He knocks back his whiskey. "Really, A? Back off." The girl in the short skirt laughs and tells him he's funny. He says she can stay, but only if she's lucky, and she says she hopes so, and I officially hate it here. The dealer tries. "Maybe a little lady luck would do you some good, sir." 40 sneers. "I'd rather have some face cards. You know what? Gosh, this." And he's up, and I leap to follow him, but no, he sits at a neighboring table. He lights up next to a pregnant woman. "Do you mind?" she asks. She points at her protruding belly. "You should be at a non-smoking table," he says. He blows smoke into the air. "Or, really, you should be home. You really pregnant people? You own the whole world. Do you really need to own this too? I can't smoke anywhere because of you, and you really need to tell me I can't smoke in really Vegas?" The dealer asks him to quiet down, and 40 rises. "Do you know who I am, jerk? I own this city. I just sold a screenplay that takes place in this really city for more money than you'll see in your whole really life." My hat itches, and I have lost $9 at Texas Tea. The dealer is trying hard not to laugh. 40 knocks his drink onto the floor and snaps his fingers at a waitress. "I'm empty, sweetheart." She looks tired. In Vegas, they force the waitresses to walk around in sequined bathing suits and pantyhose. The woman says she's delivering drinks, and she'll be back to take orders after she drops off her drinks. 40 is irate. "I don't care what you're doing," he says. "Why do you really think I care what you're doing, honey? Do I look like I care? I told you I want a gimlet. Goose. Gimlet. Now. As in now. When I come back, I can," he barks, "get me a goosey gimlet." She walks away, and the boss man in the pit, I've seen Casino 1,000 times, approaches 40. "Mr. Quinn," he says, "we're so happy to have you back. I hope you're having fun gaming with us." "Rocco," 40 says, "it's a hell of a lot more fun to game when you've got a nice big goosey gimlet. What the hell is going on here?" Rocco tries to resolve the gimlet situation, while 40 loses a few thousand more dollars, and I win 52 cents at Texas Tea. 40 is on the move. I follow him. My pants itch. He cruises around the casino, and every few feet, he ducks into a row of slot machines and takes a quick stimulant. He stumbles up to a depressed-looking leggy girl in a tight dress at a slot machine and pulls her hair. She yelps. "What the heck, dude? Get your hands off me." He makes an inappropriate offer. "I'm not a hooker, you jerk," she says. "I'm a teacher." He makes another suggestive comment and reaches for her. She smacks him with her purse. "Stop it." He laughs. "Honey, honestly, by the look of your dress, you could use the money. And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean?" She spits at him, and he doesn't wipe off her saliva. He sits down at the machine. He loses $100. A woman witnesses his fight and approaches. So obvious, Vegas. Why didn't Delilah just move here? And she tells 40 she wants to party. He looks her up and down. "I'd love to, sweetheart, but I'm not a homo." She stares at him. He slips her a $100 bill.
Take this C note to the crabs table and get it up there, and do yourself a favor and treat yourself. She doesn't register any emotion. She says thank you, baby, and walks away. And this is the most depressing place I've ever been. There are no clocks or windows, and the people are either incredibly sloppy or incredibly overdressed. 40 walks up to a crabs table and spills a drink. People boo him. Yeah, he says, boo-hoo. Do you people know that I have a 2-picture deal at Annapurna? Yeah, have fun with your boring lives. He walks away. Nobody at the table knows what Annapurna is. He sits down at a new blackjack table and gets a marker for 50 grand. People are gathering to watch, and he is bragging about being a huge writer. When people ask if he's here alone, he says, I'm with my girlfriend, Love. She's upstairs. My girlfriend, Love. I shudder. The song Born in the USA comes on, and he groans. I hate Bruce Springsteen, he says. Can we do something about this? Whiny Democrat, we get it. You're from New Jersey and you think it's cool to be poor. Just go away already. The dealer says he prefers the song Thunder Road. 40 huffs. You also probably think a Chevy is as solid as a Beamer, no offense, but there is such a thing in this world as really wrong, like these cards. Is there a rule against giving out 10s in this mess? And about 100 years ago, I ordered some gimlets. He sat down 10 seconds ago, but nobody tells him he is wrong, and Thunder Road is a great song. I sit down at a hangover slot machine. I lose $10 in a few seconds, and 40 splits 10s. I know this because the dealer calls it out to the pit boss, and the people standing around are gasping. He loses. A newly married couple enters the bar, and everybody claps, and 40 stands up and whistles with his hands. He motions for the band to stop playing. The lead singer looks at the doorway, where a man stands with his arms crossed. He nods. This really is 40's playground. 40 goes on stage and grabs the mic. First of all, he says, congratulations. Everybody cheers. He's the good guy, fun guy. He high-fives the groom. He kisses the bride on the cheek. Now, let's have some fun, he says. As it happens, I am here to celebrate too. I just sold 2 scripts to Megan Ellison. He waits for a reaction. Still, nobody knows her name. Point is, I made some money, and I want to spread the love around. Applause, obviously. And this is what I want to do. Groom, get up here. The groom gets up here, and he is a small guy, shorter than his wife. He seems shy. He has a big smile, big teeth. They're too big for his face. His wife cheers. What's your name, son? Greg, he says. Mr. and Mrs.?
Greg and Leah Loomis from New Township, New Jersey. Greg has probably never said that many words out loud to a group this size. 40 motions for everyone to quiet down, and he waves the bride on stage. He puts his arm around Greg. Greg, he says, you got a beautiful bride, and you got a long life ahead. There is a mixed response. Some laugh, some are disgusted. So, why not let me give you guys a wedding present you'll remember forever, he says. Greg, he raises his eyebrows up and down and up and down. I'll give you 10 if you let me kiss your wife. Right here, right now. Greg, the groom, doesn't punch 40. People boo, they hiss, some people whistle. They want to see it. 40 takes $5,000 chips out of his pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he exclaims. More of the same, booing and cheering. America and the bride is pleading with the husband. I think she's saying something about the mortgage. The groom is turning redder by the second, and the bride does a shot, and 40 plays with his chips. And finally, the bride wins. She is the alpha. She will choose their vacations, program the DVR, demand him to renovate the man cave he undoubtedly has, where he roots for his teams, eats his salsa. No guac for these two. They're not from that part of America. She finishes slapping on lipstick, and she gets up on stage. 40 kicks, yes. He dips the bride. He makes inappropriate contact with her chest, and then her rear, firmly, and then kisses her with aggressive intensity. I watch the groom. He looks broken. 10 minutes ago, he was in love. He was just married. And now, he's just been humiliated. 40 releases the bride, and she wipes her mouth, and she puts her hand out. And 40 tosses the chips on the floor and pumps his fists. So now, of course, there are a million people who would kill this guy. The lead singer takes the mic, and the bride hugs the groom, but you can tell 40 ruined their marriage. Their odds of happiness are lower now than they were before they met 40 Quinn. 40 takes off again, meandering through the floor of the casino. I follow him and text him from my burner phone. It's snowing at the Sapphire. 40 writes back, me, it's Slim, new phone, your sister's looking for you. 40, heavy snow? Better than last time, I hope. Me, yes, Sapphire and 20. 40, leaving Bellagio now. But he's not leaving Bellagio now. He's settling into another white leather chair, motioning for the dealer to deal, as if he doesn't know that the dealer can't deal to him while he's texting. He writes, I heard there's hella ice out there too. I confirm that I have hella ice, and I park myself at a slot machine with a lobster theme. I insert my ticket, now worth only $2.11. 40 is the world's least interesting man, bragging to the disinterested players around him about his career, being on fire, as if people came to this place to talk about work. My machine goes berserk. The screen changes, and an animated lobster man introduces himself to me. The woman next to me says it's a bonus round, and the fisherman reaches into the water and pulls out cages of lobsters. My 211 turns into $143.21. The house doesn't always win, and I know when to walk away. I take my ticket to a machine and cash out. I text 40. Snow, ice, and snow bunnies too. Gotta come now. 40 gets off his ass and leaves the casino. He lost a lot of money, but I walk through the casino a winner. I find my car in the garage, and I text, love. Any word? She writes back, nothing, but he's probably passed out in some woman's bed by now. I write back, don't worry, I'll find him. Things are gonna change. They are, and it's the truth. If anything, this trip to Vegas has opened my eyes to what it's been like for love all these years. She is back in LA texting him, and here he is ignoring her, feeding her fear, eating away at her life. He's a parasite, a user, and I think he enjoys torturing love. I can't blame Ray and Dottie. No parents do everything right. No parents can control how they love their children. But this isn't about blame. This is about the love of my life, the pain in her eyes, the weakness in her voice, the way she is choking on his silence. I can't let him smother her anymore. I love her too much for that. 20 minutes later, 40 slips out of his cab and moseys to the back of this off-strip, derelict gas station. He's wearing a stupid backpack, like a kid going to camp, expecting to see his counselor dealer. I step out of my car and smile, especially at the security camera that hangs by a thread. Decimated, cracked. The reason I chose this particular spot. Old sport. Only joy registers on his bloated face as he gallops toward me and throws his arms around me. His hug is too hard. What are you doing here? He yells. It's a long story, I say. What are you doing here? I was supposed to meet my dealer, but he didn't show. Luckily, I'm well equipped. 40 shrugs and pats his backpack. Does this mean, are you finally good with everything? Down to party? I nod, even though I hate drugs, hate the way people get around them, the need that comes through. Goldberg, he sings, and then he's on about his various substances, his this and his that. He wipes his fat hair off his stretched face. You know, I know we had some talks, some iffiness with the business, but that's what it is, my friend.
Business gets whack and cosh happens, and then what do? You smoke a little crack. He winks and slips into my car with his really backpack. We need this, he goes on. I bet this is your first time in Vegas, right? Professor goes to Vegas. I love it. His eyes narrow, curious. Where's my sis? At home, I say, with your parents. Nice, he says. He cracks open a 40-ounce can of malt liquor. It pops and fizzes. You relationship people, I don't know how you do it. He burps and beer dribbles down his chin. You feel like you need to bring home the bacon and make 'em babies and dance that dance, and it's like, really, that? I answer to me and me alone. Really, love? He laughs. You know what I mean, not love. I love my sister. She's my rock. Do you know how many times she texted me today? I count to 2. It doesn't help. Did you write back to her? He shakes his head. It's that twin thing. She's my rock. She knows I split sometimes. She gets me. You want a bump? Selfish, really pig, druggy love wrecker? I'm good, I say. I think about those situations when women are pregnant with twins and the doctors have to go in and remove the fetus that is sucking the life out of the other. It's the humane thing to do. Sometimes one must die so that the other can live. Biology isn't sentimental. None of Love's other boyfriends had the courage to end 40, but I do. I look at him, scrolling through his texts from her. He only feels loved when she's a wreck, worried about him, consumed. Some people are strong enough to share a womb and a birthday. Love is. 40 isn't. Look at that person, he says, pointing to a high school girl looking for the bathroom. Should we take her with us? I want to kill him, now, in this rental. I start the car. I can't kill him here. I grip the wheel. The schoolgirl found the bathroom. She's safe. We go. Silence only lasts for 2 lights, and then he's at it again. You and my sister are my really rock, he says. You take care of her or else, right? You know that, right? Like you get that you are a dead man if you betray her? I clench the wheel tighter. You're a good brother. I'm the really best, he says. He pulls a little baggie out of his pocket and sniffs. I pull onto the freeway, and he is so high that he doesn't ask where we're going. He only rants about how he's never getting married and how he's gonna live with me and Love and all the fun we're gonna have. He's sealing the deal on his death, and the car hums, and we are farther and farther from the bright lights, and there are fewer cars all the time. The inside of 40's mind is a grave place, and it's right next to me, soaking up the oxygen.
He is the anti-love, and he confesses that he shops at Ralph's. It's groceries, he sneers. It's food. And you know what food is, old sport? It's pre-gosh. That's all. It's pre-gosh, and we need it to survive. And it used to be a really pain for the cavemen, right, my friend? I mean, you had to get out there with your club and whack at woolly mammoths and drag that stuff home before the flies got all up in it. And that's why food was a really pain. But come on, it's modern time. Food is really easy. He rubs his nose and shakes his head. All you do is go in, you get your tacos, and you really eat. People like my parents, they want to act like it really matters so much, like what you eat for dinner is so interesting, but it's not. It's really food. Just eat it and process it and be done with it. And don't feel special 'cause you eat that food with someone, because in the end, we all process alone. Who really cares that you ate the pre-gosh with someone if you process alone? On a toilet, door closed, whammo! He snorts more cocaine. I could pull over and roll him out the door, but he's on so much blow right now that he would probably just turn into a roadrunner, catch up to me, and jump back in. I could eat a taco, he says. Really chomp right into that thing.
He wants to call love. I panic, and my hand slips on the wheel. I sweat. I tell him we had sort of a fight. Then maybe we shan't, he says. He rolls down the window, all smiles, like a dog searching for fresh air. It's telling how his spirits lift the second he thinks I'm on the outs with love. He doesn't want me to be happy. He doesn't want anyone to be happy, especially love. He brags about his time in Vegas, one lie after another, twisting it all, a mile a minute, deranged. And we can't get there fast enough, but I can't speed the mug of piss, and he won't stop talking about table minimums and hookers refusing to take his money. He doesn't say one true thing for the entire journey through all this brown land, blue sky, and he's so messed up, so full of himself, verbally expunging, the loneliest man on earth. I can't tell you what a thing it is to see our first stop glimmering, tiny in the distance. Finally, the place where I can begin to kill him. The Clown Motel. There it is, I interrupt him, mid-rant about his host at the Monte Carlo. He drums his backpack, happy dog. And he tells me he has been here before. He has been everywhere, I get it. But this is my first time, and it's the greatest thing I've seen in the West so far. It's the wild, wild West I wanted. The blue and white motel is decked out with clown signs, and the giant Nevada lettering above the building is straight out of a ghost town or a Tarantino movie. Welcome to the Clown Motel. The lobby is supposed to be a tightly packed swarm of clown dolls from different eras, but I won't get to see it because I'm going to murder 40 today, so I can't very well go into the really lobby. 40 is finally calm, and his backpack is closed, and he puts his baggie away. He checks himself in the mirror, and he says, "This was a good call." I love clowns, he says. And of course he loves clowns. He's an imbecile, a clown himself, with his puffy red nose and his wild swath of dirty hair, his belly fat jiggling in his turquoise shorts. A nightmarish thing that frightens love, haunting her, weighing her down. The thing that she's supposed to love, the way the world initially instructs children to love clowns, even though we all know deep down that they're creepy, old, puffy men in masks leering at children. "Hey, 40, I say, you should look online to make sure they have rooms. Old sport, you and me are for sure shooting something here." He sighs. "That will be aces. We could even call it Aces, like Ocean's 11, but with Saw, and the clowns are the victims, and the bad guys are those really tourists, the really little boyfriend and girlfriend holding hands and such." "Right," I say. "So the clowns are the good guys?" "Exactly," he says. "The couple gets here, and the girl is like, 'I hate clowns,' and the doofus boyfriend is like, 'I do too,' and they complain, and then, eventually, they get a machine gun and just spray the clowns." 40, I snap, "Did you look to see if they have rooms?" He ignores me. "You know," he says, "last time I was here it was with Love and Michael. I feign surprise, as if I didn't already know this, as if we aren't here because I know this. Love posted a Throwback Thursday photo a few months ago, hearkening back to another era, when she did drugs and had a tongue piercing and eyeliner below her eyes, not above. The three of them came here on the way to Burning Man. God, am I glad I didn't know her then. The comments told a story. Love and 40 and Michael motorcycle traveled here, lured in by the gigantic clown boards promising free Wi-Fi and welcome bikers. 40 disappeared with the car. He showed up a month later. He didn't apologize. In minutes, we are there. I pull into the parking lot and drive around to the back, the part of this tourist trap that I wanted to see most, the early American cemetery. Do you know what a travesty it is that we have no shrooms? Forty asks. You can't be in this cemetery without shrooms. Gosh, yes, I lie. I park in the farthest corner. I don't see any cameras, but the mug of piss I left in Rhode Island is with me at times like this. Solid, he says. You know, old sport, I knew you had it in you. The cool. I offer him $100 bill, my Vegas winnings. If you use a credit card in there, your whole fam damn illy is gonna show up. You think I'm an amateur? He laughs and whips out a fake ID. I'm Monty Baldwin. Really? Get it? The lost Baldwin brother? Really, yeah. And, of course, that would be Forty's dream in life, to be a Baldwin brother, surrounded by brothers instead of love. This Baldwin will be back, he says. He jogs toward the manager's office, his backpack bouncing, and I remember that first night at Chateau when I wondered if he and Joaquin Phoenix were buddies. I get out of the car and walk into the cemetery. The sun beats down on me, and the dead people are nothing but bones under the dirt. The causes of death are listed: suicide, gunshot, plague. The cause of Forty's death will be me, but it won't say that on his tombstone, and I wonder how many of these stories are true. There's a shovel against the side of the motel. I wish I could bury him here, but there are too many people around. Truck drivers, hippies with GoPro cameras, a family fighting over whether this is too much for the kids. I just need 40 to check in, to talk with the manager. I read about the manager online, and he's the kind of guy that remembers everyone. He will remember Monty Baldwin. He will confirm that he seemed on something. Even if he says 40 was talking with someone in the parking lot, I am unrecognizable in my baggy clothes and Colts jersey and rental car. I trudge back to the car, keeping my head down. I take out 5 Percocets. I mash them down and dump them into a bottle of water I bought at the gas station. As I shake, 40 emerges from the manager's office and returns to the car. Want to check out the hot springs? I suggest when he slips into his seat. I Googled the springs when I was learning about the Clown Motel. It's true, you really can kill people in the desert. They sound pretty crazy. Alkali, he says. Really, yes. I have some ayahuasca, and oh, old sport, you haven't lived until you get in that water and you just see things. This is what we were missing. He belts up. Just straight up road trip, riding all Kerouac. And what's the guy? The one with Johnny Depp. The one in Vegas with the backpack and the drugs and the sunglasses. Goodness gracious. Hunter S. Thompson, he claps. Hunter S. Thompson. Yeah, I say, and I can't get out of this parking lot fast enough. I hand him a bottle. Here, I say, we gotta hydrate before we trip. He tears off the cap. He didn't notice the broken seal. He gulps. Old sport, he says. I like the new you.
Forget all that mess in Hollywood, and the family, and the pressure, and the nonsense. We're artists, man. My sister isn't. God bless her, but she's not, you know? He turns on the music, my pitch-perfect pool mashup. He laughs at me and says my horrible taste in music is proof of my creative genius. This is it, he says. Freedom. I put the car in reverse. Yeah, I manage. Freedom. He unzips his backpack and takes out a butter knife and dips the soft-edged blade into a bag of blow. He sniffs. And this might be another Fincher occasion. I might not have to kill 40. At this rate, hell do it to himself. The alkali springs are disgusting. Just 2 brown holes in the desert, like something you'd see in Little House on the Prairie or some Charles Manson documentary. It's disgusting in every way you can imagine. There's a really large condom on the ground nearby. The wrapper is here too, along with a can of Bud. 40 swipes the can and sips. I might vomit. And he strips down and there's blood on his shirt. Somehow he managed to cut himself with his butter knife. And I turn away. I never wanted to see him naked, but I did want to see him here, alone, in the middle of nowhere, near Area 51, nothingness filling the land for miles. He screams and pounds his chest as he steps into the water. "There it is," he cheers. "Really amazing springs, baby! Woo!" He drank the Percocet water on the way here, and not only is he still alive, but he talked the entire car ride here. He's not Henderson, and apparently it takes a pharmacy to kill a pharmaceutically enhanced person like 40. I hope I have enough. 40 settles in and someone else had been there, and animals probably dip into this, and people are foul. "Come on, Professor," he calls, waving. "I know you're all New York and such, but there's nothing gay about getting into a spring with another dude. I'm good. Come on," he says. "This is God's hot tub. This is home, old sport. Get in here. Man up. Live up. Feel the fire. You get in here, this is how you make a movie. You let your mind go." He waves his arms at the blue blanket sky and howls. I sit down in the dirt. "You know," I say, "there are just as many creative people out there who aren't into this sort of thing. Woody Allen would never get into dirty hole of hot water." 40 laughs. "He'd be known for his controversial choices, though," he smiles. "He's an artist. We're weird." "Professor, you need to get your weird on. Stop being so safe. You think, you bear down, but do you ever just go for it? Honestly, you're a great writer, but I think you'd be golden if you had the guts to get in it." This coming from a guy who sold my scripts in his name. And I go back to the car to make him more Percocet water. Every time he does coke, he fights my downers. He's making this so much harder than it has to be, and we can't stay here forever. I shake the bottle and offer it to him. "I'm fine," he says, waving me off. "Get in." It's my turn to tell him I'm fine, and he attempts to swim in his little hole, as if there's room. It's fitting that he will drown in 2 feet of water when his sister appointed herself a national advocate for water safety. I sip my water. No drugs. "You sure you don't want some?" "Really? Yes, I want a sip." His memory is eroding. I read about wet brain. Maybe that's what it is. 40 swallowing the water he said he didn't want a minute ago. I need him lower, weaker. Henderson had no tolerance. He went so quietly in the end. But this is ridiculous. "What else you got in your bag of tricks?" I ask. "Ayahuasca, baby." He reaches in for his tea. He drinks. That's a good boy. Let that tea mix with the Percocets. Let the poisons collide. He passes me the bottle. I pretend to drink. I am a good boy. In Closer, Jude Law tells Natalie Portman, "This will hurt," and then it does hurt. That is where I am right now, no matter what a jerk he is. It's starting to hit me. Killing 40 will hurt Love. In a really messed up way, she won't know how to live without the drama, and this is going to be harder than I thought. But then, all change hurts. In the end, Love will be a new person without her brother. She'll sleep better. She won't have to find a way to forgive him every time he betrays her. She won't have to let him into her home or rationalize her feelings. Imagine what she could do with the power I'm giving to her by doing away with him. 40 flips onto his belly, a baby whale. He dips his butter knife into his bag. "I feel whoa," he says, like whoa. "Just go with it," I tell him. "Ride the wave." "Wouldn't that be cool if there were waves in here?" he asks. "You ever think about that? How there can't be waves without a lot of water?" This is the part of college I never wanted. A self-important jerk contemplating the sea. I get my phone. I can't listen to this nonsense. It's only going to get worse as he slips away and loses access to his brain, what's left of it. I have a new email, a Google News alert. My chest tightens. I click on the link and it takes me to the Providence Journal Bulletin. There is a picture of Peach Salinger, looking happier than she ever did in real life. Peach's parents love her more dead than they did when she was alive. They whitened her smile and enlarged her eyes, and now they are seeking justice. A wave, 40 pontificates. A wave never goes away. Like, what if the ocean just stopped? What then? 40 blathers. His words aren't words anymore, just sounds as I read the news, the unbelievable news. The Little Compton Police Department received an anonymous tip regarding local girl and Brown graduate Peach Salinger. Authorities won't reveal details about the tip, but they do confirm that they have reopened the case. They were wrong that it was suicide. Or at least, they think they were wrong. The language is delicate, hesitant, but the message is clear. They think Peach Salinger was murdered, and they have started a brand new investigation. Oh gosh, double thousand, triple nonsense. 40 starts slapping the surface to create waves, and I have no patience for the whale in the water anymore. I have to get out of here. I have to deal with this. I put my phone in my pocket, and I walk to the hole in the mud. He's half gone, pupils warbling toward the underside of his skull, where that poisoned pink brain slows to a halt. He's going, but I can't wait. I can't sit here, not with an investigation open on the other side of the country. Hey, buddy, I say, and when he swims toward me, I lean over and push 40 Quinn's head under the water. My hands are on fire. The water is at least 90 degrees, and the air is hot, and I feel my body become a furnace. The heat rises, curling around my arm like something out of a Dr. Seuss poem. He isn't like Henderson. He doesn't struggle. He is weak. His body released fluids as he weakened. Dehydration. I look up at the sky, and I wait for his unconscious body to stop flailing. Finally, it's over. Monty Baldwin is dead. His fake ID is stuffed into his brick of coke. The condom wrapper is a godsend. More DNA, not mine. I pull my hands out of the water. I catch my breath. At some point, the butter knife fell into the water with him, and it's there, glistening at the bottom. I've never tried cocaine before. I dip my finger into his bag. I do like he did, one tiny bump. I shake. But maybe that's just that feeling you get when you're next to a brand new corpse. There is no way around it. I have to lie to Love. I am on the phone with her while I wait in the JetBlue terminal at McCarran Airport. They have slot machines here too, and I am leaving Las Vegas, and I am going to Little Compton, but I can't tell Love that. I have no explicit plan. It's probably stupid of me to return to the scene of the crime, but I can't stay in Vegas and wait for the police to find 40, and I can't go to LA and sit on the sofa with Love and refresh the search engines for information on Peach Salinger. Because the truth is that I really messed up. I left a crucial item, my one loose end, and I won't let it be my undoing. 40 settles in, and someone else had been there, and animals probably dip into this, and people are foul. Come on, Professor, he calls, waving. I know you're all New York and such, but there's nothing gay about getting into a spring with another dude. I'm good. Come on, he says. This is God's hot tub. This is home, old sport. Get in here. Man up. Live up. Feel the fire. You get in here, this is how you make a movie. You let your mind go. He waves his arms at the blue blanket sky and howls. I sit down in the dirt. You know, I say, there are just as many creative people out there who aren't into this sort of thing. Woody Allen would never get into dirty hole of hot water. 40 laughs. He'd be known for his controversial choices, though, he smiles. He's an artist. We're weird. Professor, you need to get your weird on. Stop being so safe. You think, you bear down, but do you ever just go for it? Honestly, you're a great writer, but I think you'd be golden if you had the guts to get in it. This coming from a guy who sold my scripts in his name. And I go back to the car to make him more Percocet water. Every time he does coke, he fights my downers. He's making this so much harder than it has to be, and we can't stay here forever. I shake the bottle and offer it to him. I'm fine, he says.
Besides,
If I'm going to be caught for murdering that depressive, vicious Salinger, I'd rather it happen there. This is why dads don't let their kids visit them in prison, why people dying from cancer don't want their picture taken. This investigation could expose that crucial item, and I don't want Love to have to see me in handcuffs. Love is on the phone, silent, sighing every few seconds, a signal that she wants me to stay on. It is never a good thing when a woman is silent. I have to keep asking if she's there. Yes, she says. Why? 'Cause you're not saying anything. What do you want me to say? She asks. I'm irritated. I'm sick of this. I can't get anything done, and I don't know if my brother's dead, and it sucks. I'm sorry, I say. I'm trying. Did you start at Caesar's, like I said? And I say yes, and we retrace my steps again, and I promise to keep trying. You know he'll turn up, I say. Which casino are you at right now? Planet Hollywood, I lie. She sighs. He doesn't like their tables. I know, I say. I remember you said that, love, but I'm trying everything, unless you want me to come home. No, she says. God, no. I'm sorry, I'm just tense. I know, it's okay, I say. I know she wants to stay on the phone and say nothing, but my flight to Providence, Rhode Island is boarding. You there? Yes, Joe, stop asking me. Are you there? I'm here, I say. I'm not going anywhere. She cries. I tell her it's okay, and now I'm going to have to wait. I can't board with Group A. People are real jerks about their suitcases, and I'm nervous there won't be room for mine. But Love comes first. Suddenly, she is laughing. I'm watching Friends, she says. It's the one where... Gosh, I say, I think I see him. I hang up and rush to the jetway. It's a bad thing to do, but watching Friends while you're on the phone with your boyfriend is also a bad thing to do. I text her, sorry, false alarm, I love you. She writes back, XOXO. I wish she had said, I love you, but then again, I have to prepare myself for change. I go online again because I still can't believe it. I watch a press conference with Peach's parents, and her mother is identified as Florence Pinky Salinger. She is an old version of Peach, with fuller lips and broader shoulders. I repeatedly told the police that while my daughter battled depression, she was not suicidal. She breathes. While it is comforting that the authorities are now treating my daughter's disappearance as a crime, a murder, it is deeply disconcerting that the police declined to investigate until someone called in an anonymous tip. The woman heaves. The woman has no soul. No wonder Peach was so terrible. It is a sad state of affairs when a mother's instinct and knowledge means nothing to a detective. But we are grateful that my daughter's murderer will at last be brought to justice. She straightens her jacket as if it matters what she looks like and steps back from the podium. I wonder what it's like to be a mother and you're going to give a speech for reporters about your dead daughter, and still you go and get your hair and makeup done? The broadcaster explains that the Salinger family intends to use all their resources to resolve this homicide case, and the video ends. We take off, and it's strange to be going back to Little Compton, to think of a time when I was so in love with Amy. I haven't thought about her or our trip in so long, about Noah, Pearl, Harry, Liam, about Charlotte, Charles, and all that food and all that intimacy. I remember the closeness they shared, and the memories of their time together, and the sound of her voice when she said she would try to learn to trust. If I never took Amy to Little Compton, would we still be together? Is life predestined, or do you change it by shoving your way into small, quaint towns because you're fascinated by how out of place you feel there? It's a risk going back to Little Compton, but I'm doing it for love. Our love can never be safe so long as the mug of furin is out there taunting me. And really, it's like love itself, like drinking. We all get our hearts broken. We get really messed up and throw up, and we cry and listen to sad songs and say we're never doing that again. But to be alive is to do it again. To love is to risk everything. We land in Providence and no flight was ever this fast. I text Love, my phone died and I'm gonna crash. Nothing yet, wish I had better news. Love you. She writes back immediately. Okay, I buy some crap in the airport, a candy bar that's too big, a copy of Mr. Mercedes, and a Red Sox cap. I walk directly to budget car rental. There's no way to rent a car without showing an ID and providing a credit card. I do these things. What I have going for me? I was only here with Amy this summer, a vacationer. That guy who was here in the winter, that guy who smashed up his car and killed that girl, his name was Spencer Hewitt. I don't get a convertible. I get a Chevy. I start it up and I drive into my life, into my past, my future, my genetic coding, my mistakes, my possible salvation, my probable doom. Little, really Compton. The theme of my life appears to be working vacations. Like so many Americans, I appear to be incapable of taking a really break. And it's bad for you. This is where Europeans are healthier. They relax, they rest, they turn off their phones and leave their work in the office. And when they go to the beach, they take off their tops, they show their chests and their hairy chests, and they really go for it. I, on the other hand, am one of those really messed up workaholic Americans plodding on an empty beach, not savoring the sunset, not romping in the waves, though it's too cold, it's autumn. And I am working hard, deciding how the hell I am going to get into that really difficult house. After I checked into my bad motel, I went into a sleep coma. Vegas will really wear you out. I think I went 28 hours without so much as a nap. I woke up on the cruddy, low-thread count bedspread in a pile of my own drool. I showered in the stifling, tiny shower, and I used the terrible small rectangles of bad soap. And I drove to the public parking lot that's closest to the beach, near the Salinger house. And I started walking. As if you can just walk into a very crime scene. Before I even got there, I saw the activity, the police cruisers and the TV news vans, the various Salingers in their winter clothes, and I had to back off. I pretend to be a guy walking on a beach, relaxing, and meanwhile that very house fills up with people who might find my mug. I need to get in there, so I try to get in there. I drive to Crowther's and order a large amount of food to go. I buy one of their t-shirts. I go to the Salinger house and park as close as I can. The TV vans are gone, news is only news for a little while, and there is only one cop. I put on my Red Sox cap, and I lift the heaving box of food, and I trot toward the house, the way any delivery guy would. I knock on the door, the way any delivery guy would. Nobody answers, so I ring the bell, the way any delivery guy would. A guy who can't be more than 20 and looks exactly like Peach walks up. He's wearing a Yale t-shirt and scratching his head. He looks like he's never held a rake or scratched a lottery ticket in a 7-Eleven. "What's up?" he asks. "I have a delivery," I say, as if this isn't completely very obvious. "Can I get in there and put this down?" The Salinger's eyes roll to the side of his oval head. "Mom," he calls out. "Buddy," I say, "my back's breaking here. If I could get in there and get this down?" But now his mother is here. "Trot," she says, "don't scream." She looks at me. "I'm sorry," she says. "We're requesting that all flowers and food and gifts be sent to the battered women's shelter in Fall River. Peach was very passionate about women's rights, and we just don't need the food." Peach was not very passionate about women. She was passionate about women. She wanted to be intimate with Beck, which is why I killed her. Salingers. This difficult person just stares at me. "Do you speak
English?" she asks.
"No, but I speak." "That's so great of you," I say. "But my boss would be very upset with me if I drove to Fall River. You sure I can't just get in there and leave this with you?" Meaning, get in there and steal the keys that are undoubtedly on the kitchen table, because rich people, particularly the ones on the East Coast, really like to throw their things on the kitchen table. The difficult person sighs. "You poor thing." She reaches for her purse. She thinks, "I want a tip. You take this and you keep that food." She slips me a $5 bill and gives me a fake smile, the kind people do when they want you to know you're faking it. She closes the door and locks it, and now I've been made by not one, but two very Salingers, so it's not like I can show up here tomorrow in a UPS uniform. Not that I have a UPS uniform. All I have is a heaving box of food. I drive to my bad motel room. I eat. I text Love. Still nothing, and yes, I am the jerk who got sucked into a blackjack table for hours. She writes back, "I'm not your parole officer. You don't have to report to me. I know you're working hard. I'm helping my dad with some pantry stuff." This was the wrong time for her to use the phrase parole officer, and I don't want to talk to her until I've destroyed that mug. I wish I could change things. I wish I had taken care of this mug before we met. "Miss you," she writes, "and most girls would throw hissy fits if their boyfriend went into silent mode in Las Vegas for several hours, especially while said girl was in the middle of a family crisis." My phone buzzes, and now she's calling me. "I just wanted to hear your voice," she says when I answer. "How you doing?" I ask her. She starts in about a difficult woman at work, Sam, and I yawn, and the room is cold, and I walk to the window to close the blinds, and I left my headlights on. "Gosh," I say. "What's wrong?" she asks. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I say. "I left my lights on. It's fine." I grab the keys and go outside, the bitter cold, and I turn off the lights, and I run back inside, and Love asks me where I am. "A diner," I say, "the Peppermill." She says she's glad I'm eating, and she wants me to rest. She says I sound tense. I tell her I sound tense because I am tense. She tells me that when they were in college, 40 disappeared for 2 months. Right after I got married, she says. 2 months, Joe. You know you can't stay in Vegas for 2 months. "I won't, but I can't give up yet," I say. "Promise me you'll take care of yourself," she says. I promise her. And then I make bad motel coffee and go on Tinder. Fortunately, there aren't that many girls in the area. I swipe, and I swipe, and I swipe. I swipe while I use the restroom, and I swipe in the bed, and I swipe in the car. And then I find her. Jessica Salinger. I recognize her from a picture of the family in the article. She's a prettier version of Peach, and she's less than a mile away. This is what I needed to know, that she was still here. Her really Facebook and Twitter are private, but her availability, apparently, is open. Humans, I will never understand. I shower, I shave, I dress. I run out to my car, and thank God I noticed the lights, because my battery works, and I need it to work. I need to get to Scuppers now, the place I went with that difficult person. It's the only joint in town, really, this time of year. And I go in, and the first thing I notice are the tall chairs at the bar, brown as opposed to the white leather chairs at the Bellagio. And 2 chairs are of particular interest to me, because one contains Jessica Salinger, the other has the friend I was banking on, and there is plenty of room for me at the bar. It's quietsome, really, sod in the background. Really, Rhode Island? And I have no competition. There are 2 other dudes here, construction workers, I think. They're both wearing rings, more interested in the news than the girls. There's no band to get in the way of things and tease the young girls. There's no crowd, not even with all the excitement involving the dead girl. New Englanders are stingy, and they hibernate at night,
as if going out makes you into some kind of whore. Of course, I am not going to go for Jessica Salinger. That would be too creepy since I was just at their house today. I have to put the moves on the friend, the one I knew she'd be out with, because girls like Jessica always have a friend around, and she's always a little shorter, a little more drunk, a little more down to earth, literally. This friend is tapping her straw and removing it from her cocktail. This friend is bored. This friend is gonna be mine. Easy. It's been so long since I hit on a girl in a bar, but I know how it works. All you do is stare into the girl's face, reflected in the mirror ahead. You let her friend notice you staring. You don't look away. She meets your gaze in the mirror, and you crack up, and you apologize. It's so good to start with sorry. And you tell her that you didn't mean to stare, but you couldn't help it. You're just so gorgeous, I say. And I don't mean that in a creepy jerk kind of way, and I'm not going to try and pick you up when I see you're very clearly here with your friend. And then I take all my marbles away and flag the bartender and order a gimlet. I want to know why 40 was so into them. And now the girl puts her hand on my arm. "What's your name?" "Brian," I say, like Brian from Cabo, Brian Stanley. "Well," she says, "I'm Dana, and this is my girlfriend Jessica. Are you here by yourself?" "Yeah," I say. "What about you girls? Are you here by yourselves?" Jessica rolls her eyes, and this is exactly what I want. My gimlet comes, I sip, I ask Dana what she's doing here, and she tells me she's here to provide moral support for her friend Jessica. Jessica is feeling more invisible by the second. It won't be long now. And I sip my gimlet slowly. Dana is Jessica's roommate in New York, and Dana is a first-year law student, and Dana loves this cute little town, and Dana loves this song, and she loves this bar, and Jessica does not love being a third wheel. She stands. "Do you guys mind if I get out of here?" I apologize. I am Mr. Manners. And Dana says she should go, and Jessica says that's ridiculous. She says she's tired. Dana doesn't know how she'll get home. "It's not like New York where you can just call a cab," she says. "No, I should go," Jessica says. "She'll be in the car." Jessica Salinger has no use for me. I tell Dana it's unorthodox and presumptuous, but I could give her a lift home if she wanted to stay. "Thank you," she says, "but I don't even know you." "Yeah," I say. "I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to." 2 hours later, Dana is a teetering drunk girl, and she's in good hands with me. I help her out of the bar. I open the car door for her. "Just like say anything," she says. I start the car. This is it. I'll have to keep up the gentleman act and escort her into the Salinger house, and she's so drunk she won't be able to make it up the stairs alone. "So," I say, "where am I taking you?" "Ugh," she says. "Hang on, I have to find the address in my phone." I almost mess up and tell her I already know the address, but she unlocks her phone, 1267, and she bites her lip and she scrolls through her email. "Got it," she says. 32 Starboard Way. My head snaps up. That's not Peach's address. Are you sure? She raises her phone and shows me the Airbnb page. And I am in a bad situation. A whole night wasted. "I usually stay with Jess and her family," she says, "but they have some crazy stuff going on right now. Did you see the news about the girl who they think was killed here? That was her cousin." "Really?" I say. And I look both ways, and I use my blinker, and I curse Tinder. That's some scary stuff. When I escort Dana into her Airbnb, she tries to kiss me. I tell her I'm sorry. I'm getting over someone, I say. "I'm really sorry. I just can't now, you know." Dana gets it. She says she's been there. But she has no really idea. I go back to my bad motel. I should have gotten an Airbnb.
I go down to breakfast the next morning, and why in the gosh would I ever want to make my own waffles? Do I look Belgian? I itch, and I think my room has bed bugs. And the number one thing I did not miss about the East Coast, the humidity. After the brisk chill of yesterday, Little Compton, Rhode Island, is suddenly in the midst of an unplanned natural event they call Indian summer. The girl at the front desk beams, sunburnt, small-minded. "Did you come here for the Indian summer? It's a wicked pissa." "I came here to get my mug of furin, thank you very much, and my hole in the wall is a fetid hot zone of bacteria, I know it, and this morning when I showered, I felt like I wasn't alone. I feel very cramped in here, as if my civil liberties have been chopped up by the difficult person at the front desk, by the 11-year-old kid who cut in front of me in the waffle line. I am nervous." The kid's fat dad whistles. "I think you're beeping." I yank the top of the waffle iron, and my waffle is blackened, and there is a long line. It would be a bad move to make another. I remove my raw on the inside, black on the outside freebie carb from the old machine and stick it onto a plate that is sticky, that clearly didn't make it into the dishwasher. There are kids everywhere. Talk of water parks and a drive-in an hour out, and isn't it October? What are all these people doing here? I didn't anticipate the crowds, the talk of blueberry syrup and gas prices, the New England of it all. The coffee is weak. No, gosh, Sherlock, I know. And the dad plops a waffle onto my plate. "You look like you could use a lift," he says, and he winks. And it is a kind world, a fair world. I need my energy. I eat the waffle and I drink the coffee, and then I do a drive-by at Peach's house. It's more crowded today than it was yesterday, and I can't go anywhere near it now that I messed up with my special delivery, and Jessica Salinger thinks my name is Brian. Is someone finding that mug of piss right now? I get out of the car. A couple of old ladies are power walking, the skinny one. And you know, apparently she was a lesbian. The skinnier one. Do they think that awful mother of hers might have killed her? You know, I wouldn't put it past her. The skinny one. She's putting on weight. The skinnier one. She shouldn't be going around in those flats. She needs lift. At least Peach didn't come from one of those happy families where nobody can conceive of anyone in the family committing a crime. New Englanders like murder as much as they enjoy the music of Taylor Swift and the antics of the Kennedys. I want to hear more parking lot banter, so I go to town, where it's more crowded. I enter the art cafe and gallery, and immediately I know this was a mistake. Heads turn. Elderly locals bemoan the nosy New Yorkers sniffing around and look me up and down. Were it not for my California tan, I'd probably be strung up on the flagpole outside, but fortunately, there is a distraction. A flock of grown men in spandex enter, cyclists, and they are regulars here, and they are welcome, and I am invisible again. I purchase a coffee. I wrestle with the bad pump on the milk dispenser, and a cyclist advises me to hit it once, hard. It works. My luck is turning. Thanks, I say. I look at him, and my luck is turning back again, the way every session at a blackjack table eventually concludes with the dealer making 21. Luke Skywalker knows that he might die in battle, and Eminem knows that he might get too choked up to make rhymes, and I, Joe Goldberg, know that when I fly to Rhode Island and re-enter my bad place, Little Really Compton, it is possible that I might wander into a store, let my guard down, and find myself face to face with the cop I met on my first visit. Yes, it's Officer Nico, in purple spandex and a blue helmet. Already his eyes are narrowing. "I know you," he says. And he does. He knows me as Spencer Hewitt, the boy he found in the boathouse next to the Salingers after he crashed his car. He knows my Figawi hat. He is going to remember me, and he's going to remember that cold December night. He might even read the file on Peach Salinger and realize that she disappeared right around the same time as that Hewitt kid was freezing in that boathouse. I take a step backward. "Thanks for the milk. I owe you one."
He is unperturbed. I never forget a face, he says. Hold on, the other cyclists need milk too, and he motions for me to follow him outside. Indian summer. And even off-duty, he has the authority of an officer of the law. He is the reason that Robin Fincher never should have made it through police academy, and he is biting his lip and taking the lid off his coffee. Do you live around here? He asks. No, I say, I'm just up from Boston. He is as kind as I remember, and I wonder if he ever was involved with that nurse in the hospital in Fall River who seemed so into him. The other cyclists are trickling out onto the lawn, and they are dullards mostly, white dentists. They want their black cop buddy back. I raise my hand to make my escape, and raising my hand sparks Officer Nico's memory. And that's right, this is New England, where people watch because they like to watch, where memories are intact, primed, because the people here are not bogged down by aspirations. The only thing Nico aspires to do is save the freaking world, and he snaps his fingers. The Buick, he says. You were that kid, poor kid, you totaled that Buick. The cyclists are interested now, and I am a part of this world in the worst possible way. If I lie, if I say that wasn't me, Nico will know it. He's a real cop. That's you, I say, and I put my coffee down and move to shake his hand. You saved my life. Never mind the absurdity of me, a white guy who passed through the whitest place in America in the dead of white winter, not remembering the very black officer who found me in a boathouse and drove me to a hospital. I am really in trouble. Or maybe not. Nico shakes my hand solid. I'm surprised you remember any of it, he says. You are banged up. I remember the important parts, I assure him. I didn't recognize you with your gear on. You guys all ride on the reg. Now I have included the dentists, provided them with the chance to tell an outsider about their weekly rides with their cop friend, their banal adventures, the dings with bad drivers, the roadkill, the time that Barry rode over that hose and fell, and everyone is belly laughing. Oh, Barry! Officer Nico is relaxed, involved in a few conversations, none about me. I am okay. I pulled it off. I will stay a while just to prove that I am at ease, and when one guy asks what brings me to their sunny seaside hamlet, I don't hesitate. Indian summer, I say, and I call upon the amiable demeanor of Harvey Swallows. I open my arms. Am I right or am I right? I am right. And soon it's time for the cyclists to move on. Nico waves goodbye. He hopes my stay this time around doesn't involve a trip to the emergency room. I knock on the table. He squints. Son, he says, that's a metal table. He laughs, and he goes, and I find a birch tree. I knock. I am still itchy. It could be psychosomatic, but it could be real. I might have picked something up from Dana. God knows what germs were crawling on me in Vegas, on the plane. I am uncomfortable in my skin in Little Compton. I never should have gone to the art cafe, and I never should have come here. I strip the bed. I search for bed bugs, and I don't find any. I flip the mattress, but there is nothing wrong with the mattress. There is something wrong with me. Love lifts us up, but it also makes us roam around Little Compton like we didn't murder the girl in the news. I'm hungry. The motel doesn't offer a continental dinner, and I am starving and marooned here, unable to will myself out the door for a Burger King run, too itchy to sleep, too potentially in trouble to attempt to relax. If I can't get that mug of urine, then the police will get that mug of urine.
If the police run tests on that mug and connect the dots, I will go to prison, and I won't be able to get back to California and marry love. I stop itching. I didn't realize that until now. I want to marry her, I say, and suddenly I know what I'm doing here. I am being that person who runs away from love, the one who self-sabotages. I don't think I can sleep in this room, in this township, in this universe. And I drag the sheets into the bathroom, the only sterile vortex in this musty pit. I rankle at the sadness of it all, the granite countertops and the little messy soaps, the non-organic shampoos. Love wouldn't want any of this, and all I want is her. I dump the sheets in the tub, and I wash my hands, and I hear a knock at the door. My heart races, but the rest of my body freezes, and I picture Officer Nico's face. I panic. There is another knock. It feels like the end. On the way to the door, I trip. I bump my knee against the bed. My body is protesting. I reach for the handle. Steeling myself, I swing the door open. But the person standing there isn't Officer Nico. It's someone worse. Love. Love's arms are folded across her chest. "You said you left your lights on," she says. "But it was only 5. Love," I say. "I can explain." "Hope so," she says, "because you should also know that Pitch Perfect is not and never was on Netflix." She enters my room. "Anyone here?" she asks. "No," I say. "I'm alone." She looks at the stripped bed. "What's this all about? Destroying the evidence?" "No," I say, and I can't keep up with her questions. "Love, let me explain." She raises her voice. "Yoo-hoo! You can come out now?" "Love," I say, "there's nobody here." "You know, we all live in the world, Joe. You think I can't figure out that you flew to Rhode Island and rented a car? And I don't mean this is in the jerk way, but you know who my father is. His people couldn't find 40 because 40 knows how to hide. Because we grew up in this, and we know how to disable our phones and pay with cash. But you think I can't find you? Jesus Christ! Where is she? Hello? Love, please stop." "No," she says. She is wearing a navy raincoat, bell-bottom blue jeans, and a shrunken pink sweater. I want to hug every part of her, even now, while she accuses me of cheating on her. Especially now. She isn't going anywhere. She isn't afraid of me, even though she knows I was lying. Even though I disappeared on her while I said I was looking for her brother. She isn't the police. She is love, which is why she is crying. "Why won't you tell me things?" she says. "I tell you things, but you shut down. You won't tell me the real deal. Why don't you tell me how you saw Pitch Perfect? Because no, Joe, you didn't see it randomly on Netflix. It's not on Netflix, and even if it was, a lie just feels different. I know you know that. And I think about this, gosh, you know, in the middle of the night when you're asleep. This is the kind of gosh I think about. Why won't you tell me?" "Love," I say, and I can't explain it, but I want to tell her. I want her to know. "You know," she says, "when you do stuff on your phone, I mean since the very beginning, like the whole time we've been together, I know you are doing something. Sometimes I think you have cancer. I actually console myself by thinking he just has some disease and he's gonna die and he doesn't know how to tell me that I'm gonna get my heart broken." "I don't have cancer," I assure her. "But then I do. I have the mug of urine. It is a tumor, spreading, malignant, infiltrating my love, my love." She's still wearing her coat. "I know you don't have cancer, Joe. That's the point. But I have to know what you have. I can't take it anymore. I have enough problems. I have a brother who disappears, and a father who can't even pretend he wants him to come back, and a mother who wishes he wasn't here in the first place. I can't do this." She is crying. I go to her, but she doesn't want me. "No," she says. "You can't be in this with me if you won't be in this with me." She wipes her eyes. "What are you really even doing here? Why are you in Rhode Island? Is my brother here? Who are you? Because I can't freaking ask you anymore. I can't ask you anymore."
I'm sorry. She's right. You can't be in love, not fully, not eternally, if you can't tell the truth. It builds up on you. She told me about being intimate with Milo in the chateau. But how can I tell her my truth? I killed her brother. It's like the atomic version of that universal truth. You can talk gosh about your mother, but nobody else can, no matter what you say, no matter what she does. I can't tell love what I've been up to, and to talk to her is to lie to her. I should just go. I don't know what I'm doing here. I kneel at her feet. Please stay. Why? Because I love you. She shakes her little head. Love isn't enough, Joe. It isn't nearly enough. I want more. I don't know what else to say, she says, but I can't stand the way you make me feel so good, like better than I ever felt, and then you tear it all away. Like deep down, you don't want me to be happy. Of course I want you to be happy. Then tell me who you are. Tell me why you said you watched Pitch Perfect on Netflix. Love, I say. And if we were married, if I had let her go with me to Vegas and we had eloped, she would not be able to testify against me in a court of law. But we are not married, and the justice system does not acknowledge relationships like ours. I want to marry this girl. I want to stay with this girl. I want our ashes mixed, our crumbling bodies buried side by side. I want her to know how badly I want that. I don't want to live without her. I don't want to let go of her. If she leaves me, what then? So that's all you have to say. That's fine. Fine. She sounds cold, and she is inching away from me. Joe, she says, it's over. I look up at her. This is like Homeland when he's going to cut a wire and the bomb might explode. I might kill us, everything we have. But maybe I can live with that, because without her, I will die. I know it. I accept that she might hit me, call me names, run to the cops. This could be the end, but this could also be the beginning. When you get baptized, you fall back into the water, your entire body. Some people hold their noses, some people don't, but there is no way around it. You have to get wet if you want to be in God's hands. I take love's hands. I choose love. I accept risk. I breathe. I speak. The first time I saw Pitch Perfect was when I broke into a girl's apartment. When I am done, when I have told her everything, everything but 40, of course, she just sits there. The minutes tick by, and her face gives me nothing. The way Matt Damon's face never looks all that really messed up when he's being Jason Bourne. I think about what I've done, about how it all must seem to her. I did not do that thing where you leave out the grotesque details to make yourself seem like some kind of unstained, impervious hero. I told her how I stole Beck's phone and strangled Peach on the beach. I told her about the blood of the Da Vinci Code in Beck's mouth when she slipped away, how I buried her upstate. I told her about the mug of piss. I gave her as much as I had, but it's like the difference between a movie and a book. A book lets you choose how much of the blood you want to see. A book gives you the permission to see the story as you want, as your mind directs. You interpret. Your Alexander Portnoy doesn't look like mine, because we all have our own unique view. When you finish a movie, you leave the theater with your friend and talk about the movie right away. When you finish a book, you think. Love grew up on movies, and I have just read her a book. I give her the time to digest. I am preparing for the worst, for Love's face to change, for her to run out of here screaming. In a funny way, all the women in my life helped me brace for this moment. My mother, Beck, Amy. Women leave me, and Love will leave me. She has to. She believes in love and decorates her home with it, carries it on her passport, in her heart. She's not the police. She is love, which is why she is crying. Why won't you tell me things, she says. I tell you things, but you shut down. You won't tell me the real deal. Why don't you tell me how you saw Pitch Perfect? Because no, Joe, you didn't see it randomly on Netflix. It's not on Netflix. And even if it was, a lie just feels different. I know you know that. And I think about this, gosh, in the...
She is going to walk out of this room and feel like she's done it again, chosen the wrong man, blown those other two out of the saltwater infinity pool. Well, never go in again. I've never opened up like this, never said it all out loud before, and I hold my knees to my chest and tell myself that what happens next is out of my control. I can't make love love me. But I did the right thing. I told her what she wanted to know. I stopped lying. The wait is eternal, and her eyes are fixed on a stain on the floor. I think of all the people who stayed in this room before and wonder if any of them have been like me. And then, finally, she looks up. "Okay," she says, "I'm going to tell you about Roosevelt." Roosevelt was a puppy they had when they were babies. 40 named him. She didn't know why then, doesn't know why now. "He's weird that way," she says, as if he's still alive. I mean, what 6-year-old calls a puppy Roosevelt? And also, it's not like he was precocious and into politics or whatever. He just liked the word Roosevelt. "It's a good name," I say. She ignores me. "Anyway," she says, "Roosevelt disappeared, and we looked everywhere and put up signs and all that. But then 40 woke me up in the middle of the night, and he took me outside and showed me that Roosevelt wasn't missing. He was dead." Oh dear. She looks at me. She holds my hands. Now she is the one who's not blinking, staring at me directly. "He tied Roosevelt to the wall," she says. "He was mad at him because he kept wanting to sleep in my room instead of 40's. So he punished him. He starved him and muzzled him." "Love," I say. "I've never harmed an animal. I can't imagine being that sort of monster. Jesus Christ." She takes her hands away. "You have no idea what it is to be twinned with someone who does things like that." Her voice quavers when she says things like that, and Roosevelt is not alone. There are other crimes, I'm sure. "Love," I say. "I'm so sorry." "So it's like this," she says. "I love that really sicko. I know he is demented, and I know he tied a dog to a wall, but you know what? I didn't tell anyone. And you know what else? Gosh, that dog for ignoring him. Gosh, that Monica for bailing on him for that loser friend of yours. And gosh, all the girls who act like there's something defective about him, who don't even pretend they want his money. Gosh, my parents for not even pretending to think he's talented. And gosh, Milo for being better at everything. Gosh, everyone who's like, who was born first, you or Milo? And gosh, people who are never surprised when I'm like, I was born first, because they're like, of course you were. You seem so together. Gosh, everyone, Joe. I mean, I will defend my messed up brother all day long, because life isn't fair. It isn't. Roosevelt cried when 40 tried to hold him, and 40 was the one who wanted Roosevelt in the first place. Who makes a world like that, where you can't hate anyone because ultimately everyone has some god-awful really thing they put up with, and you have no way of knowing what it is exactly? I mean, he's gotta be 40, but I've gotta be his really sister. Who has it worse? She shakes her head. Tell me, who has the right to hate anyone? Love is breathing heavily. It's clear she's never talked about this to anyone. You know when someone is opening up a box so private that there isn't a key.
She looks at me. "All I know is how to love," she says, "so I can deal with you." Ouch. She takes my hand. "That's a compliment," she assures me. "This is why I hate it when people keep getting married like it's so simple. It's not. Finding someone who gets you is special." I kiss the back of her hand. "What kind of dog was it?" "Golden," she says. "Roosevelt was a golden." "I love you, love." "I love you," she says. I flinch when a car brakes outside, the screech. I'm still nervous, still can't quite believe it. She smiles. "Look, Joe, I wouldn't have come here if I didn't know that it might be bad." "Bad?" I repeat. She squeezes my hand. "This is it for me. In this messed up way, I feel like this will work. You did all those awful things, but you also fell in love with a person who can forgive you." "I don't know what to say," I say, and I think of 6-year-old love staring at that dead puppy. "Joe," she says, and my name belongs to her now. There's more. She says she knew when Trey died that if she ever found anyone again, it would be forever. And she looks at the floor, and then she looks at me. "I'm pregnant. Did I hear that right? Pregnant? Yes, I heard that right. Pregnant. Now there is permanence between us, and it means her forgiveness is whole. True. If she were afraid of me on any level, she would have run out of this room and never told me about the baby. Our baby." And then it hits me. We're gonna have a baby. We're laughing and I'm kissing her belly and she's telling me about taking the test. It's early and she had to come tell me in person and she's glad she did. Me too, I say. This baby is great equalizing force between us, the definition of the future. No matter what I did, a part of me is inside of love. It's the most beautiful thing in the world, and love and I are fixed, locked together, our genes intertwining, a little human, part me, part her, wholly triumphant. Watching love doze off, I feel love like I have never have before. "Sweet dreams," I say, and I kiss the place between love's slumbering breasts, the hardness above her heart. I go into the bathroom and turn on the shower, and the cramped stall feels larger to me somehow. The whole world feels bigger now that someone else knows everything, someone who loves me. I understand why Peach Salinger was in such a dark place. Beck knew her. She did not love her. I turn off the shower and tear the curtain aside, but when I try the door, it is stuck. I didn't lock it, and it locks from the inside, and I don't understand. I push the door, but it won't budge. Alarm bells go off, and I try the knob again, but the door is clearly blocked from the outside. I panic. I bang on the door. I call out to love and hurl my body against the door. No answer. She trapped me in here, and she probably invented Roosevelt and our baby and all that empathy just so she could safely get away from me. It worked. I am a monster now. I live in the white, tacky bathroom, and I am a monkey on steroids. I know I can't get out, but still I pound into the door. I use my body, and I am bruised. I am blue. I am black. I am swollen. When my ribs won't stop stinging, I use my feet. I kick. I have broken the shower stall, and I have torn the lid off the toilet. I have screamed help, and it's a gosh motel, and someone must hear me. The people below, if there are people below, they don't care. I run the shower and the water, and when it's cold, it stings my wounds, and when it's hot, it scalds me. There is no love for me in Little Compton, and I knew this going in, and that's the thought that drives me to my feet, which are streaked with blood. I slam into the door. Bad Joe. Gently, Joseph. Mr. Mooney used to caution me when I was a boy, when there was hope. Was there ever hope? I don't know. Bam goes my torso, and that time I think an organ moved. I will not use the shattered glass from that gosh mirror to kill myself. I want to go out with a bang, and I drive my other side into the door. The door is my enemy, stronger, more powerful, always ready for me, always locked, always hard, always no. I breathe. I do cry. There is no baby. I know that now. The Corinthians tell you that love is patient and kind, but love is also smart. She is older, wiser. She was married twice. She knows things. She knows men. She knew how to win my trust. And now she is with the police. I'm stupid. I teach and I teach and I test and I test, and yet I'm the one who never learns. I choose wrong every time. I see my mother in her Nirvana shirt, the one Beck is buried in, and somehow it is there, the way you can do that, in a dream, in a nightmare. Bam!
I hurl myself into the door, and my mother is only betting $5 at the $5 minimum blackjack table in Florida, New Jersey, does it matter where? She is laughing, and she likes 40, and he is laughing, and I did this, I came here. I told love all of it, and now I don't get to have love, and I don't know how to stand. My feet don't work. Bad feet, bad Joe. Gently, Joseph. I jiggle the handle, I slap the handle. I can't break the handle. I try, I pull, I push. I fall back and hit the toilet, and I flush it, and I listen to the water go away and come back. And I am not like that. I am not coming back from this. I breathe, and I see Beck, in the ground, smiling, clawing her way out, the Mona Lisa, smiling. Can a skeleton smile? Does it matter? She says to Amy, "Oh my God, I need a drink. That was so crazy. I need to tweet that gush." Now she is gone into the woods, and I am here in the bathroom. The ceiling has a yellow stain. I can't reach it. I tried. I am not going to leave the bathroom. I am not going to be a dad. I am going to die in here because I was dumb. I believed her. Don't date an actress, Mr. Mooney said, and love is an actress. I wonder if she recorded me, and I wonder how I sound, and I wonder how long it takes to die. And I liked it better when I was bam going into the door, but there is so much pain now, and it's hard to move. My skin is the sky in a storm, squalls of black and blue and white, and the red is hot, and I know it's the end of the world. I close my eyes. I bleed for little Compton. I am nobody's father. I am a killer, and I'm going to jail. And there is no love in my life, not anymore. Will they let me watch the third twin and the mess in prison? Will Mr. Mooney give me advice? Will they let me choose where I see my time? Will they put me in the electric chair, and will the food be as bad as it looks in Locked Up on CNN? Will I work out or get scrawny? Will I be in Wikipedia? Will they give me a nickname in the media? Joe Bro? Taxi driver, old sport, the professor, lover boy? Will there be a trial that drags on for months, and will Des bury his bricks under his bed, and take his Dodgers cap off, and shake his head, and quiet little D, and tell Dateline that I was kind of shady, not a bro? Will Harvey be on IMDb if he's on Deadline talking about how I was never late with rent?
Will Calvin cry alone in his bed, but laugh about it with other people and use his connection to me as way to seduce Tinder people? I cry out, "Help!" I punch the door. My hand bleeds. Will the LAPD send someone on the inside to beat the life out of me? Will my Love Actually Revolutionary Road directorial debut on Funny or Die go viral now that my name will be out there? Will I be famous? Will Officer Nico be on the local news in front of the Gosh Coffee Art House with his spandex crew in the background, telling them all about running into me here and our drive to the hospital in Fall River last winter? Will the doctor who treated me at the hospital last winter see it all on the news and shake his head in disgust? Or will he not even remember me because of how many patients he sees every day? Because I was just some guy. It's not like I was someone he knew, someone he cared about. I drive my body into the door again and again. I get nowhere. It goes without saying that Milo is, by now, on a jet headed out this way, wearing a Wayano t-shirt and watching an early cut of Boots and Puppies, and speculating on how much time needs to pass before he puts the moves on Love. Is he drinking, or is he so really happy to have me out of the picture and be the knight in fading pastels that he doesn't even need to drink? Will Dr. Nicky's wife take him back when they let him out of prison? Will he disclose details of our therapy sessions? I charged a door, elbows and ribs, nothing but pain. Love. Will I ever share intimacy with her again? Will Love ever love and trust again, or will her open heart be the worst casualties of my capture? The worst loss? I bring my ear to the door. A new sound. I am still. A plastic keycard unlocking the door. The door closing. My heart is too loud. Really the question. Really the police. Really love. When this door opens, no other door will close on me ever again. And I stand guard. I prepare. I have my hand on the doorknob. When the cops so much as even start to unlock, I will pull back. I will fight. I will go. I hear them take away the bureau that Love used to keep the door closed, and they are here. This is it. I feel the doorknob start to turn, and I pray to God that He is with me. This is how that happens, how you find God in jail. And I roar, and I yank the door, and it's Love. I stop. She covers her mouth. "No," she says. "What happened to you?" I swallow. "I fell." "You fell hard, huh?" She steps toward me and kisses my chest. She looks up at me, and I was wrong. I think I smile. I don't know. My face hurts. My body pulsates in different places. "You locked me in." "I know," she says. "I'm so sorry. I just knew you would try to stop me, and I wanted to make sure you were safe. And, well," she trails off. And that's when I notice how different she looks, like Halloween, with painted pink lips and Jennifer Lopez hair pulled back in a high bun. She wears her trench coat, and beneath, a dress with every pastel color in the rainbow smushed together, overlapping in flowers. Then she reaches into her coat, and she is a magician, pulling a rabbit out of a hat. It's the mug from the Salinger house. It's bluer than I remember, and I would know it anywhere. And it's dry, and it's in my hands. My freedom. The traces of my urine, grainy and visible in the interior. I wanted to get really out of Little Compton, and I do have a morbid curiosity about Brown University because of Guinevere Beck, And it's so strange to speak openly of these things. Love parks near campus, and it looks like you'd think, like an Ivy League school, an idyllic setting with trees and old buildings. On Thayer Street, the main drag on this campus, there are a few bars, a university bookstore, an Urban Outfitters, and a really Starbucks. America is America is America, and we duck into a Greek restaurant that is more New England charm than it is Orthodox baklava. Love orders chicken and salad, and I'm starving. I feel like I just got out of prison. I order calamari and spanakopita and leg of lamb and moussaka, and Love laughs. Do you need to order some food with your food? I swat her hand. Watch it, Mom. She does a happy dance and says her mind is blown, and I tell her we have to talk about our baby, but first she wants to tell me how she got the really mug. All right, she says. Deep breath, and she begins. So much more articulate than her brother. Her first order of business was to do a drive-by and stake out the Salingers to get their vibe. She then drove all the way to a boutique in Newport for new clothes. I needed a Lily Pulitzer dress, she says. What's that? That pink and green thing I was wearing, she explains. Love then beat it back to Little Compton and parked at the Salinger house and put on big fat Chanel sunglasses and stormed past reporters, past cops. She burst in the Salinger house. She started sobbing. I mean, I guess I do kinda like acting, she admits, but I still don't want to do it professionally. What did they do? I ask. What did you even say? I told them I was Peach's lover, of course, she says. She is proud. Our calamari arrives. She grabs a tentacle, pops it into her perfect little mouth. I did a whole monologue about our secret love in New York.
I have yet to eat any calamari, and Love licks her fingers and tells me how amazingly uptight, New England, puritanical, gosh, this is where I am such a Cali girl to the bone, she says. We don't care, you know. We're like, do whatever, chill out, be gay, be straight. I mean, what is the big deal? We're all gonna die anyway, you know. Who wants to spend their precious life hating? I understand now the depth of Love's love for me. I have unlocked some cauldron of confidence inside of her. No longer is she content to sit low in a dark room and watch the monitor. Love is alive, and she feels more connected to me than she does to her brother. Listen to her talk about her scam, and there is not one mention of 40, and she credits me with this newfound freedom here in the Greek restaurant. The rest of our food arrives. We eat it, all of it. Love continues her story. She says she dug deep. Her inspirational performances were Rosalind Russell in Auntie Mame and Goldie Hawn in The First Wives Club. I knew one thing, she said. These people who hate gay people and who essentially hated their own family member for being gay, they don't want to think about her being intimate with me. They don't want to think about any of it. I mean, maybe they go to a benefit once a year and tolerate it, but they don't want this really preppy person in their house crying over Peach's beautiful body. She drinks her water and continues. She told them to let it go, all of it, because you can't prosecute the dead. She said that Peach was incontrovertibly in love with Guinevere Beck, and that Beck for sure killed her. See, she says, the magic of this is that they won't even breathe a word to anyone because they don't want Peach to be gay, let alone be murdered by a gay person, you know? That's kind of brilliant, I say. She nods. Our baklava arrives. I dig in and give her the first bite. She says, and she is happy. You should have seen their faces, Joe. I was like, I just need to go upstairs and be in our bed for a moment. Our bed.
She nods. She opens her mouth. I stuff flaky Greek pastry inside of her, and I can't wait to be intimate with her. That's also pretty brilliant. And then, obviously, I knew there was no way any one of them was coming upstairs to see what the preppy lesbo was doing up there. So I went room to room, and I found a mug and tucked it into my Kate Spade purse, and then I went downstairs and offered to make a statement to the police about my relationship with Peach. I choke. Holy gosh, I say, that's hysterical. Yes, she says, they almost lost it, then helped me leave out the back door and asked if I wouldn't mind going back to my car from the public parking lot. You know, so it can feel like none of this ever happened. Brilliant, I say. But there's one problem. She wipes her cheeks with her napkin. What's that? When Boots and Puppies comes out. She rolls her eyes. You mean when it's dumped on Netflix? Either way, I say. They're going to recognize you. Who really cares? I never said who I was or how I knew Peach, and I can say I am bi or something. I don't care. The girl is dead, and we were secret lovers. What can you ever do about that? There is no more baklava left, and I get a Google alert, and the Salingers are preparing to ask the Little Compton Police Department to stop the investigation for personal family reasons that have come to light. There is light, fluttering Greek guitar on the stereo, and the goblets on all the tables are New England blue. My belly is full. My love is real. We should talk baby stuff, I say. I don't know the first thing. You seem to know how to make 'em pretty good. I know what she wants, and I want it too, and we pay the check and sneak into the bathroom. Tension broke. We gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Outside, we pass the Brown bookstore, and college kids walk, and we are so lucky to be older. They are all either drunk or nervous, and I can't imagine having homework. I put my arm around Love, and she pulls me tighter. Should we get one of those What to Expect books? I ask. Love says yes, but holds up a finger. Her dad is calling. Hi, Daddy, she says, and it hits me. Someday my child will call me and say that. Hi, Daddy. The crosswalk turns white. It's our turn to go. But we don't go. Love trembles. Daddy, Daddy, wait, she says. 1 second. She puts her hand over the phone. She looks like she's had a stroke, and her face is a battlefield. Her muscles spasm. Are you okay? Joe, she says. They found him. They found 40. He's alive. I hear her dad faintly coming through the phone. Love, Love. And now I feel like I'm having a stroke, but I have to fake it or else I'll seem like a psycho, and I grin and pull her into a hug. Yes! We run back to the car. No books for us. No time. 40's alive. Alive. I may as well be back in that bathroom hurling my body at the door. He's alive. How? I picture a couple of shrooming college kids imitating Boyhood and roaming the desert, finding the hot springs. He's alive. I picture one spotting the body, unsure if it was a hallucination or if the body was real. She tells me it's a miracle. Some girl found him, and he's in a hospital in Reno, and he's fine. She smacks her lips. He's fine. This is so 40, just like the time he disappeared in Russia. Reno? I say. Love nods. Apparently this girl found him in the desert. I don't know where. She picked him up. He was passed out, dehydrated, and she brought him to the hospital, and they put him on an IV, and he's gonna be fine. It's the worst diagnosis in the world. And I am not gonna be fine. I am really. I think of my acting manuals. I must not ask questions. Love unlocks the car. The guy has 9 lives, she says. And I mean, phew, I can't wait to talk to him, I say. Well, you will, she says. My dad says he's talking up a storm. That's crazy, I observe, in my peppiest voice. Right? She asks. I mean, of course he doesn't remember a very thing about how he got there, and his last memory is at the Bellagio, but, you know, that's my brother. We drive to the airport. We don't talk about our baby. We just gush over 40. And this is my fault. I did not check for a pulse. I did not finish my job. In spite of everything I've learned from the mug of piss, I didn't put that knowledge into action. I'm like a jerk in a sitcom who learns the same really lesson every week, and this is my life. It's a long flight to Reno. I pretend to read Mr. Mercedes, and we talk intermittently about the baby, but mostly it's all about 40. Love shares the good news on Facebook and writes back to various worried friends. Love emails with her mom about whether or not he needs rehab. The answer is no. I don't mention Roosevelt. It's like our conversation never happened. It is unbearable the way she smiles about him surviving, the way he sits in a room in Reno, conscious, aware that I am the one who put him there, who left him in the hot water to die. We arrive in Reno, and there is a car waiting for us at the airport, and the driver says it won't be long until we get to the hospital, and I pray for a crash or an earthquake on the inside, and I deserve an Oscar because I'm so good. Love says we shouldn't tell anyone about the baby just yet, and I say okay, and my prayers are unanswered when we reach the 4th floor. The building doesn't crumble or shake, and I can already hear him in the room, loud, cognizant, on the phone. Reese is interested? That's bananas. I smell hand sanitizer and chicken broth as we walk toward his room. Love squeezes my hand. Yay, yay, I say. Dottie steps into the hallway and does a double take. Lovey, she says. Love runs to her and they hug, and I stand in the hall trying not to stare into the room where an old man screams, "Help me!" Dottie whistles. I hug Dottie as Love disappears into 40's room. My heart pounds. You feel hot, Dottie says. She puts her hand on my forehead. Are you sick? No, I say. It's just the desert, I guess. Well, she says, linking her arm through mine, we have to talk.
40 has the most wonderful idea about what we can do with Hume. Murder me feed, live to dogstrap, Mel drown me in a pool in the ocean, tie me up, starve me. Really? I say, what did you two have in mind, and, my God, how is he? Come see for yourself, she says, and leads me into 40's room. Music plays, and trays of food abound, and Ray must have brought his own chair, because he's in a recliner. And 40 sits up in bed laughing with Milo, who sits in the other bed. I walk toward 40 Quinn, and he meets my eyes, and he smiles. There he is, he says. Good to see you, old sport. Have a seat if you can. Settle in for story hour. Ray stands, yawns. I don't think I need to hear it again, he says. And whatever the story is, it's bullshit, and Ray would rather leave than go on indulging his son. Dottie takes the recliner, and Love joins 40 in his bed. I sit in a shitty, hospital-issued folding chair. Well, 40 says, the first thing you guys have to understand about me going forward is that I'm a writer. I might vomit. Okay. 40 takes a pompous breath. What this means is that writers write. We shut off our phones. We take off. We get lost in the narrative. You guys, I know I have pulled some crazy gosh in the past, but that was then. This is now. Now I'm a working writer, which means I didn't want to really stay in LA and rest on my laurels and pat myself on the back. I wanted to hunker down in a quiet hotel room and think and do and make. Dottie moans, Sweetie, I'm on your side and I love you, but you could have called. Love, Mom, enough. 40, and next time I will call. I was just dying to start in on a new script because that's how this town is. You're only as good as what you've got coming up. Milo now, with an amen, brother. I might faint. What were you writing? Love asks. He looks at me now, intently. He smiles. Another kidnapping story, he says. I pretty much sold it in the room at Paramount a while back, but they got cold feet, and now that I'm a thing, you know, they want in again. So I promised them I'll have a script soon.
Love is perplexed. Well, how the hell did you wind up in the desert? Mom says you're starting to remember more? That a girl found you? My heart pounds. He looks up at the TV. I went on a walkabout, he says. I needed to do research. Sometimes you just have to get out there and see gosh if you want to write about it, you know? If you want to write about the outer reaches of the desert where there's nobody around, you have to see it. Maybe I could get a nurse to kill him. And why can't anyone ask what we all want to ask? Where is the new script? He can't explain what happened to his computer or his notes because he didn't bring notes and a computer. He brought cash and Coke. My brain hurts. My palms sweat. Who found you? He smiles. That's the thing, old sport, he says. It's all kind of a blur. 1 minute I'm sitting in the buffet, giving $5,000 to a couple of newlywed kids who look like they can't afford to eat in a real restaurant. Really? Liar. And the next minute, boom! Really? Liar. I'm in the desert, and this blonde girl. He sighs. He fails. I just got a flash of her. Dottie runs across the room. What did you see? A sweatshirt, he says. Dottie pleads with 40. Try to remember. But he can't remember anything. All he can see is the girl, her shirt. And then I woke up here, he says. Splat. Love kisses his hand. We need to give her $5,000. We can't, 40 says. She's gone. The nurses say she took off. She didn't even come in. They found me outside. Dottie starts to cry, and Milo puts an arm around her. Love asks 40 how the staff has been here, and he says it's not the Ritz, and he looks at me and asks how I've been. I look him dead in the eye. Worried about you, I say. We were so scared, Dottie says, and she stands. A nurse appears and says she can come back later when everyone is gone, and Love runs after her, and it's just me and Milo and 40 and Dottie, who is pacing, worked up, wrung out, hands on hips. Imagine how well I would have done had I had a mother like this, the kind who cares, the kind who is here, no makeup, bags under her eyes from worrying. Well, remember this, she says. You can't write anything if you're dead, and your father and I need to know where you are. I'm 35 years old, he says. Where does it end? Not in a desert, she says, and now she is sobbing. 40 crumples up a paper towel and throws it at Milo. He points toward the door. Milo obliges. Come on, Dot, he says. Let's go for a walk. Joe can stay here with me, right, old sport? 40 offers. I feel myself being murdered, slowly, the way they used to drain the blood out of people. Sure thing, I say. You guys take a break. Dottie kisses her son on the head. Don't make it so hard for me, she says. I love you. Daddy loves you. Let us love you. Let us be there. Mom, he says. It was a few days. Milo ushers Dottie out of the room, and when they're gone, I turn to 40. Shut it, he says. First the door, then your mouth. I get up and walk to the door, and I close the door, and I return to my goshy chair. He does not encourage me to sit in the recliner, and he does not suggest I get in the bed. He points to the chair next to the bed. Here, he says. I'm suffering from exhaustion and dehydration, and I don't need to be yelling. I sit in my chair. On the muted television, The Cosby Show begins. 40 opens a drawer in the tray table and pulls out 2 open bags of M&Ms. He reaches into one for candy. He reaches into the other bag for pills. Really 40. He pops a bottle of Vev. He pours his apple juice onto the floor as if he's in a parking lot, and he pours champagne into his cup. I don't want to be the first to speak, but I can't help it. Is that going to help with your dehydration? No, he says. It won't help with my exhaustion either, but it's fine. I'm not the one with work to do. I look at him. Did you call the cops? He ignores my question. He looks at the TV. He laughs. Demented, really sicko. I love this episode, he says. You know this one, right? Where Theo wants the really shirt? Never gets old. He wants that shirt. His really know-it-all dad wants him to work for that shirt, and his sister tries to make him the shirt at home. But at the end of the day, the only way to get that really shirt is to pony up and buy it. 40, I say. Maybe we can talk. He snaps and throws an M&M at me. It hits my nose. You jerk. You left me in the desert in the middle of really nowhere. I'm sorry. I could have died. I know. I'm sorry. Maybe we can talk? He pours M&Ms into his mouth. Maybe you can go. Really yourself. Did you call the cops? None of your business, he says. Look, I say, obviously we're both upset. He is exasperated. Did you seriously just say that we both have reason to be upset? Just hold on. Look, psycho, I know you're from a broken home, and I know you came here with no friends and no family and no nothing, but my God, Professor, you are not a really retard. Don't use that word, 40. You're right, he says. Professors graduate from college. They work at colleges. You never even went to college. I seethe. 40 eats another M&M. What the really do you want? Number one rule of Hollywood, he says, I learned when I was an intern at CAA for 2 weeks. Only 40 would have a 2-week-long internship. Don't burn bridges. Just tell me what you want. I want you to listen, he says. You can't burn bridges because LA is not like a hospital. The jerk mopping up this floor, he's not going to be operating on you next month. It doesn't work that way. In this business, people get places, and you don't know how they got there, but they get there. And then the guy wiping the floor, he's running the studio. I hate it when he has a point. 40, they're all going to be back any minute, I say. What do you want? I've always wanted a dog, he says. Roosevelt. A white, fluffy dog, but my mom is allergic. That's where the title of Boots and Puppies really comes from. We had this puppy for like a minute, and we loved the gosh out her. We named her Boots, and Mom made us get rid of her because Mom was allergic. Really broke Love's heart. Liars lie, and I can't betray love. And families do this. Each person gets to invent a history, a version of the injustices, the pets, the names. I will never know the Quinns the way Milo does. Milo, who is probably sitting in a Quinn sandwich right now. What are you trying to say? I ask. That I'm a really grown-up, he says. A hot gosh screenwriter, and I'm my own person, making my own bucks, so I'm getting a dog. And you know what I'm gonna call that really dog? I know what he's going to call the really dog, and I don't want to say it out loud. But I think of my child. This is what parents do. They sacrifice. You're calling it Professor, I say. He nods. Professor, he repeats. Prof for short. Here's the deal, Prof. You are going to write what I tell you to write, when I tell you to write it. 40. He talks through me. You are going to churn out gosh like you're the guy in Misery, really chained to the bed by the fat chick, he says. You will write and I will earn. And if you ever even so much as think about telling my sister what we're doing, you really dog, I will put your ass in prison so fast you won't know what hit you. He barks at me, as if he's the dog, and he's too really up from pills and vuv to keep his analogies straight. And you will be really loyal, or I will kick your ass. I own you now. The end. I try to breathe. 40 throws another M at me. I said, did you hear me? He asks. I look at him. You expect me to believe you're not going to the cops? I hate cops, he says. It's tedious and there are so many questions and lawyers. You could have died out there, and you want to work with me? You expect me to believe that? I shake my head. 40, here's what I expect. I expect to walk out of this room and get clocked and come to in an hour, tied up in some really basement. He grins. There it is, he says, that imagination. I left you in the desert, I say, so don't really tell me we're going to be business partners. You're not a good killer, he says, obviously, but you're a hell of a good writer. The sick jerk eats more M&Ms and proceeds to tell me that I'm worth more alive than dead. Look, he says, I don't care about any of this gosh. I don't care about getting sick and getting better, and I don't care about getting married and having kids and getting healthy. He breaks, choking. He's back. All I care about is gold. I want an Oscar. I've wanted one my whole really life. You can't buy 'em, I mean, not technically. And I sure as hell didn't come close to getting one for the last 15 years, and now you, jerk, you're gonna get me my Oscar. And he goes back to his Cosbys. He really doesn't care about love, about any of the hallmark human joys we're programmed to want, family and holidays, joy. He knows what I am, what I did, and he would still allow me to be intimate with his sister. But then, his sister knows about me too, and still she wants me. And of course she does. Of course he does. I'd be intimate with Denise, he says, and of course he would. Twins. And my child shares his genetic coding, and this is why we have war, because no gene pool is perfect. A nursing assistant barges in to take 40's vitals, and she is cheery and pretty, and she thinks it's so amazing how 40 has such a big and loving family. I wish everyone could have what you guys have, she says. It's so sad when people are here and they don't have anybody. You know what I'd like to do? 40 asks. The nurse cuffs him. Blood pressure. Not real cuffs. I wish. What's that? She chirps. I'd like for you, when you have time, to take all of these flowers and all of these balloons and disperse them to all the people on this floor who have no family around. She looks at me. Could you just die? She asks. This family is the best, right? If they're not bringing in sushi for us, then they're showering the whole floor with flowers. She puts a thermometer in 40's mouth. I hate to say this, but I wish you could stay with us forever. Me too, I say. 40 looks at me. The nurse says he has no temperature, and he'll be out of here in a jiffy. And Love and Milo and Dottie and Ray return, and the party continues. 40 reminds his mother about their plan for me, and she says that they want to start a book club at the pantries. You'll choose one book a month to spotlight, she says. We can even use you in the signage. Love squeezes my hand. I love this idea, she says. Don't you love this? I love it, 40 says. Dad, do you love it? Ray nods. Professor Joe, he says. And now the Quinns are debating what the first book should be. And Love elbows me and says it should be the Easter parade. And I cringe, and I should not have told her that detail about Amy. I do not want her referencing Amy ever. 40 says it should be Misery, and Ray thinks that's a good idea, and Dottie only ever saw the movie, and Milo says the book and movie are both great. And this is my life now. Or it is, until 40's memory miraculously comes back. He could do that to me at any moment, turn me in, take it all away. And I can't kill him, not now that Love knows what I am, not when she could suspect me. He's my new mug of gosh, alive and well and wiping his nose. Love may have forgiven me for everything else, but she would never forgive me for hurting her brother. Professor Joe would be a terrible moniker for a serial killer. In the hotel room that night, Love is moody, slamming drawers. I ask her what's wrong. She sits on the bed. Well, she says, why should I even bother? I mean, do you know what the nurse says really happened? Really, really, really? No, I say. I thought he can't remember. Love sobs. I hold her. It goes on like this for hours. She says her father told her 40 burned through $100,000 in a few days. Jesus, Love, I don't know what to say. She looks out the window at Reno, which looks like Vegas, and yet also looks nothing like Vegas. It's lesser, smaller, worse. It's never going to end, she says. My mom is going to sit there and act like he's clean, and my dad is going to run away grumpy, and I don't know. She wipes her eyes and looks at me. How do you think he even wrote those screenplays if he's so really messed up to the point of winding up in the desert in a confused state? I don't know. And who is this girl? I don't know. Do you think she's even real, or do you think maybe drug dealers really messed him up? I doubt he owes anybody any money. Love looks out the window. Michael Motorcycle said he's the kind of guy people just want to hurt. Michael Motorcycle is in prison, I remind her. We and me, we're gonna take care of 40. And? She nods. Believe me, she says. She brushes her hand over her belly. This is saving me. I look out at the lights, and I see my future. Arf, arf, and how I will clap for 40 when his movie gets cast, when it goes into production, when he gets nominated, when he wakes us up with a phone call, I did it, and Love and I will dress up to go to the premiere, and we will be the writer's family. I will smile, and I will meet all the people who love my work, and I won't be able to accept their love. I won't be able to tell the story of how I came to write The Mess or The Third Twin or the kidnapping story due soon. Love pats my leg. I'm so tired, she says. My brother, God love him, but sometimes I think he literally drains me. She undresses. She throws her panties into the empty trash can. She is too tired for intimacy, and I am too tired to sleep. My career is over. I will live a lie, like so many people in L.A. At least there will be truth where it matters, in this bed, in so many beds. And I'll find a way to make myself known someday. I'll be a good dad. I'll raise my kids so they won't be stuck like this. Like so many great writers, I won't be appreciated until after I'm dead. And Love finds a key to a safety deposit box, with a letter inside explaining how I came to write all her brother's movies. Eventually, I sleep. It's true what they say about happiness.
If you approach life from a place of gratitude, you're more apt to enjoy things. I am whole. I don't need fame. I never wanted that, and I did not move here because of aspirations. It's enough for me to write and know that I did the best I could. I enjoy my life, our baby, and I love that our baby is a secret. We go to a premiere and meet Jennifer Aniston and Justin Theroux, and I eat guac with them and we talk about Cabo. They are both narrow and kind, and they treat me like an equal, and the whole experience is surreal. The best part of it is what happens when the party ends and Love and I are in bed discussing it all and talking about Jennifer Aniston's hair. I go to Milk Studios and a photographer shoots me for the Professor Joe promotions. They aren't going to use my picture because I don't want to be a public figure. Ray can respect that. But they are going to model the mascot on my likeness. Dottie loves that. The first book will be Portnoy's Complaint, and Love is chopping lettuce and she points the knife at me. Now that's a good, really strong message to that Amy girl, she says. I hope she sees the signs the day they're out. I have a life partner, the mother of my child. She harasses me to take vitamins and tells me to brush my teeth. She shows her affection and falls asleep before cocktail is over and ignores her brother's calls when she just can't deal. I know the code to our alarm system, and I am more comfortable driving in LA all the time. I find that it's easier to start the day by going down a hill than it is going up a hill. And I tell this to Jonah Hill at a party, and he laughs and says, "Don't tell that to my freaking date, guy." Love was serious about ditching her acting career, and she is different now, and it's hard to know the source of her power. She glows. She says it's because of me. I say it's her.
We decide it's us, the baby. I meet up with Calvin for beers in the old neighborhood that hasn't changed. He and Monica only went out for a few days. He doesn't know what became of her, doesn't care. He is being crushed by debt from his DUI. He is defeated now. He keeps telling me he was in jail for 28 hours. He's gained a few pounds and he doesn't check Tinder. He says he might move home. I tell him to get his iPad and we work together on the ghost food truck outline. Well, 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 he says. This is good. It sure is, I tell him. And you know what? Just go for it already. Joe bro, he says. I feel like I've been kind of a jerk. You weren't a jerk. Well, he says, I got caught up in, gosh. Anyway, I think we should pitch GFT together. I drink my beer. I tell him, not in a million years. It's your concept, Calvin, I say. You came up with it and you've worked it over a million times, and you will be the one to make it happen. He pats me on the back. He wants to know what I think about Delilah disappearing. I think LA is a hard place, Calvin. I think it wishes we would all disappear, and it's more of a miracle when people don't. Deep, he says. We watch a commercial for automotive insurance. Calvin says his is crazy expensive because of his DUI. I enjoy the taste of the beer, the music in the bar, Take It to the Limit, the Eagles, melodrama that only sounds good in a bar when someone else puts it on. And when we're done, I drive up to the hills to go home, and I enjoy that too. At home, Love is making veal parmesan. Babies for the baby, she says. You know, because veal are babies. Oh God, that came out wrong. Sorry, little innocent cows. Tomorrow we'll have old, bitter chickens. She is the one. I hug her and kiss her. She breaks pasta into a pot of boiling water. How go the books? They go, I say, and we are happy. I track down Harvey. He's in hospice. I bring him flowers and chocolate cake and Eddie Murphy DVDs, and he thanks me. He asks me if I saw Henderson last night. I get the chills. The nurse says he gets confused like this. I tell him he's gonna be fine. Am I right or am I right? His face contorts. I want to believe it's a smile. I don't know, he says. I'm scared. I sit with him until his ex-wife returns, and she hugs me and she cries. When I get home to Love, I cry. Love sends them a TV. She says the TVs in those places are never big enough. Harvey's ex-wife calls. She loves the TV. Harvey does too. I don't go see Des. Drug dealers can all go away. Every Sunday, we drive out to Malibu to see Love's parents. Sometimes 40 is there, and sometimes he isn't, but I see him regularly. Twice a week, we meet at the Taco Bell in Hollywood. Today, I am first. I slide into a booth, and when he arrives, he is visibly really messed up. Let me get you a Coke, I say. He grabs my hands. Thank you, he says. Old sport, professor, whatever you are, thank you so really much for what you did. Do you know how gold this is? I mean, I read what I wrote, and I swear, I think being left in the desert is the best really thing that ever happened to me. I get the Coke. He knocks it over. I go for napkins, and he stops me. They have people who do that. 40, help me out here. I haven't seen him this really messed up since Vegas, and I forgot how annoying it is. And at the same time, I want to save him. Love rubs off on me. I mean, a job's a job, he says. You spill, they wipe. I look at his swollen face. You don't hate me, do you? Hate you, he says. How could I hate you? Dude, Amy Adams is gonna do the mess. Will that name ever leave me? No. Great, I say. Congrats. It's not for sure, he backtracks, but it looks good. Amy really Adams. How could I hate you? I mean, you don't even know the level of attention I am getting. I am experiencing so much good fortune, my friend. How could I hate you? I remember when I thought it would be a terrible thing to be a dog, and now I fetch the chalupas, and the hot sauce, and the tacos, and the gorditas. Woof. Love wins another award for her charity work, and I write a speech for her. On the way home, she says maybe we could have a winery, after the baby, of course. I can't believe this is my life, where the possibility of periodically stomping on grapes and owning a vineyard is real. I call Mr. Mooney on his birthday and tell him about love, about meeting Jennifer Aniston and choosing books as Professor Joe. He asks about my personal life, then tells me he's still in Florida. He has an orange tree and the oranges look nothing like the ones in New York. They're mottled, he says. Like the jelly beans with the flecks in them? Never mind, I'm boring myself. He sighs. The conversation dwindles and I go find Love. She's outside, in her favorite float, the one with armrests and drink holders, and she's wearing sunglasses. I jump into the pool and push the raft over. She screams again and falls into the water. She comes up laughing, saltwater kisses. We float. Sam is at it again, she says. Sam, the work difficult person? Yeah, she says. We're getting interns, and she said we have to check to make sure they're not on Pinterest because she says people on Pinterest are all stupid. She's stupid. I know, Love says. If you hate her so much, why don't you just fire her? Love rolls over onto her side and reaches out for me. Because I don't hate anyone, she says. I really don't. It's just not worth it. We hear her phone ringing. We hear my phone ringing. Love runs to her phone and she answers. Mom, she says. And then seconds later, she drops her phone. I go to her. She stares at me. She is different. She is frozen. My first concern is the baby. But how could that be? It wasn't the doctor on the phone. It's 40, she says. He went to the cops. That jerk. That louse. I'll kill him. What happened? I ask. And then she starts crying. It's primal and terrifying. And whatever that jerk did, he will pay for this. I grab the phone. Dottie, I say, and I try to hug Love. And she's shaking. Her whole body is convulsing. And this cannot be good for our baby. Dottie, are you there? My boy, she sobs. My boy is dead. My body goes slack.
40 is dead. When Love hears me say it, she lets out another scream, and I tell Dottie I have to go, and I don't know if the baby will survive, but I know we will. I hug Love, I hold on to her. I wish I could make it better, but I can't. 40's dead. 40 didn't overdose on Xanax or Gorditas. He didn't get cancer, and he didn't drown in the salt water of the Pacific or the chlorinated water of the hotels he loved so much, or the salt water that his parents collected for him. A car hit 40 Quinn while he was crossing the street in Beverly Hills. The girl who hit him wasn't drunk, God is not that trite, and she was driving a Honda Civic. She only just moved here. Her name is Julie Santos. The people in back of her were honking. Angelinos, particularly those on the west side, don't like to wait. Julie Santos says the guy in back of her had been riding her tail and honking. Her roommate told her that it's basically legal to take a left-hand turn after the light turns red because otherwise nobody would ever get anywhere. 40 was sober. There were no drugs in his possession or inside him. He was going to Nathan All's alone to gorge on corned beef and French fries, according to the waiter who says 40 came in alone a lot over the years. We never knew that, any of us. Julie, who seems like a gentle, unsteady person, the kind who will never get over this accident. She wanted to see the Pretty Woman Hotel, and she knows it's silly, and it's not even called the Reg Bev Welsh anymore, but she cries. I resist the urge to make a joke about 40 and his past associations, how even when he's not spending money, they're in his domain, good old Julia Roberts. A review of the security footage shows that 40 was jaywalking. Love's teeth chatter. She tells me he got 8 jaywalking tickets. 40 didn't like to wait either. He wanted it now, his career, his Oscar, even the very crosswalk. There will be charges filed against Julie Santos, and she says she's going to move back to Boston. She says she never wants to drive again, and it feels like a bad thing to move somewhere and kill someone immediately. Nobody can believe it. I can't believe it. I think about Julie Santos a lot. I find her on Facebook and Twitter, and I could start a religion around her. And God does have a sense of humor. Her last name is Saint. I did not pray for this, but I am allowed to rejoice in this. Nobody will ever know about what happened between us in the desert. Nobody will ever know about our Taco Bell deals, his Ralphesons. I am in Neiman Marcus, and there are 2 tailors working on me at once, because when you're rich and someone you know dies, you go to Neiman's and you get a new suit. Love sits in a chair with her legs crossed. She isn't crying anymore. Is it awful if I say you look hot? She asks. No, I say. You say whatever you need to say. She nods. I ask the tailors to give us a moment, and they oblige, and I go to her, and mirrors surround us, and everywhere I look, I see us. Just us. The third twin is gone. I love you. I love you too, she says. I promise I'm gonna come out of it. Take your time. It's just weird. She stares at her Kleenex. I don't know how to not worry about him. I know. It's like my go-to place, she says. What do I do? I worry about 40. I mean, it's not even so much about drugs, even though it seems that way. It's about being a twin. I tell her again to take all the time she needs, and I promise to be here no matter what. And she stops shredding her Kleenex and looks instead at me. What would I do without you? Irrelevant, I tell her. I'm not going anywhere. She hugs me and she cries again, and one of the numerous pins in my suit pricks me, and I bury the pain, and I savor the pain. He's dead. Julie Santos killed him. After all this time, I finally got a little really help from the man upstairs, and I squeeze my girlfriend, and I count my blessings. She pats my back. The tailors return, and Love dries her eyes. You really do look hot, she says. The suit will be ready in time for the funeral. Milo is too sad to write a eulogy, and Ray is in shock, and I am the loyal boyfriend, so I step up, and I don't just jot down some bullshit about his sense of humor and his big fat heart. Really, no. I write with great intensity this eulogy, and it's right up there with the third twin and my kidnapping script, the one all volunteer to finish, now that he can't, because he's dead. Love and I emerge from the limousine, and the carpet leading into the Beverly Hills Hotel is pink and green. Love says this was their favorite place when they were kids, and they had their Sweet 16 party here, and she is crying again. I hold her. I've never been, I say. Well, she says, we stopped coming here a while ago. I don't even know why. We practically grew up in here. They have this soda fountain, and we used to get cheeseburgers, and then we would stay in a villa and sneak out and run around in the garden. You're adorable, I say, and I mean it. When we first met, I was uncomfortable. I thought all this gosh with the palm fronds and the multiple bathrooms mattered. But childhood really messes you up, no matter what it looks like. I see that now. The closer we get to having the baby, the less hostility I feel toward my parents. I don't resent my mom for dumping me at Key Foods anymore, because I found warmth there. Poor 40 couldn't find the warmth in here, this pink and green paradise, this Beverly Hills hotel. Memories are all the same at their core. It's just us trying to keep each other alive, the best parts anyway. We're all pretending that 40 was a wonderful person, and Love is saying something about Beverly Hills 90210, about Brandon and Brenda Walsh, how they used to call 40 the anti-Brandon. Everyone who's anyone is here. Agents, executives, producers, Jock, and I am the one who Love holds on to, the one who has held it together, the one who will eulogize the man who was like a brother to me. The lights dim. A video begins, a tribute to 40, and The Big Top by Michael Penn plays, the song that closes Boogie Nights. And there are pictures of sober 40 and clips of drunk 40. And there is 40 skiing on the water and skiing on the mountains, and he is laughing, and he is a child, and then he is an adult, and then he is a child again. Life. I cry. It's important that I show emotion, I realize this, but it's also genuine. The song has always moved me, The circus sounds, the applause, the blunt sadness and the fatality of life. The way the song doesn't end so much as it peters out. And now it's his funeral song, so it can't be mine. Or maybe it can. Maybe funerals are different from weddings, and people don't remember them and talk about them blow by blow. The Michael Penn orchestral dirge slows down, and the song slips into silence. The lights come up. It's my turn. Love kisses me. I step toward the podium. I think we all need a moment of silence, I say. It's the right move, and I bow my head, and everyone does what I do. I have never understood why an Armani suit should cost so much money until now, as I stand here anticipating, trying not to stare at Reese Witherspoon, and readying my pages. I take the mic. Good afternoon, I begin. My name is Joe Goldberg, and I am so blessed to know the Quinns, my surrogate family. I eulogize with great intensity 40 Athel Quinn, and it's lucky that I got a head start when I thought he had drowned in the desert. It had to be altered because of his freak end, but the rewrite is good. Great even, and I should have a job writing eulogies. The best ones celebrate the person's potential. They emphasize that person's unique contribution to society. I talk about 40 calling me old sport the very first time we met. My audience is loving this, and I seize this opportunity to educate them. I tell them about one of my favorite books, and I'm sure most of them haven't read it, because most of these people focus their energies on reading fictional narratives. But there's important non-fiction out there that's useful at a time like this, particularly for 40 Quinn. The book is called Life's Dominion, I begin, and it poses a philosophical question. Anyone could stand up here and speak to 40's charming wit, his burgeoning brilliance, his generosity, his swagger, his madras shorts and madcap sense of adventure, his extensive knowledge of film, and his idealist sense of commitment. We've seen his smile, his joy, I say, pointing at the wall where his life just played out. But what you can't see in those pictures is 40's philosophy about life itself. And this is where I think I can best pay tribute to him by telling you about Life's Dominion. I take a deliberate, staged breath. The book poses a question we face every day, all day. What is the right choice? A bus is packed with adults, all of whom have lived, all of whom have mortgages and children, attachments. And there is a stroller crossing the street. The bus can break and go off the cliff and everyone dies. Or the bus can run over the stroller and the child goes. Amy Adams tilts her head. Joak is rapt. Ronald Dworkin argued that there is no universal right or wrong because it's valid to say that life is valued based upon what one has already done. But it's also possible to say that life can't be qualified, that the baby might have gone on to cure cancer, to win an Oscar. I know my crowd. I see people whispering, wondering who I am. 40 Quinn was a unique man. He was the baby in the stroller, the one with everything ahead of him, the potential we all know about, these scripts he sold after working so hard for so many years to forge connections and get better. He earned his success, and it would be remiss to say that anything was handed to him because he grew up running around here, I say. Amy Adams nods. Quinns give. And 40 gave us his stories, the ones he tried so hard to tell, year after year. I shake my head. Megan Fox uncrosses her legs. She wants me. I mention Life's Dominion and Ronald Dworkin because something you might not have known about 40 Quinn was how much he read, how much he wrote, how passionate he was about learning. That's the thing about the charade of love. Nobody gets mad when you don't back up your lofty statements about someone's triumphant life with tangible facts. I look at Love and she smiles. She likes this story I'm telling because the truth would be terrible. He told me how much he learned from Life's Dominion shortly before. I trail off. Reese wipes her eyes, and Love's tears are soaking her dad's jacket. Let me say what we all know. 40 was a giant. He was a force. He was one of the people on the bus, one of us.
a person with deep ties in the community, a person who spread his joy everywhere he went. Mrs. Quinn, if you'll cover your ears, I can tell you how much they loved him at Taco Bell. I get laughs through tears, and I wait for my silence. Very few people are able to straddle those quadrants of life. 40 is the only person I've ever known who could do that. He could play with toys, he could make you feel like the best was yet to come, and he could make you feel like what you'd done was worth everything. I tear up, and then I am closing. 40 Quinn called me the professor, but 40 Quinn was my professor. Joak smiles. We are going to be friends. Once I asked 40 what it was like to grow up with so much privilege. He told me that it was hard. He told me that when you have parents who embody the best of human love, parents who love each other more as time passes, who live to love, that it was hard to be constantly misunderstood by people who assumed that his wealth was purely financial. The thing about my parents, he said, is they could have been working in the pantry, behind the register, in the deli, and they would have provided love and me with just as much love. I pause. Love is sobbing now. Reese Witherspoon is leaning forward, and her agent husband has an arm around her. I really win. 40 Quinn knew that love is all there is. Everything else is transient, impermanent. If he had made it across that street, I can guarantee you that he would have gotten out of the jaywalking ticket. You could not say no to 40 Quinn. He was the other kind of yes man, the kind who makes us all want to say yes. Rest in peace, brother. When I return to love, she transfers her trembling body from her father's embrace to mine. This is the Godfather, and we spill out into a ballroom with bottles of Vouv everywhere and gigantic pictures of 40 that are projected onto the walls, changing. He is young, he is old, but either way, he is dead. Yes, everyone I've ever wanted to meet is here, and they want to meet me. And Reese Witherspoon wants to hug me. Yeah, she does. And her husband wants to talk to me. And Joak wants to get a drink. And Love is proud of her book-selling boyfriend, crushed and destroyed, but proud. Barry Stein takes me aside. Do you like cigars? He asks. Absolutely, I say. And he will be useful in my negotiations with Megan Ellison. I will get Stein to offer to buy my gosh and then turn around and make deals with me. For now, it starts with friendship. 40 is right. I won't burn bridges. And first, I have to build them. I have to walk out onto the lawn and watch Barry Stein wrestle with his bow tie and search for a polite way to segue into business talk, as if there is a polite way to segue into business talk. He chews his cigar. He spits. You know, he says, 40 and I, we kicked some ideas around lately. You and I think we should talk. I nod. Absolutely. I think his work should not die with him. Absolutely. I smoke a cigar, and Barry wants me to call his office and set up a meeting. Inside, the food is incredible. Kate Hudson is hugging me. There are crab cakes and antipasto and drinks that never stop, gimlets and steak tips that melt, and cold chunks of lobster. 40's favorite songs play, most of them about the really drugs that almost killed him but didn't kill him, and George Clooney shakes my hand. Good speech, kid. And the greatest part of all of this is the beautiful truth of it. I killed it with my speech, and I did not kill 40 Quinn. It's silly to play games, to wonder how he might have lived. What was Julie Santos even doing in Beverly Hills? What if she had continued to go straight on Santa Monica, all the way to the Pacific? It's like in Match Point with the tennis ball, and then later with the ring. All of life is slightly dependent on magic. So is death. If his body had been found in the spring, if his skin had started to disintegrate, his gosh staining the hot water, his body stuffed with cocaine, well, the funeral would be different. I mean, I would have killed it and found a way to bring the light, but it would have been a darker day. Thank God, if there is one, for Julie Santos and her left-hand turn. Joe, she says, and she is Susan Sarandon. She hugs me. She pulls away. I just needed to do that. I hope Reese saw, and I hope Amy saw, but what really matters the most is that Love saw. She wraps her arm around me. "You did so good," Love says. "Do you even know? It's not the time for me to brag, so I am humble, supportive, stroking her arm and kissing the top of her head. And she steps away. Family obligations. People like 40 Quinn are their own worst enemies, increasing the odds of an untimely death by chugging codeine. And with his death, I am liberated. I can go anywhere I want, and I wander into the lobby, the pink and green of it all. Freedom. I sit on a circular sofa, and Love finds me. She plants herself on my lap. She strokes my hair. "Let's stay at the Isles tonight," she says. "I don't want to stay here. I want my own bed." When a girl wants her own bed and she wants you in it, this is how you know it's real. "Whatever you want," I say, and I will give it 4 weeks until I tell her that I'm inspired by 40's work, that I think I'd like to try writing something on my own. I put my hand on her stomach.
40 can't take this moment away. The quiet love in this ballroom, and the inaudible sound of a new heart beating. I wake up early, happy. I'm still high on the funeral, on Kate's presence, Reese's eyes, Amy's intensity, my baby. And I missed it here at the Isles, the tennis court, the sand and the grass forever mixing, never melding. I'm a runner now, and the beach looks different to me, useful. It's my track. And what a great feeling it is to revisit the puzzle of your life and say, "Ah, I know what that beach is there for. It's there for me. My body doesn't want to sleep. I think it has something to do with all the change. The last time I was here, I killed Delilah. Love had no idea who I was, but she wanted to find out, so she invited me to go to the film set with her. She stood on that beach and watched me coming in on the Donzi, and she did not know where I had been or why I had been out there. The miracle of life, of the girl in my bed. She loves me more now than she did then. And now there is so much new love in my life, meetings and opportunities and purpose. I will take care of Love. I will honor 40's legacy and see his projects to fruition. I will be strong for my child, and I will protect myself. I am too happy to be still, and Love is like Sleeping Beauty. Her twin is dead. This will take a while. I kiss her perfect little forehead, and I put on pink shorts with whales all over them, and I put on a t-shirt, and I grab my sunglasses, and I leave Love's room. I hum Thunder Road, and I walk through the house that 40 will never walk through again. It's real, and I smile. Outside, I walk down the path, barefoot on the sandy grass, the grassy sand. I hear the waves, and they are slow and lazy, and when I reach the beach, I am startled because there is a mist as dense as snow, a Stephen King kind of mist, thick and white. Suddenly, I am a kid again, and monsters could live in this mist, and how surreal it is to hear the water but not be able to see it. I remember feeling this happy once when I was a kid. Snow covered the streets, and they were perfect and white, as if the world had been coated in vanilla ice cream. My mom said school was canceled and I could go outside. I'd seen snow before, but there was something about the snow that day. It was early, before the people would come and destroy it all, and I clumped outside, and it was up to my knees, and I was the first one to walk in it, and I was so really happy to be first, to see my footprints, giant and deep, to know that I had all day, that there would be no school, no homework. There is magic in a snow day, and how strange it must be to grow up in Southern California without that possibility. It will be my first question for Love when she wakes up. I walk into the mist toward the water, and I hear a dog barking. Boots and puppies. I whistle. The dog barks. He sounds afraid. "It's okay," I call out. "Come here, boy." But he only mews, sounding almost like a kitten. "Hey, little guy, it's okay." I pat the sand. I am reminded of the puppy in Single White Female that won't run to Jennifer Jason Leigh, and then she kills the puppy because it didn't love her.
And then I think of 40 murdering Roosevelt, Love's version, and Love crying when their parents gave Boots away, 40's version. There really is no such thing as the truth, but there is such thing as happiness. And I can picture the amazed look on Love's face if I brought her home this dog. Dogs like authority, so I command. All right, get over there, pup, right now. But the whimpering sounds farther away. I start running, making my way through the swirling white, and 15 yards in, I stumble and stub my toe. Really, sand is harder than you think. Would you just come here already? I'm not gonna hurt you. I keep going, and the puppy is still crying out there, somewhere. It's okay, I'm here. The ocean ebbs and flows beyond the fog, and I hear the dog again, and I crouch. I want to be prepared to hug him, to get coated in puppy slobber, to be loved. This is why people in Franklin Village keep dogs. And I think I see him. He is as white as the mist, with a little black mouth and black eyes and a pink tongue coming into focus. The dog is panting, running, and I wonder what we'll call him. He looks like a Charlie or a Cubby or a George. I whistle to him. He ignores me. Jerk. I laugh. What is wrong with me? It's a puppy. It's not a jerk. But then, maybe it is. Babies can be jerks and puppies can be jerks. But you accept the risk when you make a baby, when you adopt a dog. I think I'll write something about a jerk baby and a jerk puppy, and it will be like one of those old-school Peanuts cartoons where you can't hear what the adults are saying because it's all just sonic wonking. I clap my hands, and that's when I see a flash of white linen, a bright yellow shirt, and I realize the dog isn't alone. The puppy yelps, and the human throws something, an electric green tennis ball. The human whistles, and the human is female. I see her hair in the mist, blonde, tangled, and I see her sharp shoulders and 2 long legs. Amy? 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 She scoops the puppy that was going to belong to me and Love into her arms. She kisses the puppy, and then she looks up. She startles. Joe? She says. She looks terrified, guilty. Time stops. I am in shock. She holds the puppy too hard, and the puppy fights, and the puppy has claws, and the puppy wins. She drops the puppy, and it runs, and she stands there, frozen. And this difficult person fucked me, stole from me, tricked me, lied to me, used me. She wronged me. And the nice people in Rhode Island, Liam, Pearl, Harry, Noah, and I loved her. I loved her, but she didn't love me. Amy? Amy, what are you doing here? She asks, and she thinks she's pretty and clever, tucking her hair behind her ear, pretending to trust me. But people don't change, and I see her bracing to run. She doesn't get to run away from me now the way she did then, not after what she did. She turns, hair flying, and instinct takes over. I spring forward. She runs, but I'm faster, and I knock her to the ground. She screams, and I clamp my hand over her mouth and look into the eyes I know too well. She knees me in the groin, and I react, loosening my grip, but I manage to grab her by the hair and pin her down in the sand. I cover her mouth again, and she thrashes like a marlin, and I can't believe that after all these months, Amy is here. Her face has changed from all this sun, more freckles, smoother skin, longer hair, crusty mascara around her eyes. She was out last night. She is who I used to love, who I used to covet, who I used to want to kill, but who I forgot to worry about after I fell in love with Love. She kicks me again, and I smack her face. Don't scream, I say. Understand? She says yes with her eyes. They are as bright as I remember, even in the mist. I take my hand away. Jesus, Joe, what are you doing? Shut up, I command. I clamp my hand over her mouth. You are not to yell. Do you understand? She nods emphatically. Joe, please, she begins. I'm still getting reacquainted with her face. How crazy human faces are. How noses are all so different. Some bulbous, some pointy. Amy's is aquiline. I used to love her nose. I used to kiss her nose. Now I love Love's nose. Joe, she says, about the money. The money? I can't help it. It's been so long, but it all washes over me again. The humiliation I felt when I found my computer in the cage. The keys I made for her. The note in Charlotte. Charles, how can you think this is about money? 'Cause I lifted the books, she pants. I can pay you back. I don't want your fucking money, Amy, I say. I'm not like you. I don't give a fuck about money. I get it, okay? I suck. But please let me go, she begs. I hold her down. You do suck. You're a vicious, empty, difficult person. You're acting crazy, she says. Let me go. I spit at her. She blinks. Fuck you, I say. Joe, she says, please stop it. I tighten my grip on her neck. I should get it over with. I should squeeze the life out of her for all the things she did do.
Instead, I am allowing her to speak, to rail on about what she did. I took some books, she confesses, and it sucks, and I know it, and I know it must have been terrible for you to find out. But you know, Joe, you knew I was in it for myself. I know you knew. I didn't know, and this is what hurts. I loved her, and she did not love me. She doesn't think it was real. She never did. My cheeks turn red. I need to kill her because she says things like, "We were just intimate, and it was summer, and I didn't rip you off. I ripped off the shop." She wasn't in love with me, and every time she promises she can get me the money, I know I have to kill her. She wasted my heart, my time. She begs me to let her go, and she can get a cash advance, and she can get you anything you want. And she is house-sitting, and there is art I could sell, like a lot of art, and she is a commercial beast. Beck never loved me either, and if love knew about this, the dark, humiliating truth of it, that I love women who don't love me back, I don't know how I could look her in the eye. I don't know if I could go on, because the real horror of my life is not that I've killed some terrible people. The real horror is that the people I've loved didn't love me back. I may as well have been experiencing intimate tension in the cage, telling the books about the girls, because all the girls before love, they were not there with me, not really, especially this one, this tall, blonde, difficult person begging for her life and promising me that she can give it all back to me, every last penny. You don't get it, I tell her. There's nothing you can do. Let me go, she pleads. She squirms. Everything in her tone and her language and her eyes seems confused. She's acting like I'm some guy she knew, and I'm looking at her like she broke my heart. But she's just talking about what a pain it was to sell books online. Does she really think this is about Portnoy's complaint? About Yates? What about everything you wrote in Charlotte and Charles? She swallows. What? Charlotte and Charles? I snap. You read it to me on the beach, and a day later you run out on me and write me a letter in it, and I want to know why. "'Cause it was in my bag from the beach when I went back to the shop," she exclaims, "and that is not what I was asking about. You read the book to me on the beach, and you left me a note in the book, and now you want to tell me you don't remember? Joe," she says, "I told you. You were looking in my phone. I mean, you didn't trust me either. Why did you leave that book for me?" I ask. She asks me to let her go. I ask her to tell me about the book. The air is cold and loud off the water, and she groans again. "Because you're so sad and lonely," she says. Jesus, if this is it, fuck it. I give up. She smacks her lips. She clears her throat.
"Get off me," she says. "Get off me and I'll tell you." "No," I say. "Tell me now." "I left you that book because I did feel bad," she says. "You're sad and lonely, and you should be better at being alone. You're just so really depressed, and you wear it like a badge, the way you sit in that shop alone, and you're so obviously desperate for someone to come in and change your life, and it's really annoying. Like, take care of your gosh. Pull yourself together. Stop being so self-conscious about your music and every little thing you say. I gave you that book because those giants are pathetic. The way they can't really deal with themselves, and they expect everyone to be as decent as they are. They have no right to be shocked when the humans gang up on them. Like, that's really life. Get over it. You can't go around expecting everyone to be like you. That's the point." Her words sting. "If I'm so depressed and pathetic, then why did you date me?" She rolls her eyes. "Joe," she says, "the day we met, I was using my ex-boss boy's credit card, and you didn't call the cops. I'm not judgmental. You have to see things as they are," she says. "I mean, I didn't try and fool you or anything. And you know, I was like, okay, this guy, he's so cool with my shady gosh. He obviously has his own shady gosh. There's no way around it. I am nothing like you." I hurt her, finally, and she shifts. "Well, congratulations," she says. "Can I go now? I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. What are you going to do, kill me?" Amy Adam has no idea about me. She thinks I'm a lonely, sad person with poor reading comprehension skills. She used me. She isn't smart enough to love me or know me, and suddenly I feel sorry for her. She doesn't understand that Charlotte and Charles is about the resilience of the human spirit, that happy people get fucked over and swim to another island and buck up and go on again. Amy is not a con artist, and she's not a conniving thief. She's a sad, lonely girl. She carried a book around that she didn't even understand, and she wants the world to be like a Richard Yates book, with sad endings. The only Philip Roth book she ever finished is Portnoy's Complaint. She isn't the girl I thought she was, talking to me now about her boss, her dog-sitting, and I am not going to kill her. In a strange way, Amy Adam is right. I am incapable of killing anyone right now. I have love. I'm going to be a father. I have changed. I move off her completely, and she wipes the sand off her arms, off her shirt. She shakes her legs. "Only thing about the beach," she gripes, "sand." From her end, this was a lover's quarrel, and so we do what all former lovers do. We revisit our past together. But our memories are so different. I bring up that last night in Little Compton. Remember our new best friends, Noah and Pearl and Harry and Liam? I ask. She is aghast. "You remember their names? How do you remember their names?" She is not like me, not like love. She is not burdened with a sensitive heart. Hers just beats. She laughs. "Remember when I busted you looking in my phone?" I get a ripple of humiliation in my stomach. "Uh-huh," I say. "You were mad." "Yeah," she says. "Paranoid." I had already put a couple books online and looked for a sublet out here. I was like, really, he found out? "Wow," I say. And I think of Match Point, where Woody Allen reminds us that all the best tennis players are also lucky. Amy had a lot of Safari windows open on her phone that day. I only saw the one with Henderson. If she had to wait in line, if she'd washed her hands more thoroughly, if she'd put on lipstick, I would have found those other windows. I had bad luck with her. But then again, without her, I never would have found love. I know, she says. I mean, I pitched a fit because I thought you knew what I was up to, and you were going to want to talk and all that. She asks me what I'm doing in LA, and I tell her I moved here because it was something to do, because it was time to get out of New York. She says she might move to Austin. I tell her it seems like a lot of jerks talk about moving to Austin. She laughs. You are funny, she says. You still got it, Goldberg. I feel nothing. I don't yearn for what we had, the way all we could do was mock everyone else. I gaze at the ocean, but I can't see through the mist. She pulls her hair over her left shoulder. Her neck is bruised, proof of my violence, a new mug of mess. My heart starts to beat fast, and maybe I do have to kill her. I hurt her. I did this. And if I do away with her, I will never have to worry about her ever again. She won't be a loose end, another mug of mess. I could do it. She draws in the sand with her finger. That could be her last act as a human. But then the tide creeps up on us and recedes, and the line vanishes, just like the redness on her neck will. Nature is an inherently forward beast. Footsteps disappear, past hurts fade. I won't kill Amy. I will not remove life from this planet while love and I are in the process of bringing life into this world. I've already confessed my past to love, and I don't want to confess my present. I stand and I offer Amy a hand, but she stands up without my help. She asks if I'm sure I don't want money for the books.
I tell her I'm good, and she smiles, then turns and walks back into the mist. She keeps her head down and her arms crossed. I sit back down in the sand where she lay, cool and wet, and I feel the weight go, as if she's passing out of me every time I breathe, every time I blink. I can't tell you the specific moment that I can't see her anymore, because she disappears in segments. First, the mist takes her bare feet, then the back of her yellow shirt. Her hair comes back to me for a brief spell, blonde, tangled, and then it's gone. And then she's gone, all of her, into the mist, almost like she was never here at all. It's so different being at Taco Bell with Love. She already has pregnancy cravings and wanted to pig out on enchiladas and gorditas, twins. But we don't order everything on the menu, just gorditas and 2 chicken tacos. She wants soda, even though she feels bad about the sugar. And I tell her, well, start a better diet tomorrow. She asks me to pick a booth, and I choose one by the window, far from the one where I always sat with 40. She fills up our cups with ice and mixes a little root beer into our Cokes. I kind of love this, she says. Me too, I say. Maybe we should get married here. Did you just propose to me in Taco Bell without a ring? I nod. She laughs. She thinks she peed her pants, and I tell her, you don't get to pee your pants when you're a few weeks pregnant. We hold hands across the table. So, will you? I ask. Yes, she smiles. But don't make me a ring out of a straw or anything, okay? Deal, I say. We wait for the feast, and we talk about the baby's room and where to live and when to tell people. I tell her I think I want to write something, maybe even this idea I've been kicking around about a ghostwriter called Fakers. She says she likes the title, really write, she does. And she says 40 could tell I was a writer the day we met. We watch the cars go by on the PCH, and we rehash the funeral. And she says my eulogy was the greatest thing ever, and she wants to watch the video tonight. Is that weird? She asks. Not at all, I tell her. Death is weird. When our food is ready, I walk to the counter and I thank the guy. He's new, he doesn't know me, and he'll never know 40.
Love bites into her gordita, and half of it falls on her shirt. And now I think I mess myself laughing, and I pick up a chicken taco and shove it in my mouth so that half of it falls onto my shirt on purpose, and now she's laughing. I slide out of the booth, and she keeps her eyes on me, and only Love is sexy with gordita all over her shirt. I move to her side of the table, and I feel her react to me. I actually feel the love well up inside of her, in her legs, in the way they shift toward me, so slightly, petals to the sun. When I kiss her, she quivers like we just met, and she strokes my back like we've known each other forever. I love you, I say. Me too, she says. I am smiling ear to ear. If this is how we are after her brother's shocking death and our surprise pregnancy, imagine how good we're going to be when we don't have any stress in our lives. Okay, I actually do have to pee, I say, and I nod to the guy at the counter on the way to the bathroom. It's one of those bathrooms with a permanently fogged mirror that's mostly just splinters and graffiti, and I can't see my reflection. After I flush, I wash my hands more than Amy did at Dell's that day in May. I press the button for the air to come out of the hand dryer, but it's broken. Someday, if I meet the owner of Taco Bell, I will advise him to renovate these freaking bathrooms. I will explain that my wife and I, like to go to his establishment every so often. I will tell him we would go more often if the bathrooms weren't so disgusting. I push through the door, excited to tell Love about my plans to renovate the bathrooms, and stop short. Her gordita is sitting there as fat as it was when I left, but she's not at the booth, and the guy at the counter is gone too. The kitchen is silent, and outside, the PCH is empty. Nothing. Not a single BMW. Goosebumps cover my body, and I run into the women's bathroom, but every stall is vacant. My phone rings, echoing in the vast silence of this deserted Taco Bell. It is Love, and I silence the call because I know now what this is. Love retrieved the mug of mess, but the mug of mess was not my only mistake. I'm sure of it. The only other possible explanation for the vacuum of silence is an atomic meltdown, in which case the sky would be orange. I turn on the faucet. The soap in here is newer, pinker. I wonder if my child will be a boy or a girl. I wash my hands with hot water and I rinse with cold water. This is my last trip to the spa for a while, and I push the dryer and the hot air blows. I close my eyes and let my hands take on the heat. My phone is ringing again. Love. They're making her call me to see what's taking so long. They do gosh like that in Dennis Lehane books. But you can't hold it against them. Their job is to get me. And they must want me very badly, because the perimeter has been cleared. That's why there's no one at the register, and no cars on the PCH. If I had been a gentleman, I would have let Love go to the bathroom first, and I would have been the one to watch the cops sweep in, stealthy and silent. I pull the door and exit the women's restroom. I memorize the tiles on the floor of this Taco Bell, and I take one last bite of Love's gordita. And this is it. I pull the first door and enter the vestibule. I open the second door and enter the parking lot. The sun pierces my eyes. There is a cop on the roof above me. "Put your hands up," he says. I do. He reads me my Miranda rights, and cops pop up everywhere, from behind the parked cars, from around the side of the building, from the bushes. I don't care about them. I don't care that I am under arrest for the murder of Guinevere Beck and the murder of Peach Salinger. What I care about is Love, and she appears now, with tears streaming down her face. She is trying to run for me, but they are holding her back. If she has a miscarriage because of the ridiculous, over-the-top antics of the United States federal justice system, I will kill each and every one of these people. all that evolved Charlotte, Charles gosh about trust and optimism is good and all, but not when your pregnant wife is sobbing in the Taco Bell parking lot and she's got gordita all over her shirt and you can't do anything because you have to go to jail. But I don't have to worry. I'm one of the rich people now, the untouchables. These difficult people can't nail me. I'm going to have the best lawyers money can buy, and let them try proving that I killed either of those girls without a single shred of evidence, without the mug of mess Love got for me. I lock eyes with Love. I tell her I love her. She nods. Me too. The cop asks me if I'm done, and before I answer, he opens the door and shoves me into the back seat. This is real. This is not a minor traffic infraction where they give you a warning and ask you about New York. This is not a jaywalking ticket by some power-hungry cop. This is 2 counts of murder 1. 1 suspect in custody. Over. Really, radio? It's not over. Not even close. The police are so fixated on the past, and I want to tell them that it's all gone. I'm a changed man. I saw Amy on the beach. Amy, the reason I moved here, the person who stole from me and broke my heart, and I didn't kill her. I'm not that guy anymore, and this seems relevant, but then, legally, it isn't. My brain gorges with my defense, the one that I can't reveal because the case against me is not about Amy. Very it, though I wish it were. Here's the gist of it. Detective Peter Brinks and the New York Police Department are not like the feminist bloggers. They took the complaints of Dr. Nick Angevine seriously. One of his complaints was regarding patient X, one Danny Fox. They were unable to locate Danny Fox. It was like he didn't exist. Meanwhile, in Little Compton, Rhode Island, Officer Nico was spending a lot of time around the Salinger house. Her hair comes back to me for a brief spell, blonde, tangled, and then it's gone. And then she's gone, all of her, into the mist, almost like she was never here at all. It's so different being at Taco Bell with Love. She already has pregnancy cravings and wanted to pig out on enchiladas and gorditas. Twins. But we don't order everything on the menu, just gorditas and 2 chicken tacos. She wants soda even though she feels bad about the sugar, and I tell her, well,
in police work, there is a lot of downtime, a lot of sitting around, a lot of coffee, a lot of waiting. And while he was sitting around doing nothing, Officer Nico decided it would be fun to flip through a sailing magazine. And in that sailing magazine, he saw a picture of a guy on a boat. The guy was identified as Spencer Hewitt. I looked at that picture, he says, and I thought, what are the odds that there are 2 guys named Spencer Hewitt? Even though the Salingers insisted on closing the book on Peach, Officer Nico went to the garage that worked on my Buick. He wondered, did they have a record of that transaction, perhaps a license plate? And they did have a license plate number on a receipt. Officer Nico found that the car was registered to a Mr. Mooney. He read about the bookstore in some BuzzFeed article about old bookstores in New York. He saw the name Joe Goldberg, and then he found me on really freaking Facebook. He recognized me, and he brought the picture to the Salingers, and they knew me, of course, as the delivery boy, as the guy in the bar. So then the red flags were raised. Officer Nico is no dummy, and he knew Peach's friend Beck had also met an untimely end. I almost wish I could have been there on the day that Officer Nico visited Dr. Nicky in prison and showed him my photograph, freaking Facebook, and said, "Is this Danny Fox?" So that's how this maelstrom came together, like any storm system in nature, a confluence of circumstances. It's as absurd as me running into Amy on a beach in Malibu after hunting her in Hollywood for months. How things come together in this universe, how they don't, is unfair. I was so judicious with Amy, I let her go. I didn't punish her. I think the justice system should see where I am now, how far I've come, all the good I have to lose. They should stop prodding into my past. It's so vengeful, so middle school, the way they want to boil my entire life down into these two dead girls. And I had no warning of the coming storm, but because of love, I was able to batten down the hatches. I have a lawyer named Edmund, and he sits alongside me through every interrogation. He is my counsel. He nods when it's okay to answer, and he shakes his head when he wants me to be quiet. Edmund says to focus on the facts and reminds me that the cops have yet to produce any evidence that proves that I did anything. All they know for sure is that I like to use pseudonyms. In our first conversation, I reminded Detective Leonard Carr that lots of people use pseudonyms. Look at authors, I said. Look at famous people who check into hotels. It's been 3 days, and life is never how you expect it to be. The food here isn't bad. It isn't good, per se, but I'm not starving. In the newspapers, they call me Killer Joe, and it's disappointing, the failure of modern media, the lack of originality. Love visits me, her father too. At night, I worry. I wonder if there are other mugs of piss, if I forgot about them. I think about Charlotte Charles. I daydream about love. I think about the baby, running from love to me and then back again. I dream of the baby learning to walk, and I wake up ready to face my long days of cheap coffee and interrogations. Leonard Carr is the good cop. He says I'm too smart to bother with bad cop, and he says he won't bore me with head games. But of course, he's boring me with head games. He thinks I'll relax and accidentally admit to killing someone. He has kids. He should know better. But then, he's human. We all are. After lunch, he returns to the windowless room where we have our talks. He offers me water and he kicks his feet up. So, he says, I've been thinking about Wolf of Wall Street. There is something springy about him, and I break my rule about looking at the camera, the one focused on me all the time, all day, the glass orb hell-bent on capturing myself as I incriminate myself. Edmund nudges my leg, a reminder to stay calm. Detective Carr has new information, I know it. He's excited, trying so hard not to show it that he's showing it. But then, maybe that's part of his strategy. Here's what I like about the movie, he says. I like it when the guy eats the goldfish. It's so simple. Something about it. That stayed with me. I've never seen anyone eat a goldfish. Have you? No, I say, and I wonder what he knows. I am thirsty, but I don't drink the water. Not ever? He asks. No, I say. I would like to open his skull and find out what he knows, so we can avoid this banter and I can get out of here and go on with my life. He nods. You didn't see anything like that in Cabo? I look to Edmund. He nods. No, I say. I didn't see anyone eat a goldfish in Cabo. Fincher. What really do they know about Fincher? My heart beats loud. I tell it to stop. It doesn't listen to me. I do not control my heart. Nobody does. Detective Carr is still nodding, torturing me, scratching his neck. Hey, he says, how's your buddy Brian? Captain freakin' Dave. I swallow. He's fine. Now he sounds like a party animal to me, right? He laughs. A guy like that, I bet he would swallow a goldfish, yeah? I don't know, I say. Detective Carr stares at the wall. Edmund stares at me. There is a unique silence to this room, and I know what happened. Captain Dave is a fearful man. Rules are rules, Joe. And when the cops asked him about our time in Cabo, he forked over every detail. He told them about my imaginary friend Brian, the one I invented when I was trying to get the boat so I could dump Fincher's body. Now the police are going to want to talk to Brian, and there are probably others on this case. Cops poring over airline records, passport records, cops trying to find Brian, the American who went to Cabo. They aren't going to find Brian. But they are going to realize that a cop named Robin Fincher flew to Cabo. They are going to see that he disappeared while I was in Cabo, and I love love. But this is America. If you kill a cop, they don't let you go. Cops protect their own. They are the ultimate family, loyal to the end. How'd you meet Brian? Detective Carr asks. At a party, I say. Henderson's party? Nice try, jerk. No, I say, I didn't meet him at Henderson's party. Henderson, of course, is their favorite thing to talk about. The fact that I was there, that I was in his house, on YouTube, the night that he died. They think it's too much coincidence, but they have no evidence. Sounds like you guys aren't close, he says. We aren't, I say. The days are long in here. I will not complain when I am free, staying up around the clock, helping take care of the baby. Why did Love hate him so much? I look at him. Huh? He smiles. I really messed up. Huh was the wrong thing to say. They're asking her right now, he says. Just one of those things, you know. We're curious about you, Joe, the kind of people you run with and all. I don't know why she hated him, I say. And this is that new weds game from before I was born, where they test your knowledge of your partner. But it's not fair. We are not playing for a freaking vacation to Cabo. We are playing for my life, for my right to be a father to my child. My child. Love and I did not sign up for this, but I have to play. Take a guess, he says. He gets a text. He reads the text. He nods. Huh, he says. He is imitating me. He has Love's answer, and I don't have Love's answer, and I don't know what she would say. Joe, you don't have to answer, Edmund reminds me, but he's wrong. I do. Detective Carr isn't going to leave the room until I answer a question about someone who doesn't exist, or I will be one step closer toward a life without love. Milo will raise my baby. My baby will run into his arms. My mind swirls. Brian doesn't exist. There is no Brian. But Love answered the question. What did she say? This is like in Magnolia when the kid breaks down. I am cracking under pressure, and Detective Carr knows it. He knocks his phone against the table, and this is the sound of my life ending. Are you thirsty? Detective Carr nudges the water toward me. Go ahead, he says.
Trust me, we didn't slip anything in there. I look at him, and I am doing it again, digging my own grave. Does he know about the cactus? Was there a camera at the house? Was there a camera in the sky? A drone? He sips his water. When did Love meet Brian? He asks. Did she meet him before you left town to do the movie? Or did she meet him in Palm Springs? He could be lying. Love could have refused to answer the question. She might be playing the same game as I am. I try to imagine that I am Love, pregnant, in love, and there is a man asking me questions, and if I say the wrong thing, the man I love so much will be gone. My heart beats faster and faster, and I wish I could carry it around in a rolling suitcase. It's annoying, the way it's connected to my other bodily functions, the way my little, really difficult pores allow sweat to weep upon my forehead, the way my jerk pupils shrink and expand, and I can't control them. I'm not a freaking sociopath. Detective Carr puts his feet up on the desk again. Joe, he says. What was Brian's last name? Love can't remember. Do you remember? Edmund looks at me meaningfully. No, I say. I don't remember. I don't remember. The magic words, according to my attorney, according to Love. If I just keep saying I don't remember things, I will be out of here soon. I will not let Detective Carr break me. Love and I shouldn't be playing the newlywed game. We're not even married yet. I will my heart to take it easy, and I sip the water, and I can't wait for this session to be over. I look forward to returning to my cage. I feel empowered when I'm in there, locked up. Love is the key to happiness in life, and I have no doubt that it will set me free. Love and Edmund, that's all I need, and I have it all. And I know that if I believe in love and play by the rules, say nothing, remember nothing, say as little as possible, say nothing, I know I will be out of here soon, watching my child come into the world from Love, my favorite place in the world. If Love were here, in this room, she would wrap her arms around me and tell me why she hates Brian, what his last name is, share with me all the elaborate and specific details of when and where they met, how he offended her. I know it's ludicrous to say such a thing. After all, Brian doesn't exist. They never met. I invented him so I could get access to one of the boats. So, because there is no such thing as Brian, there is nothing for Love to know. And yet, I know she would know, because that's the thing about feeling so connected to someone, so entrenched, so attached. I believe she knows me better than I know myself, and hopefully I know her as well too. Joe, he says. Yeah? How did Love and Brian meet? I say nothing. What would Love say? What's his last name? I say nothing. What would Love say? Why does she hate this guy? I say nothing. What would Love say? I know Love and I have to believe in myself right now. I have to walk out onto the plank and I have to jump. I stop sweating. My heart resets and my pores rest. This is it. First of all, I begin, I barely know that Brian guy, and the thing is, Love doesn't hate him. He swallows, and it's an unmistakable sign that I passed the test. Love told the cops the same thing, and I remember her exact words in the pool that day, talking about Sam, the work-difficult person. Our conversation in Little Compton about 40. I don't hate anyone, she said. When you love someone, you listen. You remember it all. Truthfully, I say, Love doesn't really hate anybody. He clenches his jaw. Yeah, he says, so I heard. Inside, I pump my fist. I knew it. I know her. I love her. But most people in love face obstacles, and here is ours. Detective Carr, back again, firing away. But you told Captain Dave that Love hates this guy. Why? I didn't want to go here. Ray and Dottie have been through enough. I work up some tears. My lawyer asks for a minute, but I say no. Look, Detective, I can't stress this enough. I'd rather Ray and Dottie not know that 40 was involved in this, but, well, gosh. Brian was 40's friend, I say, and it's the money shot. My would-have-been brother-in-law saving me from the great beyond. I just met him in Cabo. He and 40 got really messed up, and 40 didn't want to just leave him out there, but he was too messed up to deal with it himself. I shrug. I was just trying to do him a solid. Why not let him crash at the party? La Grosiera has more than a few spare bedrooms. Detective Carr is the one sweating now, drumming his fingers on the table. And this is the beauty of reasonable doubt. He may suspect that I'm making this all up, but at the end of the day, he can't prove that, and 40 is not around to tell him differently. Because it was a wrap party, I say. It wasn't a free-for-all. Who else met this Brian? Anyone alive, I mean? He asks. I shrug. I don't remember. I was worried I would sound sarcastic, like a senator's son at a date rape trial, but I didn't. I pulled it off. I took a leap of faith and made an educated guess on what Love said, and I guessed correctly. I did it. We did it. Detective Carr is standing, irritated. He says it's odd the way I know so many people who don't freaking exist anymore, and I let him rant. I don't tell him that the last person who said that to me wound up dead. I have my priorities in order. Love comes first, above all. She is patient and kind, as the Corinthians say, and I bring patience and kindness into this room as I watch this poor person pace. He's older than me, more tired. He probably lives in Torrance, in some house full of Bud Light and expired coupons and firearms and soiled diapers. It can't be easy, being a cop in California, and he's not very photogenic or articulate. I bet he never wanted to be an actor, and I bet he wasn't even in love with his wife when he proposed to her. I bet he was just with her, and I bet she was dropping hints, and I bet he was one of those guys who proposes because he's 30, because he figures it's time to get married and settle down. I bet there was no love in his heart when he got down on one knee and asked the girl to marry him. Not any more than usual, I mean. You can't tell me anything else about this, Brian? I'm sorry, I say. For all I know, that wasn't even his real name. Don't mess with me. I'm not messing with you, I say. I met him briefly. He was 40's friend, and 40 knew some shady people, you know. He did drugs. He got around. It's bad luck to speak ill of the dead. I'm not speaking ill, I say. I'm trying to help you guys out. Detective Carr sits in his chair. In a way, I think it would be terrible to live in L.A. devoid of aspirations. How would you do it? How would you put up with the traffic and the monotony of the sun, the way people use the word hella and lie so freely? How could you stand it here if you weren't striving for something better? Oh, that's right. He liked The Wolf of Wall Street. He aspires to take someone down, like me, a serial killer. But he chose the wrong guy. I am done with all that, and I will not let my past dictate my future. He rubs his forehead. You know, Joe, he says, we have all of our officers looking for Brian. You do know that we will find him. We're going to make sure he's okay. We're checking hotel records, and we're going to find out all of it. Who he was, what you did with him, why. Okay, I say. Okay, he says, and I feel bad for him. He's so close, and he's going to get closer. He'll come in here tomorrow talking about The Godfather Part 3 and asking me if I heard about a cop disappearing in Mexico, a guy named Fincher who also visited the set of Boots and Puppies. But the thing is, it's all circumstantial evidence. It's not enough to keep me here. I was very good at killing people when I needed to be. Was, the past tense. I'm retired. And really, when you grow up and get over yourself, when you reject narcissism and leave the hashtags at the door, you see what really matters in life. What matters is what you do next. I get it. And this is America.
You have to prove that someone did something, and they can't prove that I did anything. In Fast 5, Dom is in a prison bus, glum. His friends force the bus to crash so they can free him. But my team doesn't have that for me. They won't be able to convict me or get me on a bus because there is no evidence of my past actions. Well, aside from the baby growing inside of love. Prison isn't that bad, and I treasure the solitude. From everything I know about parenting, I expect that in a few months, I'll be glad I got to spend some time alone before becoming a father. We all need to be with our thoughts. Angelinos like to meditate and stare at expensive statues of Buddha, and I stare at the cement. Same difference. I learn to smile at everyone, and I feel the world reciprocate. The guards are polite. And then when I'm not alone, I'm in the room. I kind of like it in there, the way Detective Carr challenges me every day. My lawyer says I'm very good under pressure. This is all great research for my screenwriting career, and I can see myself writing a movie that takes place during a trial. I use this time to learn how to become the best possible father, to figure out how to provide for my family. One day, Love and I will be buried together, or cremated. I haven't decided yet.
and Detective Carr will undoubtedly spend eternity in a plot selected by his controlling wife. "Don't move," Detective Carr says. He leaves, and this is the most awkward time for me, when I am the most afraid for my safety, when I know they are watching me, studying my face, trying so hard to figure me out, talking nonsense about me, speculating. I have no phone to play with, no TV to watch. I look into the orb that connects me to them. I wait. In my head, I recite Corinthians. Love is patient. Love is kind. This is how you get away with murder, how you get out of the interrogation room. A woman cop comes for me. Okay, let's move you back. And this how you get escorted into the safety of your cell, locked up, left alone to recover from the day's needling, to dream of what might come tomorrow or the next day. You believe in love. It really is all you need, although, yes, a solid defense attorney helps too. But I do believe in love, and when it's time, I will hold our baby. The thought soothes me, and the mattress feels softer. Life puts you in cage so that you'll treasure your freedom. How lucky you were to be running on a beach, the way your girlfriend looked over her shoulder at you, the ring you did not fashion out of a straw. All time is good. No time is hard, not if you think of it as time to celebrate love. I roll over into the fetal position, and I think of my child, in the same position, so much younger, unconscious, gestating, serving time just like Daddy, waiting. It doesn't fully exist yet, but love and I created a human, a boy or a girl. We don't know, can't know. It's too early. You could say the same thing about my fate. The future is a frontier we can't fully explore until we make it there. But then we arrive, and the distant horizon has become something else, something less romantic. It's just the present. The mattress coils in my back, the bars on my cell, love waiting for me to come home. You think about this stuff in jail so you don't go crazy. You realize your intuition is stronger than science, truer than a molecule. I feel it in my caged gut. I will be free soon. I also know that we're going to have a baby girl. I don't have to close my eyes to see her. A little version of love with my dark irises on her heart-shaped face. I smile. We exist. We are both on a journey and we are both in love. And that's all anyone can hope for in life.